The hell? Why is that so big? My video is being upscaled? Oh, that's why. Wild. Ugh, this is like screwing with my perception. I hate it. Oh my god. It's here too. Why? Ugh. So that's nice. Okay. Are they all fixed now? Okay. I think they're all fixed now. Okay. Footage is repaired. I'm wearing the Ruka shirt. It's actually a really nice shirt. This thing's really well made. This is the one I bought from the Ruka event. And yeah, this thing's really well made. Holy shit. Like this feels nice. Like sleek. Someone put effort into making this shirt. This isn't like cheap. This shit ain't fucking cheap. So, okay. So there's a lot of layers to this chapter. There's a lot of things like we didn't notice. There's a lot of things some people told me after the fact that I found out about. I wrote a little bit on Twitter. We're gonna look at some of the Japanese fans and what some of them had to say. We're gonna read Reddit, of course. So we're gonna be going through a decent amount of stuff, and there's a lot to cover. And there's like some things I noticed like after the fact. There's like some little details like I noticed after the fact, like I think one thing that I think we really glossed over that we didn't realize was happening, or at least I didn't realize was happening, was Reiji is starting to highlight to you how Kazuya has trust issues with Chizuru. Reiji is starting to highlight that to you guys. And it's becoming like more and more clear than it was before. Whereas before we had like, people could still argue Kazuya like just, he trusts Chizuru. It's becoming a lot more clear Kazuya actually doesn't trust Chizuru. There's very clear trust issues happening, and the only way this is going to get resolved is if they talk. If they sit down and have a talk. And the thing that like triggered that for me was Maison Ikoku, where in Maison Ikoku, like there is throughout the series, there's like this idea that Kyoko, the main female character of that story, doesn't trust Gude, the main character, the protagonist of that narrative. She doesn't trust him. And what you don't realize is that Gude also doesn't trust her. There's this unspoken thing that Gude actually doesn't trust her. And they don't realize this fact until they get to until they're about to have sex. And Gude can't do it. He can't do it. He can't actually have the moment is literally happening. They're in bed together, and he can't do it. And he's having like a bit of a crash out where he's just like, oh, I don't know what's going on. It's because he literally doesn't trust her. And that is later resolved when they talk, where they really like start trusting each other, and then they properly have like they properly do the thing, And it was like an instance where it was meant to show that neither of them was truly ready. Both characters weren't fully ready for the other person, and we are actually seeing a lot of this right now with Chizuru and Kazuya. However, what's fascinating is that people so like, okay, there's a lot of layers to this. So let me show you one proof that we have that Kazuya doesn't trust Chizuru. There's already one piece of evidence that shows Kazuya doesn't trust Chizuru. And it's literally this page. It is literally this page. Read it carefully. Kazuya's like, he might be here to declare his victory, right? Just because Umi happened to say this is about Chizuru, right? You freak, or Kazuya freaks. And he's like, wait, calm down, but she says she wouldn't have a boyfriend until July 11th. July 11th is for me. July 11th is for me. But that in of itself could be a lie. What if Chizuru lied to me? He doesn't trust her. He doesn't have faith in his partner. So, literally, this dialogue, if you're not carefully paying attention and you're just dismissing it as Kazuya's freaking out because Kazuya's freaking out, you're not catching the little subtle hint that he doesn't fucking trust her. And this is incredibly fitting because what is going on right now with Ruka, right? What is literally going on right now with Ruka? Ruka betrayed Kazuya's trust already. Ruka is already this character that's making him feel guilty, and he feels guilty towards her, and he feels guilty towards Chizuru. So he thinks he's the bad person. And what that does is that it validates his own fear that Chizuru will take this poorly, which in turn shows he doesn't trust her because he doesn't. And then you bring it full circle and you realize the reason Kazuya doesn't trust her is because he doesn't actually talk to her. And Chizuru does certain things that scare him. Don't trust Ruka. What you don't realize is that Kazuya doesn't trust anybody. That's what you don't realize. That's what I was going to get to. I guess I had to skip to that part. What you don't realize is that Kazuya doesn't trust anybody. He doesn't trust Ruka. He doesn't trust Umi. He doesn't trust Chizuru. And in some ways, he doesn't even trust Minnie. And a huge part of that stems from the seeming betrayal he experienced in Hawaiians, where his own family turned against him when certain things they already assumed about him happened to be looked a little true to them. So naturally, Kazuya is now in that position. This huge aspect of Kazuya's character that he used to believe in people, he doesn't believe in people anymore. And with Ruka, the issue in particular that Kazuya really experienced with Ruka stems from the fact that Ruka is like very entrenched in Kazuya's daily life. And in particular, what Ruka did that really betrayed Kazuya's trust, that I think people are not talking about, where they're so focused on the sexual assault element that they're not talking about this element of trust that's very important here. Could you say he doesn't even trust his own body too? Again, I was going to get to that. Jesus fucking Christ. Damn it, I was going to get to that. Okay. Kazuya lets Ruka into his home. Okay? She's acting like a cute girlfriend. She's being supportive. She's being understanding. She's unassuming. She's not judging him. She makes Kazuya feel safe. Right? But there's the underlying tone that the chapter started with that already tells you he already doesn't feel safe with her. And it's this thing right here. Kazuya's goal list, he had to take it off. He can't be fully honest with Ruka because Ruka might explode on him at any moment. So even though Ruka is giving him this false sense of security, Kazuya already didn't feel safe with her. But she starts easing him in, making him feel comfortable. She's a cute girlfriend. She's caring. She's happy. And again, you have little subtle details that again imply to you, okay, he doesn't actually feel safe with her. And it's stuff like this. The small little lie that Kazuya tells Ruka about her being the first one here and not Minnie, again, stems from the fact that he actually doesn't fully trust her, that he can't fully open up to her. Kazuya's relationship with Ruka is like a microcosm of Kazuya's relationship with Chizuru. It's literally on a smaller scale. What he's experiencing with Ruka is essentially what he's experiencing with Chizuru on a smaller scale, and in some ways, a little worse. So what happens is, Ruka makes him feel safe. Ruka makes him feel comfortable. She's caring. She's understanding. Every time he's worried she's going to explode, she doesn't explode. And then what happens? He asks her to step away. She steps away. You know, she's seemingly listening to him. She's seemingly acknowledging what he feels. And then she stops acknowledging what he feels. And then this happens. And then this scene happens. And suddenly, Ruka stops acknowledging what he feels. Suddenly, Ruka wants certain things from him. And it scares him. Kazuya runs off. And then he doubts himself. Now, we're going to introduce what... man, you should change your name. Little Mr. Beast Jr. I'm a Mr. Beast hater, just please understand. So that's why I'm saying that. I'm a Mr. Beast hater. So, but anyways, Beast Jr., that's what we're going to call you, Beast Jr., pointed out Kazuya doesn't trust his own body. Kazuya's lack of trust in himself literally occurs right here. This is what I mean about this entire sequence being a microcosm of the issue. Kazuya right here tries to run off. He says, every fiber of my being is telling me to get out of here. And that was the wrong choice. And him staying was also the wrong choice. Because this is his house. He should be in control. He's not in control of his house. He's not in control of his body. He's not in control of his mind. He doesn't trust anything. And then, this person who had built a sense of trust with him over the past month or so proceeds to not listen to anything he says and betray his feelings, which in turn makes him feel terrible. Right? He starts doubting himself. He starts doubting this person. This person who he built a modicum of trust with over this past month betrays his feelings again. She stops listening to him. And she literally doesn't stop until Kazuya literally climaxes. She literally refuses to stop. So, what you're not realizing is that this is a microcosm of the issue with Chizuru. Trust me, I don't like Mr. Beast either, lol. I've been going by that name since 2009 in my little gaming and social accounts. Oh. Okay. All right. Just we got a little backstory, some lore for Mr. Beast Jr. Okay. And this is another thing we see with this issue here. Kazuya's own body starts to feel good from this entire situation. Kazuya's body starts to feel good. He doesn't trust his body anymore. I can't move my body. I can't react. I can't do anything. So this is what I mean when I say chapter 218 is a really important fucking chapter. And people love to not listen to me and they want that chapter removed and all that bullshit. That chapter encapsulates Kazuya's trust issues. It encapsulates that entire fucking problem. Because he keeps telling his body one thing, and his body's like, screw you. You're not listening to how I feel. So Kazuya starts developing trust issues with his own mind and body. Literally, his entire being is turning against him. And in turn, so literally, he's having two forms of betrayal happening here. That's what you're not realizing. Everybody in this sequence is just focused on how Ruka is betraying him. You're not realizing Kazuya's second form of betrayal is his own body here. He's literally being betrayed by his own body. And in turn, he's being betrayed by Ruka, who is using that betrayal of his body. And Kazuya loses all control. He can't move. He can't react. And then his body climaxes on his own. When he snaps out of it, he runs and he gets scared. He feels like he's going to lose that smile. That same fear that he experienced when he was moving out, he's experiencing it again. So what are you seeing here repeatedly with Kazuya? This fear that he's going to lose Chizuru. It's connected to literally every single thing. Everything. It is connected to everything. 3-month time skip. He doesn't meet her because he's terrified he's going to lose her. When he goes to her house, he's afraid to touch her because he's afraid he's going to lose her. When after they get drunk and he passes out, he doesn't want to talk to her because he's afraid he's going to lose her. He's staying in her home and he's afraid of doing any little thing because he's afraid he's going to lose her. And then, when Kazuya finally develops a sense of trust with Chizuru, slowly but surely starts getting comfortable with her, the date happens, and all of a sudden he's rejected. And it confirms all of his fears. He's going to lose her. Then he takes care of her. They walk home. He's leaving. And Chizuru seems indifferent again. And he's freaking out because he's going to lose her. And then he faces a bit of that fear. He lets himself get scared again. And he tells her he's going to keep that promise, and then she kisses him. And suddenly, that fear resurfaces. Because he goes home, he goes to his new place, he sets up, he doesn't come back to Chizuru. Why does it... I'm going to ask you something really interesting here. Why doesn't Kazuya go back? Why does nobody ever question why Kazuya doesn't go back? Because deep down, somewhere underneath there, he doesn't trust her. And he thinks that he's going to lose her. So it's literally what you're experiencing with Kazuya is grief. It is the spiral of grief. Because guess what? Deep with grief, you get scared that the person is going to die, or they're going to go away, or they're going to leave you. So instead of committing to either breaking it off or getting or committing and trying to talk to them, you do neither. You do neither. You just stay in an infinite limbo where you don't get hurt, but you don't get what you want. Then Minnie shows up. And what does Minnie do? Minnie both confirms Kazuya's own fears and she confirms to him the thing that he wants. He got kissed. Chizuru is serious. But then Chizuru is also being wishy-washy and she's not being clear. And Kazuya just listens to Minnie. Even though what Minnie is saying is kind of nonsensical. Okay? And that was already highlighting the trust issues with you. Even with Umi. When Umi calls Kazuya and Kazuya freaks and finally does the thing he needed to do, where did all of that stem from? The fact that he did not trust her. Kazuya called Chizuru when the thing he should have done from the fucking start. The thing he should have done from the fucking start, talk to her. He only does that because Umi got him scared. He only talked to her because yet again he's confronted with this fear of the fact that he doesn't trust her. And guess what? The audience also doesn't trust her. Reiji is literally leveraging your trust and lack of trust in certain characters and using that effectively to either get you scared or to lure you into a false sense of security. Right? It's either to get you scared because you don't trust this character or to lure you into a false sense of security. For instance, prior to this, right? Prior to this, Kazuya runs into Mommy. You're all like, Mommy's going to do something evil. Mommy's going to do something horrendous. She's up to no good. And what happens? She asks this serious question. Kazuya doesn't respond, and mommy just leaves. And she just tells him his hair looks nice. That's it. Mommy doesn't do anything. Then we cut to a character we've somewhat established a sense of trust with, right? And I think this is the reason Reiji wanted to draw more Ruka. Because he wanted to give us more time to start trusting her. Reiji wanted to give us more time to start trusting Ruka. However, the chapter that we did get with Ruka, the 2 chapters we got with Ruka before the big date, those did do a decent amount of job of like, you're like, okay, there's clearly a trust going on here. However, there's also another issue going on. Kazuya's guilt for Ruka is building up. That is one thing you were getting introduced to at that time. There's a big focus on Kazuya's guilt for Chizuru. However, the thing that Kazuya is not saying to you in the current chapters is that he feels guilty about Ruka too. He does. And that guilt was slowly but surely building up. And then suddenly, Ruka, this character who you established a sense of trust with, betrays your trust, right? You started to suddenly trust Ruka a little bit. I know a lot of Western readers didn't really trust her. You know, a lot of Western readers are, they're very cynical, so they didn't really trust her. Me, having read the chapter that we did with Ruka in that when they went on that date, I was like, she's starting to act really cute. I'm starting to feel kind of bad for her. And then even some other like non-traditional Western readers were like, yeah, I'm kind of starting to feel bad for Ruka because it feels like she's being used. Only to have that entire perspective be flipped on its head. Who's using who? Who is using who? Plot twist, it was Ruka using Kazuya. Right? Or they were, more accurately, they were kind of using each other. And then suddenly, your entire perception of Ruka is betrayed. Right? She proceeds to betray your trust. She proceeds to betray Kazuya's trust. And that acts as like a second straw that broke the camel's back for Kazuya, where he already experienced a sense of betrayal with Chizuru, where he's confused on what Chizuru is doing and how Chizuru is acting, and he's not talking to her. And then suddenly, Ruka proceeds to do the same thing. And so Kazuya yet again experiences another betrayal, and he thinks, shit, Chizuru's going to turn on me. And that's the thing. That's the thing about a character like Minnie. Minnie also constantly gives Kazuya the signals that she's going to turn on him depending on what he does. She's constantly acting like she's on his side, but she actively gives him signals she might turn on you. You also see this with Kibe. I'll show you a great example of Kibe indicating to Kazuya, I'm going to turn on you depending on what you do. And it's basically these characters' mistakes that they need to start understanding. If you want to establish a trusting relationship with someone, stop giving them the signals you're going to fucking turn on them if they do a particular thing you don't like. And even Kibe later regrets this. I'll show you the scene where he fucking regrets it. Okay, chapter 245. Right? Kazuya feels like he betrayed Kibe. This is right after Hawaiians. Kazuya apologizes, saying sorry. And Kibe makes up with him. Right? Kibe makes up with him. The bond you two have is real. But guess what's happening here? Kazuya feels a little bit of guilt. Are you sensing a pattern? Kazuya feels guilty for Kibe. Kazuya feels guilty for Chizuru. Kazuya feels guilty for Ruka. Kazuya feels guilty for having thoughts about other women. Kazuya feels guilty about what happened in Hawaiians. Kazuya feels guilty for continuing to lie. Kazuya feels guilty about mommy. Guilt, 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 guilt. It just keeps adding the fuck up. And then Kibe does something here, right? Kibe's like, your relationship meant that much more to you, and Kazuya feels bad about this. If you break up now, I'll disembowel you with a chainsaw. Don't worry, if you turn into a zombie, I'll cave in your skull. He's trying to be a bro, but he's also giving him the signal, I don't trust you, and you can't actually talk to me. He's being a bro, but he's scaring Kazuya. It has two meanings. And guess what happens right after this scene? Kazuya goes home, and he hears the news regarding the issue of the heirs cabinet, chief cabinet section, illegal payments. The investigation has reached a standstill. Even still, there's been no word from Mizuhara for a whole week. I feel anxious. I've never felt such anxiety before. What the hell am I doing? I'm so anxious. I'm going to message her online at any moment. Yomori, are you home? I need advice. He's freaking the fuck out. He's hyperventilating. Kibe freaked him out. Because he's like, what if I mess up? And they don't trust me again. And then later, when Chizuru comes up to Kibe in chapter 303, listen to what Kibe says. Chizuru comes up to talk to him, and Chizuru asks him, Kibe-san, in your opinion, what kind of person do you think Kazuya-san is? Kibe freaks. What kind of question is that? I'm sorry, it's kind of sudden. Chizuru doesn't know how to explain. You're seeing a repeating pattern here. There's a repeating pattern with Nagomi, with Kibe, and with Kazuya's mom. There's so much that I can't tell him. I don't know what to say. That's not how you establish a relationship. What Reiji has been showing us, the repeating setup of literally everything, every meticulous detail you have been shown, is around talking. In particular, being able to just talk to someone and know they will not judge you and they will just listen and understand. They will understand that you you felt the need to lie, that you couldn't open up about something, and they will understand the part they played in making you feel this way. This is the fundamental issue in all of the relationships in the story. Every single one. Even Mommy. You can see it in Mommy. Mommy is terrified of talking to Kazuya because if she tells Kazuya what she did, he will hate her. And she knows that. She is terrified of that. That's why Mommy never tells Kazuya what she fucking did and chooses to live in La La Land. Chizuru is also stuck. Chizuru wants to open up to Nagomi. She wants to open up to Kibe. She wants to open up to Kazuya's mom. She wants to talk to people. They all want to talk to people. And they constantly feel like they can't. And these people are in part at fault for this. And they kind of know it. So what do? They try to keep some distance. They try to apologize. Instead of just telling them, I'm sorry for what I did, and I want you to feel like you can talk to me regardless of what happens, I don't mind. But they too are in their own way living a lie. Kazuya's family, Kibe, they're in some ways also living a lie. Because this is a lie they wanted. You know? They got proof for the lie, and it feels like a real lie, right? Or sorry, it feels like the truth now, but it's still a lie. You know? And they don't see what they did to create this lie. They don't see how they're a part of this. They don't see how they're literally pushing these characters to feel like they need to lie in order to make this come true, when you should be able to talk to your family members about the fact that you lied, and they won't judge you and they'll understand. And yet nobody in this story seemingly has that. Even Kazuya with Minnie. You know, Minnie still judges him for the lies. She never really feels understanding of him. And now pay attention to what Kibe does here. He's like, did something happen? Listen to what Kibe says. He notices something is wrong. I said I'd kill him if you guys ever split, but I know you two started from a complicated situation, but you are both adults, so there's no telling what'll happen if I'm being honest. He literally realizes, okay, I know what I said, but I think that was stupid in retrospect. He starts to realize, okay, I may have said the wrong thing. I think I gave him the wrong impression. He notices Chizuru's serious. He stops asking questions. He stops reacting. He stops reacting and he starts realizing what he fucking did wrong. He takes a step back. This to me is one of the earliest signs that Kibe is starting to mature. He's starting to understand how to interact with these characters. He's starting to learn what it means to grow the fuck up and stop just reacting to the world around you because he wanted to react. It is so obvious he wanted to react. And then he stopped and looked again. And he's like, okay, I'm going to take a step back. I'm clearly making this worse. He talks. He explains. He doesn't really give her the answer she wants. And he can't. The simple truth is, Kibe can't give Chizuru the answer she wants. She can't talk to him yet. Not yet. They're not at that point where they can talk. But Kibe wants to ask one question, so he does. He looks. He pays careful attention, and he knows Chizuru doesn't know how to answer. He can kind of get a clue, okay, Chizuru maybe doesn't know how to answer. But it's on her face. That look on your face says it all. He walks away. This should be reminiscent of something to you. This sequence should be reminiscent of something to you. And I bet most people didn't catch it. I bet a lot of people did not catch it because they don't want to compare these two characters. Umi asks Chizuru, do you have feelings for him? Chizuru tries to dismiss it. Umi's like, it's written all over your face. You like him. That look on your face says it all. This, to me, is what tells me what Umi is doing with Chizuru is not what you think it is. I'm like 90% certain now. What's happening with Umi is not what you think it is. I'm 90% certain now. What's happening with Umi is not what you think it is. It is something completely different. Because Umi is not stupid. He can tell she likes him. It's so fucking obvious she likes him. And the fact that Umi has enough perception to realize she likes him tells me he's not stupid enough to try to get between them. He's not stupid enough. He has enough self-awareness. And Umi is meant to be the reverse of Ruka. Because he backed off. Now later, it seems like he didn't. There's the whole confession thing. There's all that. And you start getting confused. But there's one particular detail about this entire sequence that tells me this is Umi's truth. You see both of his eyes. He's not hiding anything. he's not hiding anything here. Everything after this point, there's a bang covering one of his eyes. Nearly everything after this point, there's a bang covering one of his eyes. But here, you see his face clearly. You're seeing Umi for Umi. And this is where we hear this big line. I don't like him either. This line proceeds to echo throughout the entire story. It shows up again in the tiger's den. And this line continues to be in the back of your head. She likes him, but she doesn't like him? What does that mean? Umi asks Kazuya this question. Kazuya proceeds to say, it must mean they like you. And Umi's like, yeah, I agree. Umi agrees with the interpretation that Chizuru likes Kazuya. So why would he confess? It doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make sense. But you have trust issues. You have a reoccurring trust issue where you think something happened with Chizuru and Umi in the background. Maybe Umi kissed her. Maybe Umi did this. Maybe Umi did that. Maybe Umi's trying to get into her pants by getting her all involved in the acting business. And yet, if you pay careful attention throughout the story, Umi never really did that. Umi's never really done that. That's not really his character. Even here, after this point, Umi still retweets them. It doesn't add up. And none of it adds up. None of it makes any sense. And what Reiji is doing is actively leveraging your interpretation of Umi and your distrust of him. He's actively, consistently leveraging that. Umi never touched Chizuru, too. The only time Umi touched Chizuru, there's 2 points. There's only twice where Umi touches Chizuru. One, he was going to touch Chizuru when he wanted to adjust her earring. And people still make crazy theories about that sequence where they're like, oh, Umi was secretly going to kiss her in that scene when there was no fucking proof he was. And then the other time Umi touched Chizuru was when she slipped and he grabbed her. That's the only other time. And I still stand by my theory. That what happened in that sequence, the one I just showed you, what happened in this sequence was that secretly, Umi was essentially going through what Kazuya went through. That he had a breakup with his girlfriend. And he was essentially trying to date Chizuru to get over her. Chizuru was his rebound. Much like how Chizuru at the very start of the series, for Kazuya, was in some ways his rebound. Where he rented a girlfriend because he wanted to get over this pain. Umi with Chizuru is literally the same thing. Didn't he break up for Chizuru, not a rebound? You don't know that. He never specifies. Read the dialogue carefully. He never specifies. He says we broke up. But there's stuff that doesn't add up about what he said. For instance, he tells Chizuru he already made these plans to go on this event a week ago. And when did he break up with her? A week ago. Why would he make these plans if he was going to break up with her? You could say maybe they broke up suddenly, but that would give you the indication she broke up with him. Since he's the one who made the plans. See how it doesn't add up? He literally tells you, like in the chapter prior to this one, he literally says he made these plans a week ago and he broke up with her a week ago. That doesn't make sense. It's almost like Maybe he lied about the booking? No, because he tells you this is a very prestige place and you don't get bookings easily. He literally says these, every single thing adds up. You have to pay very careful attention. Every single thing adds up. And Reiji has been actively, consistently leveraging your lack of understanding of Umi's character, and in particular, how Umi was introduced. This is super important. You can understand every single character in this story and how they were introduced. How was Umi introduced? Umi appeared very suspicious when we first saw him. You thought him and Chizuru were dating. You get this impression that Umi is this guy who's dating Chizuru, and it makes sense, they're the perfect couple. And then all of a sudden you start getting implications that Umi's this sleazy guy who's using Chizuru. What a piece of shit. And then Kazuya confronts him, and it turns out it's none of these things. And it turns out it's literally none of these things. What are you experiencing right now? What are we experiencing right now with Umi? The same exact thing. You are being led, you are being given the impression something is going on with Umi. There's a constant connection to him. Umi seems to know more and understand certain things that we do not. There seems to be some secret with him in the background. You see what Ruka is doing, and you're like, well, Ruka seems to be the inverse of Umi, so maybe there's something similar happening with Umi in the background, with Chizuru. And suddenly, and that adds up. You have this distrust of Chizuru as a byproduct of what happened in the rejection. And then there's all these weird people online who have this impression that Umi is this, there's this whole NTR story going on. That's further exasperated by chapter 218, where everyone believes, like, oh my god, all this author wants to do is draw NTR. That's all he fucking cares about. Kazuya's fear exasperates this. You're all being led under a false premise. You think you understand what's going on. You absolutely do not. And Umi may not be at all what you think he is. He might not be what you think he is whatsoever. Because he's constantly being presented as something akin to Mommy. And yet he never does what Mommy does. He never actually does any of the stuff Mommy does. You don't see him do any of it. Even when talking to Chizuru, he doesn't really badmouth Kazuya. Not really. The only thing is he refers to him as that guy. He doesn't refer to him by name. That's the only thing. He never refers to him by name. He refers to him as that guy. But that's the thing. Neither does Chizuru. Chizuru never says Kazuya's name to other people. She just refers to him as that guy. So Umi does the same thing. With Kazuya, he addresses him by name. With Chizuru, he speaks in her language. It's like he's echoing back at Chizuru what she herself is putting out. And I think that's a huge factor in what's going on. I genuinely believe this line is central to everything. And in particular, you can see why this line is central to everything in Umi's flashback. In Umi's flashback at the beginning of chapter 408, he particularly remembers that's where I'm at. In the Japanese, what Chizuru tells Umi here is, I'm sure that's where my feelings are. As if to imply, I can fall in love. She's essentially telling Umi, I think I'm at a point where I can fall in love. In particular, she says, I'm sure I'm at that point. So what happens here? The two particular flashbacks you get of Umi are Chizuru saying, I'm really sorry, directly rejecting him, and two, telling him exactly where her feelings are at. None of this has to do with Kazuya. Remember, which scene? There's a scene he could have remembered that could have indicated this is about Kazuya. Right? If he thought of this scene, you could think this is about Kazuya. And it's in that same sequence. It is in that same exact sequence. Notice how they show this picture of Chizuru, but not the words she says. They showed this exact image of Chizuru, but the words she speaks here are not the words she speaks in this scene. You are deliberately being given a specific set of words. So the words she says here are from an earlier scene. Right here in Japanese, Chizuru says, right now, I'm sure, not I might. She doesn't say I might. She says, I'm sure I can fall in love. This is what she says to Umi here. And she proceeds to say, I'm sure that's where I'm at. Not I think. She sounds more uncertain in the English. In the English, she sounds more uncertain. In the Japanese, she's certain. There is a certainty to her words. Chizuru knows for a fact. She's literally saying this like, I know for a fact. Like, I can fall in love and I'm 90%, like, she's literally saying, I'm 100% sure this is where I'm at. And even here, they translate it like that. She says that here, not in this page. Umi could have thought of her words, I want to face that person wholeheartedly. He doesn't. He doesn't think of these words. He thinks of these words. Isn't that weird? It's almost like this is not about Kazuya. It's almost like this is not about Kazuya. He's literally telling you the truth. This is about Chizuru. In particular, Chizuru's feelings. And there's some evidence that highlights this to me. For instance, there's a line that we hear in chapter 394 when Chizuru talks to Umi. This line is a very small line, but this is a common thing in literature. This is a very, very common thing in literature. You'll have a character say some sort of line during a particular segment that's a small line. It just feels like small talk, but it actually holds significantly more meaning than you realize. And it's this line right here. Umi's with his friends, and they say Sakamichi is supposed to come too, to that get-together. What? Again, he lied last time. He said he's serious this time. 1. This literally already happened right now. In this exact sequence right now, it happened. What do I mean? Chizuru said she would go to this thing with Umi in chapter 30. Chapter 30. She said she would go to one of these events with Umi. The soccer thing, or the, futsal. She never did. Suddenly, she does. Now, let's flip that meaning a little bit. Chizuru, up until now, has said she will find her answer and she will figure it out. And you interpret her as if she's not being serious. She's lying. Right? Chizuru has told us for a while she's going to figure out her answer. And now she goes to Umi and you hear these guys say, he said he's serious this time. And yet again, Chizuru and Umi have a confrontation where Umi is controlling the flow of the conversation. And then Chizuru ultimately confronts him, takes control, and she rejects him. Umi doesn't look like he's buying this. He's like, okay, fine, give me some details. Did you and him get closer after that? And I want you to pay careful attention to how Umi is presented here. What is Umi wearing? Black on the outside, white on the inside. It's like he's a judge. And look at how he's presented here. He's quite literally towering. He is looking down. It's like he is a mythical figure up above, looking down and judging. And notice what he does. Pay attention to how he is looking at Chizuru's, how he responds to what Chizuru is saying. It's as if he is judging if she is serious. Oh, so you're going to turn me down directly. You took control of the conversation and you turned me down. Did you and him get closer after that? He judges. The moon right behind him. And we know the moon represents Kazuya and Chizuru's love. It's as if he is the moon judging her. Okay. You said you got closer. All right. Chizuru says, yeah. Are you dating now? No. I see. I don't want to be lame, but by acting all jealous. Whoever you decide to be with must be a great guy, and if being with that person makes you happy, then that's good enough for me. But from the bottom of my heart, I'm hoping for that person to be me. I love you, Chizuru-san. Notice how he doesn't stutter. Notice how it feels rehearsed. Notice how it feels like he's a master of his craft. He doesn't move. He doesn't budge. He doesn't even blush. And Chizuru, the way he's looking down at her, it's as if she failed or something. Or she couldn't get through to him, and it's just, the conversation's just looping. And this gives you the impression of Ruka. This makes you think of Ruka. This is something Ruka would do. The person would tell you, I don't like you, I like someone else. And the person would just be like, oh, well, I hope that's me, I love you, and date me. But that's the thing. Whenever Ruka does this stuff, she blushes, she reacts, she has a whole bunch of emotions. Umi's stone fucking cold. This dude is like a robot. He doesn't even fucking budge. Ruka would sexually assault. We'll get into that in another. Let's put that to the side. Let's not get into that. I don't like just saying that stuff. Mostly because while what Ruka did is sexual assault, there is a layer to the situation where she doesn't recognize what she did, and Kazuya has a factor to play in this. So I don't like just saying Ruka would just sexually assault. No, she wouldn't. Not initially, because Ruka doesn't realize the magnitude of what she's doing. If Ruka knew what she was fucking doing, she wouldn't do it. But she doesn't. She thinks what she's doing is normal. That's the problem. She thinks what she's doing is normal. It's not normal. Anyways, Umi doesn't do anything. He just looks at Chizuru stone cold. We're back to square one. It's like everything Chizuru didn't matter. It's like he just told her, what you just told me is not good enough. Isn't that another way you could just interpret what Umi said to her? What you just told me is not good enough. You got closer to him, but you're not dating him, therefore that's not good enough, so I'm going to try again. If you were dating him, I might have not done this. It's like he's questioning her feelings. It's literally like he is questioning her feelings. It's like he's telling to her, okay, you told me before that you don't not like him. You seem to have gotten closer, but you're still not dating him. What the fuck? Why aren't you dating him? What's the deal? Okay, you're still not serious. Because you're not dating him, you're not serious. So I'm going to do this again. That's how I'm interpreting this scene. Whether that's how Chizuru understands this scene to be, is a whole other matter. I'm saying this is what Umi's doing. I'm not saying this is how Chizuru understands this scene. Okay? I'm saying this is what Umi's doing. Chizuru stops. She says, I'm not that kind of person that you think I am, Umi-kun. Right? Hey, so this line, you would think this line is about how Umi views her as this like perfect person who doesn't mess up, who doesn't do any of these things. I think this line has an undertone that you don't realize the true meaning of. What Chizuru is saying to Umi here is that I'm not this shallow person you think I am who's indecisive. I'm actually serious. Because if we go by Umi's interpretation that I've just been describing to you, Chizuru tells Umi she's not going to date him, and she clearly has feelings for Kazuya, but she's not like dating him either. Is she just stringing Kazuya along? How many people said that when Chizuru rejected him? How many people fucking said that when Chizuru rejected him? Right? Take that context, apply it to this situation, and it completely fits. From Umi's perspective, Chizuru told him, I don't not like Kazuya, but I don't like him either. Or I don't like Kazuya, but I don't not like him either. He tells her, it's so obvious you're in love with him. She proceeds to not date Kazuya and refuses to reject Umi outright. Umi's seemingly trying to push her to reject him. He already knows he lost. And he seemingly keeps confessing to her. And you think this is like Ruka. Your interpretation is this is exactly like Ruka. Because Ruka already knows she lost and she keeps trying. Except, Umi feels a lot more methodical. It doesn't feel like he's constantly pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. It feels timed. He only does it in certain circumstances when he notices certain things. So when he notices Kazuya, he confesses again. You think, your interpretation, because he noticed Kazuya and he confessed again, that must be because he's jealous. Right? That must be because he's jealous. In reality, what if he's doing that out of respect for Kazuya in some ways? Okay, you won't date him, fine, I'll confess to you. As an almost reminder to you that you're still not dating him. You're still not doing the thing. And this, in many ways, is fitting for Umi's character in a lot of ways. What do I mean? Umi tries to help and makes things worse. At least for Chizuru. For Chizuru's particularly. Throughout the story, we've constantly seen Umi try to help and in some ways make things worse. In some ways, he's adding to Chizuru's guilt. In others, he is actually helping. I would argue Umi has actually been helping more and more lately than you realize. Because almost every time he's done what he's done, it's resulted in a positive change. Tiger's Den results in Kazuya figuring out his feelings. When he visits Chizuru at her home, it results in Kazuya and Chizuru going on a real date where they get a lot closer and Kazuya starts trusting her a little more. This happens, it results in Kazuya calling Chizuru. To me, Umi represents the necessary conflict of the narrative. That's what Umi is. He is the necessary conflict of the narrative. Umi is what needs to happen. And not in the, he needs to date Chizuru way. Don't take that out of context, you pieces of shit. Umi is the conflict that needs to happen. He is the things that they need to talk about. Much like how Ruka and Mami and Minnie are things Chizuru and Kazuya need to fucking talk about. Okay? And that's where this line makes a lot of sense. Chizuru is like, you're misinterpreting me. And you think of it as, oh, he's misinterpreting Chizuru as this perfect person. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe he's misinterpreting Chizuru as this shallow person. You know, as the shallow person who likes these shallow compliments. Suddenly, the shallow compliments Umi gives Chizuru makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Because Umi's interpretation of Chizuru is she likes shallow compliments. Or he's telling her this is what you look like. So now when Umi's giving these shallow compliments, you could reinterpret that scene as, oh, he's doing that because he literally thinks she's acting shallow. He literally thinks that she's acting like a shallow person, so he's treating her as such. He's giving her this, it's almost like a lesson. I'm not capable of choosing a great guy or even understanding what makes me happy. So I'm not going to just pick some great guy because that's shallow as fuck. And I'm not understanding what makes me happy. I'm still figuring that out. I don't know, like, what truly makes me happy in a relationship. But right now, I'm sure I can fall in love. That's where I am. So I'm sorry. Right now, I want to face that person wholeheartedly. You get a contradiction here. She says she wants to face Kazuya wholeheartedly. She doesn't. Now, she answers his phone call and she talks to him, but Chizuru hasn't been going to see Kazuya. So you're left confused. You're like, okay, on one hand, she answered the call when he called. On the other, why is she not really talking to him? That's weird. That doesn't seem to add up. What's going on? So Chizuru rejects Umi, and you interpret this scene as just a normal rejection. You know, she shut Umi out, everyone's cheering, everyone's excited. In reality, you don't understand this scene at all. Because you are getting this scene out of context. You think you have context for this scene. You don't. You are absolutely sure you have context for this scene. You do not. You think you do. You don't. Because the Umi you're seeing here does not match the Umi prior to the Tiger's Den. This Umi is not the same Umi that you're seeing. You literally see two different Umis constantly throughout the story. The way Umi interacts with Chizuru when he's in front of Kazuya is more akin to the real Umi. The way Umi interacts with Chizuru in secret like this is like a totally different character. And that makes you think of characters like Mami. You think he's like Mami. Reiji actively leads you to believe he's akin to Mami, he's akin to Ruka. That's the kind of character Umi is. And yet, you actively get things that contradict that narrative. Actively. In particular, the fact that you don't ever see Umi doing any of the heinous shit these other characters do. Ever. He never does anything like Mami does. He never says, I'm going to get them to break up. He never tries to actually do anything that breaks them up. If anything, he realizes they like each other. So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. Umi is not like Mami and Ruka. He is not like those characters at all. And there's a reason Umi in particular has a comparison being struck with Minnie. Because Minnie is seemingly being presented as a mentor / helpful figure in the story. And now we're getting to the point where we're starting to realize, wait, Minnie's actually making shit worse. You know, Minnie's actually making shit worse. Because every time Minnie has been involved in the story, the characters do stupid shit. She literally pushes them apart. They were literally going to talk. Like, literally, they should have gone and talked to each other. Then Minnie gets involved, and suddenly Kazuya won't call Chizuru. Isn't that weird? Think about it. If Minnie never showed up, would Kazuya would have eventually called Chizuru. Because he has nothing to work off of. He could think and think forever, but eventually he would have had to call her because nobody's coming to help. You're going to have to figure this out, dude. He would have run into her at school or something. He would have had to talk to her. He would literally not have any other choice. But Minnie shows up and suddenly he has his safety net. Minnie shows up and suddenly Kazuya has his safety net. He doesn't have to try. You know, if Chizuru is serious, she'll call you. Except Chizuru did put in an effort. Relationships are two ways. You got to fucking talk to her. And what does Kazuya not do? this entire time. What does Minnie literally tell him not to do when she goes and talks to Chizuru? Don't call her. Don't contact her. Keep working on this bullshit self-improvement. She literally gives him the worst advice possible. Don't talk to her. She tells him, you could call her right now, and I'm pretty sure it would work out. But that's like one sentence out of like 10 where she's telling him not to talk to her. Minnie is the problem. Minnie is a separator, disguised as a unifier. I've said this before. I've said this a long time ago. Umi, in contrast, and I still believe this, is a unifier disguised as a separator or a divider. And I'm pretty sure about this. Ruka, in contrast... Oh, also, don't invite her to your birthday, lol. Yeah, well, that's more Kazuya's choice. That was more so Kazuya's choice. He literally chose not to invite her. Well, that's the thing. Like, there's only a limit you can toss onto Minnie. At some point, it does become Kazuya's own responsibility. And Nagomi tries to tell Kazuya this. Nagomi, in chapter 399, does try to tell Kazuya this. Where, you see it right here, she tells Kazuya, you should have told me that sooner then. If this was going to be your choice, why didn't you tell me sooner? You're like, Kazuya's like all huff and puff. He's so certain of himself. And she tells him, okay, why didn't you tell me sooner then? You've got to learn to take initiative or else job hunting will eat you alive. Kazuya dismisses this. What he doesn't realize is this advice is far more important than he knows. What he doesn't realize about this scene, this is the most important advice he could have possibly gotten, and he doesn't take it. He just dismisses it. Kazuya just dismisses Nagomi's advice here as she's just being tough on me. Not realizing this is the best advice you could have possibly gotten. It's literally like AI. You can blame AI, but it comes down to who uses it and how they use it. Well, no. That's... Yes and no. Yes and no. The AI is at fault. First off, the AI is absolutely at fault. While at the same time, you using it is also at fault. It's the same. Your argument is akin to guns. You know the argument that guns don't kill people, people kill people? It's both true and false. For a very simple reason. The very existence of a gun. You can use it correctly, though. No. You can't use AI correctly. For a very simple reason. You have to be incredibly specific about what you want from the AI. And even then, that is you literally telling it, this is specifically what I want you to tell me so I can feel like I'm correct. Theoretically, you can use AI correctly. Theoretically. In reality, it's the very foundation of AI is false. So naturally, you using it is in of itself a problem. This is why I was comparing it to guns or weapons. People will say guns don't kill people, people kill people. That's not inherently true. Because the very existence of a gun will naturally invite its use. And its use may ultimately result in a positive and a negative. Therefore, the very existence of a gun is bad. See the problem? Now, does that mean you shouldn't have weapons? Not necessarily. But when you have the weapons all widespread and very easily accessible by a lot of people, it becomes a problem. Now you have some of my stance on fucking gun control. You guys kind of know a little bit about how I feel about gun control. AI is no better than a calculator. No, a calculator is better than AI. A calculator is better than AI because at least it's consistent. Whatever you input, you'll get back, but if you input the wrong thing, it will be wrong. But it will be, well, sorry. No. There's a difference. A calculator will always give you what you give it, but it will always give you the correct answer to what you entered. AI won't. That's the difference between a calculator and an AI. An AI will give you a wrong answer depending on what you asked. A calculator will always give you the correct answer to what you inputted. But an AI can give you the wrong answer, even if you write the right things. So, like, if I ask an AI, what's Kazuya's last name from a girlfriend, it could give me the wrong answer. But if I inputted 2 + 2 in a calculator, it will always give me 4. It's never going to give me anything else unless it's broken. See what I mean? So, no, that's not true. A calculator is better than AI. Period. Gun comparison makes too much sense. Yeah, no, like, congrats, you guys kind of know a little bit about my stance about gun control. So whenever Umi talks with Kazuya, what would it lead to Kazuya to reach out to meet up with Chizuru? See, that's what I'm super curious about. When Umi talks to Chizuru, it leads to Kazuya reaching out to talk to her. Or sorry, when Umi talks to Kazuya, it leads to Kazuya talking to Chizuru. But now Umi's talking to Kazuya directly. Would it lead to Kazuya talking to Chizuru? Right? Because like last time, Chizuru talked to Umi, and that led to Kazuya talking to Chizuru. Now Kazuya is talking to Umi. Would that lead to Chizuru talking to Kazuya? So maybe flip it. Would it lead to Chizuru talking to Kazuya? Which I think is totally possible because they really need to fucking talk. I wonder why Umi always is too casual with Kazuya. He's not like he is with he's not like that with others. Actually, you don't know that. The way Umi talks with Kazuya is quite similar to how he used to talk with Chizuru. No, it's actually quite consistent. I would recommend you go back and see that stuff. It's actually quite consistent. He's pretty friendly. The way Umi talks with Kazuya is quite similar to how he talks to other people. It looks different to you because of your perception, but it's actually quite similar. Depends on what they're going to talk about. I think Umi finding out about the Ruka thing and possibly talking to Chizuru about it could result in Chizuru talking to Kazuya. What was happened at Kazuya's birthday? Fake? What? You might want to rewrite that sentence. I have no idea what you wrote, Marcelo. Okay. So that's my initial thing that I wanted to do. Now we can actually get into the chapter. Let's go see Mute. Let's go see Mute. I'm going to move this here real quick just in case. Just give me a sec. Alrighty, Mute. Let's see what Mute had to write for today. This is an analysis and impression piece with satisfaction rating 408. This theme this time is the reason we are introducing Umi-kun. I don't think he knows what a theme is. I'm not trying to be a dick. But that's not a theme. That's not a theme. Like, would you say that's a theme? I don't think that's a theme. Like, maybe that's a theme. Maybe you could say that's a theme, but whatever. I'm gonna stop being a judgy whore. Let's continue. While there are many comments saying I'm over Umi-kun already, on the flip side, Kazuya doesn't get serious without Umi-kun, so he plays a role in advancing the story. Yeah, kinda. This time, it's possible to consider that Mr. Miyajime forgot about the appointment Umi had at 9 p.m. It's unnatural for Umi to arrive about 6 hours early than the promised time, or for Kazuya to wrap up work 2 hours early. And the reason I arrived early doesn't hold up. But I'll write that following impression based on the premise that Mr. Miyajime didn't forget. Yeah, I agree. Umi arriving early makes sense. Kazuya getting off at 7 also makes some sense because sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, Kazuya getting off a little early at 7 instead of 9 makes some sense because 7 is like the reoccurring number of that chapter, and Kazuya is really curious, right? Remember, Kazuya literally says he's really fucking curious. And Ruka has the evening shift, so Kazuya probably thinks I can get off. And he says maybe about 7 o'clock, right? Did you notice that? Kazuya says maybe about 7 o'clock. As if to imply he's not sure. It's like he's saying, I can get off early. Any thoughts about Room 17? We'll get into it later. I already have a lot to say about Room 17. We'll get into it later. So maybe about 7 o'clock. Is Kazuya not sure? As if he's implying he can get off early. So that's totally possible. Kazuya could try to get off early. So it's not unreasonable. He did tell him at 9, but it makes sense to try and get off early. Umi-kun is reminiscing about being rejected by Chizuru, but the reason Chizuru rejected him was Kazuya's presence. So why did Chizuru choose Kazuya over Umi-kun? I feel like that's a silly question. Everyone always says this question. I feel like it's a silly question. This is only the third time Umi-kun has met Kazuya. It's reasonable to assume that the strong interest in Kazuya led him to visit earlier than the promised time. I think it's not a strong interest in Kazuya. Maybe there's an interest in Kazuya, but I don't agree with that analysis. Ruka emphasizes that she has no interest in idols or actors. She's not even surprised by having 300,000 followers, plainly saying that they're all shallow inside. And as for the retweet during the crowdfunding, she says, I forgot about it, as if it doesn't even register with her. This suggests that in the future, there won't be any romantic flag standing between Umi-kun and Ruka. But So it's not that they won't team up, but rather that the likelihood of Umi-kun and Ruka teaming up increases if their interests align. If Ruka approaches Umi-kun with a superficial fangirl-like attitude, it would actually make it harder to resolve that and achieve teamwork. That said, at that point, they don't seem to be a collaborative relationship. I think people thinking Ruka and Umi would team up is in of itself a false premise. And they don't understand jack shit. If they really think that's what's going to happen. They don't understand jack shit. If they really think that's what's going to happen. Because it's not. And I'll gladly be wrong in the future. I'll gladly be wrong if Reiji somehow proves me wrong. Sure, I'll take that L. But no, I think that's a false premise. Ruka gives an ambiguous reply of but this isn't out of indifference. It's because she doesn't want Kazuya to see through her feelings. She must be curious about Kairi's, Umi's relationship with Chizuru and what Kazuya really thinks about it. So she takes no action here. But that leaves the readers with a lingering sense that something might happen later on. Okay. Umi didn't do shit in the past, so why now? What I've been saying the whole fucking time. I've been saying that the whole fucking time. If you mean why is he doing something right now? What is the one thing that changed? There is a single factor that changed. You think it's the rejection. You think why Umi is acting right now is the rejection. I counter with it's Chizuru's feelings. It's Chizuru's feelings. What did Umi do when Chizuru told him, I don't not like Kazuya? What did he do? He comes up to Kazuya and he asks him, he tells him, I respect you. He tells him all this stuff. And then he asks him ambiguously, much like how Chizuru said that line ambiguously, what do you think of these words? As he repeats them 3 times. Kazuya asks him, is this for a script? Umi says, no, it's something else. Kazuya is like, well, that must mean they like you, right? Umi looks at him, smiles, and says, yeah, I agree. That's all I wanted to talk about. All right. Moves on. Umi wants to talk to Kazuya for the first time ever when Chizuru tells him her feelings about Kazuya. And what does he talk to Kazuya about? Chizuru's feelings and what Kazuya thinks of them. Suddenly, Umi, who had done nothing up until this point, when Chizuru's feelings are still ambiguous to us, does something when Chizuru's feelings become clearer. When Chizuru conveys how serious she is about her feelings for Kazuya. Suddenly, Umi does something. Just like how when he first referred her feelings for Kazuya, he wanted to talk to him and ask what he thinks of her feelings. It's almost like this has nothing to do with the rejection. Those are there's on one hand there's the rejection, on the other there is Chizuru's feelings and where she is emotionally. Chizuru's feelings changing is the driving force for why Umi's doing this. And you think, well, yeah, that's obvious. He doesn't want her to date Kazuya because he has feelings for her. But him having feelings for her, in my opinion, is a false premise. You think it's the truth. But, you again got it out of context. When we heard Umi confess to Chizuru, you got it out of context. How? Kazuya and Mini followed Chizuru and Umi and saw something with absolutely no context. Is that or is that not true? You think you have context because Kazuya remembers what happened in the tiger's den, and Kazuya's like, that must have been what Umi said. But why did Umi say that? He clearly knows she likes Kazuya, so why the fuck did he even bother saying that? You don't need context, though? You always need context. Every single time you need context, especially with this story. Context is fundamental to writing and understanding other people. There's no such thing as you don't need context. That is horseshit. Him proposing to her is the context proposing. Umi didn't propose. What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? He didn't propose. He just confessed. All he did was say, I love you. And that's the thing. I love you doesn't mean jack shit. Because Kazuya says I love you all the time. And it doesn't change anything. And you don't understand the full context of their relationship with Kazuya simply saying, I love you. You don't understand the full context of a relationship in simply saying, I love you. You think you do. You don't. You don't know the magnitude of these words. You don't know the depth and the history and the meaning behind them. You're just hearing, I love you. You literally don't know. You think you do. But it doesn't make any fucking sense. He was rejected in the past. In the tiger's den, he clearly realized Chizuru has feelings for him. He clearly realized Kazuya also seemingly has feelings for her. He was checking him out. He's making sure they both have feelings for each other. And then he realizes both of them has feelings. And then suddenly he confesses. Why? It makes no sense. It doesn't add up. You think it does. It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. Because Umi has not been given context like Ruka and Mami. Both Ruka and Mami were given context when they did shit like this. Umi was never given context. You understand why Ruka's doing what she's doing. You know. You somewhat understood why Mami was doing what she's doing, and then you got a little more context with her family history, but you were constantly hinted at with her family history. And that's the thing. People think Reiji pulled the family history thing out of his ass. Dude, I figured it out 20 chapters before it was shown. I'm not kidding. I can show you the video. I figured it out 20 chapters before it was shown. And then Reiji later said he had written it at the very beginning of the fucking series. It was supposed to be part of the, it was supposed to be as early as like chapter 40. And if you go back to those earlier scenes, it's all there. Go back to season 1 of the anime and watch the ending. It's literally right there. He had written it that fucking early. And it's the same thing with Umi. All the signs are there. Literally, all of the signs are fucking there. You have to pay attention to the context. Context is central. If you don't pay attention to the context, you're not going to understand. So to say context is not important is horseshit. It absolutely is. Especially with a narrative like this one that plans and writes things in very specific ways. So you have to recognize what's actually happening. Especially, even more so, considering a huge theme of the current narrative is illusions. And how Kazuya and Ruka and a lot of the characters are under illusions. I literally just described that to you. How characters can't talk to each other and they don't know why. And they're stuck in this trap where they think they can't talk to this person when they need to be able to. Umi is no different. The layers of Umi's character are literally all being laid out for you in plain sight. You just have to be willing to understand the context and understand what's happening. And not do what Kazuya and Minnie did and get it out of context. Because Kazuya did he made the same exact mistake he did when he first saw Umi. He made the same exact mistake he did when he first saw Umi. He followed them and he listened to something out of context. And because you hear the words, I love you, you think there's no other context for this. Except there is. Because Umi already got rejected in the past. And he knows he got rejected, so why bother? You don't know the answer to that why. Here, you're given the impression, well, you're not dating yet, so that's good enough for me. What did Reishi just do here in this chapter? What did he do? He reinforced your narrative. What has he been doing for a while now? Actively reinforcing your narrative and your interpretation of events that he knows for a fact is wrong. Case in point, the Odaiba date. Throughout the Odaiba date, these two are so in love. Holy shit, the confession is going to happen. This is it. This is the big date. It's all going to work out. They're so clearly in love. It's so fucking perfect. Rejection. You get a confession and a rejection. And you're like, what the fuck? And suddenly, Kazuya starts thinking about it and he's like, well, were there signs? Was Minnie right? And then he disagrees with Minnie. And then he realizes he missed crucial signs, like Chizuru's foot getting hurt. Suddenly, Chizuru not wanting to walk anymore makes a whole lot of sense. Context mattered to that scene. So here, chapter 377. Chizuru tells Kazuya, what does he say? He freaks and he's like, hey, how about we head over there? Let's walk some more. He wanted to walk across the entire beach. He's busy looking at his hand and Chizuru says, wait a second, I want to talk right here. Why does Chizuru want to talk here? And suddenly, when you realize she's had blisters on both her feet the entire time, you're like, oh shit. That's one of the reasons she probably didn't want to keep walking. She literally couldn't. She didn't want to trouble him. She knew if they kept walking, she would collapse, and he would worry about her, and then they couldn't do what they needed to do. When they separate, she tells him, I want some time alone. The reason she wanted time alone, she couldn't keep walking. She needed a break. She didn't want him to feel bad for her. context is absolutely fucking necessary. Okay? When you say context is not necessary, you are fucking lying. It is absolutely necessary. Suddenly you understand why Chizuru did what she did. You're like, oh, that's why that happened. But then you go throughout the date and you're like, well, she was saying all that. Was she planning to reject him all along? And then later the characters realize, no, she wasn't. So what triggered Chizuru rejecting him? Even Minnie asks this. Minnie asks this in chapter 391. What triggered Chizuru rejecting Kazuya? Actually, no, it's 392, my bad. Right? She thinks this right here. Minnie stops and thinks, still, I wonder why he was rejected once. Why did that even happen? You don't know. It's almost like you're missing context. Kazuya, after he was rejected, was literally asking these questions. Why did she reject me? She said she might love me, but not enough to date me? What does that mean? You don't know. You're missing key information. Same thing with Ruka. You thought, well, Ruka is chill now. Ruka isn't going to do anything. But Ruka literally tells Kazuya she had suspected something was going on between him and Chizuru. Wait, so she suspected this whole time? Does she know the whole time? Like, literally, let's go to that scene where she literally tells him in chapter 403, I suspected something was going on. Ever since the day half a year ago, I've kind of suspected something's been going on between you and Chizuru. I've just been too scared to ask. But I realized something in that moment. I don't think I have it in me to ruin your relationship and get between you two. Okay. 405. What does Kazuya say? Where is it? I think she said some pretty wild stuff. I think she said that she suspected something was going on between me and Mizuhara. I'm pretty sure. Then what? Was she pretending to not know anything the whole time? When we were on dates and even when we weren't? It must have shown the way I was acting, like on my face. So did Ruka know the whole time and just keep pretending? Why? Or did she not know the whole time? What was going on? You don't know. You have absolutely no clue. When you frustrated after rejection or breakup, people often sing passionately. Are you trying to say that's why Umi is singing? You don't know. Umi literally said it's because of a project. You're just inserting your own narrative. You literally don't know. You literally don't know. Other people were interpreting that scene as Umi was singing because he was trying to show off in front of Kazuya. Now you're saying Umi was doing it because he was trying to get over his breakup. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Umi doesn't seem sad. Nothing about Umi gives you the impression that he's sad. I don't even see frustrated from Umi. Johan, do you think there's a chance Ruka is still pretending and not knowing what she is doing is wrong and she is aware of her actions? No. Ruka does not know what she's actually doing. Look, I said this when we were talking about 407. There is a reason you get to hear her thoughts as the first chapter of the year. There is a reason you get to hear Ruka's thoughts on the first chapter of the year. Why? You realize she has no clue what she's fucking doing. She has absolutely no fucking clue what she's doing. She doesn't even believe her own words. She says she does, but clearly she doesn't like them. She gets bothered every time she thinks of her own words. And then she says, well, I wasn't lying about that. It's like, clearly you don't believe it, though. You say you weren't lying. Clearly you don't believe it, though. And then she says, but if I'm lucky, which means she still wants to be first. So clearly she doesn't even believe her own words. I wasn't lying about how I felt. No matter how the relationship progresses, I don't ever want to leave Kazuya-kun. These words should sound familiar. My feelings for him and my decision were so sincere, almost pathetically so. I wasn't lying about what I said. I wasn't lying about anything that I talked about on that day. That I talked about. Which means there was something she didn't talk about. There's something Chizuru did not say. She omitted details. What she said wasn't a lie. But what did she not talk about? However, what have you been getting told with Ruka? She doesn't even understand herself. So when she says, I wasn't lying about how I felt, is what you're feeling real, or is it false? What if what Ruka is feeling is bullshit? What if what she's feeling is false? So is that actually how she felt? Is she lying to herself? She's telling herself, I wasn't lying about how I felt, but what if what she felt is false? So that makes it a lie. She thinks she's not lying. Ruka thinks she's not lying. She thinks what she's saying is the truth. That's the brilliance of storytelling. A character can think they're telling the truth when they're lying, and they don't know that they're lying. Ruka thinks she's telling the truth. She's not. And you know she's not because you literally see it right here. I'm okay with being second. Clearly you're not. She's all hot. She literally turns cat mode. She doesn't like that. He tells her, don't tell Mizuhara about today. Turns cat mode again. Clearly doesn't like that. She says she's not lying about how she felt, but this is the reason I think Ruka is lying and just doesn't know it. She doesn't understand the consequences of what she's saying. Because if she actually experiences being second, she'll fucking hate it. She'll hate it so goddamn much. She'll despise it. It is unimaginably painful being treated like you're second. Like, it would kill her. She would hate it. So no, Ruka thinks she's not lying. No, she absolutely is. She would absolutely fucking hate it. Now, there is a truth about what she's saying is that she wants to be around this person. And that isn't necessarily a lie. Her wanting to be around Kazuya isn't necessarily a lie or a bad thing. But she can't have it the way that she wants. You know? You can say that he's pretending behind the mask. Remember, he's thinking about the rejection before we see him sing. Okay, I already talked about all this. I'm not getting into this again. If we know she stops if she knows she stops just like she's about to call Chizuru, then stops. Exactly. When Ruka understands the consequences of her actions, she stops. She literally gets pissed and can't do it. You can make excuses for a project, but if you check the first scene, Umi remembers... Okay, you can think whatever the fuck you want, man. Like, you're just making assumptions. You don't know. This is literally a pure assumption. At least what I'm saying is a theory. At least what I'm saying actually has shit to back it up. You're just inserting your own. You're just inserting your own narrative. Like, you can think this is what's going on with Umi, but he doesn't seem upset. He seems perfectly fine. This does not look like a dude who's sad, depressed, or anything. And you can see in certain sequences, like early on, like for instance, if you go back to the scene where he is out on a date with Chizuru, or the date with Chizuru, there are clear signs he is depressed because of the things that he's saying that are just weird because they're supposed to be friends. But he's constantly giving Chizuru the impression he wants more. And then the way he's acting is clearly unhealthy. There are very clear signs in that not date thing that he goes on with Chizuru that he's not okay. He's doing things that are bad. He's clearly not himself. So it does come out. You think it doesn't come out, but it does. No matter how much you put on a mask, it shows. And that is fundamental to this chapter. This chapter is all about appearances. That's pretty much what I realized, what this chapter is all about. It's all about appearances, how things look. And how things look, things will leak. Even when you're putting on a mask, it will show. For instance, let's start with Ruka. She asks Kazuya about certain things. She's acting normal. She's being fine. Kazuya mentions Chizuru. Her demeanor changes a little bit. Okay? Suddenly, Ruka is not responding anymore. Suddenly, Ruka is looking at her nails. She's not really saying much anymore. She sees the order, and Kazuya goes. Umi never once truly changes his demeanor. It never shows he's depressed. It never shows he's mad. There's no even indication that he's being rude or anything. He seems completely under control. He seems completely in control of himself. Now, there's been a repeating motif of characters appearing in control when in reality they're not in control. So that could be relevant with Umi. Maybe he doesn't understand things nearly as well as he thinks. Maybe he's not under control. But how is that introduced to us with Umi? The Ruka thing. He thought he understood Kazuya's entire situation with Chizuru. Umi thought he understood Kazuya's entire situation with Chizuru. Clearly not. Clearly, there's a little more going on with the whole thing with Chizuru and Kazuya. So, while Umi appears in control in certain circumstances, maybe he's not fully as in control as we think he is. But he is in control of himself. That's the big thing you're being shown with Umi, is that Umi is very much in control of himself. And nothing has really shown Umi to be out of control of himself, except for certain circumstances, which seem like he's out of control of himself. And that's what makes Umi interesting. The constant implication that he doesn't have control. But nothing ever, you never see the mask truly crack. And that's what makes Umi interesting in comparison to all the other characters. We've seen the mask crack with Ruka. We've seen the mask crack with Minnie. We've seen the mask crack with Mami. We've seen Kazuya's mask completely fall to shambles. We're seeing Chizuru's mask completely shatter. Umi's mask never cracks. Umi blushing is weird. No, it conveys genuineness. There is a genuineness to what he's saying. This is somewhat genuine. Not completely, but somewhat. There is a genuineness to what he's saying. It's not completely true, right? There's a bit of a lie here. It's not completely true, but there is a genuineness to what he's saying. And the reason it doesn't feel completely true is because you don't know his intention. So naturally, there is a bit of it's a lie of omission. You don't know what he's hiding, so naturally, what he's saying here isn't completely true. But you don't understand Umi as well as you think you do. And his mask is not cracking. He seems genuinely in control. Umi seems genuinely in control, in particular in control of himself. And that's what's setting him so much apart from all the other characters. Every other character seems out of control, losing themselves in some way. Umi, in contrast, his appearance never cracks. It never changes. There is a consistency. That's what's making him fascinating. He is consistent. He has a consistency that Kazuya needs. In particular, a consistency with himself. Right? That consistency is not changing. The only true inconsistency with Umi in this sequence is him going to talk to Kazuya. The question arises, why did that inconsistency arise in the first place? Right? The audacity of Ruka asking Kazuya if he's available in the next weekend after the assault. She doesn't view it as assault. Kazuya never labels it as assault, so she doesn't think it is. You guys are literally inserting your own narratives onto these characters. They're not thinking the same thing as you. You're literally thinking something completely different from these characters. Ruka doesn't think what she did was assault. She doesn't perceive it as a bad thing. She doesn't know what she did is a bad thing. Not every person fucking knows what they did is a bad thing. Especially a young girl like Ruka, who's usually told, like, you know, your relationship should be like this. So she thinks she's doing something normal. She doesn't realize what she did is bad. Even Kazuya refers to it as an accident. Kazuya tries to be dismissive of it, so Ruka doubles down on it. Ruka doesn't think it's a bad thing. Stop treating it like Ruka knows what you're thinking. She doesn't. I genuinely hate that kind of approach with writing. Stop acting like the character knows exactly what you're fucking thinking. They don't. Do you think Chizuru's father leaving probably cheated her mother, playing a part in Chizuru rejecting Kazuya earlier? So that's another scene you're completely misinterpreting. Let's go back to this scene. We're going to talk about it. Just really quick. I'll keep it brief. This is really important. This chapter is called The Girlfriend and Her Dad, and yet her dad is barely a focus whatsoever in this entire chapter. Who's the one who tries to make the dad a focus? Minnie. And what has Minnie been doing this entire time? Misinterpreting events. Now, I'm going to introduce you to some pieces of information you probably didn't get in reading the English. Apparently, she was a very popular girl. In particular, what Chizuru says in Japanese here is that her mom had many lovers. Who's the one who cheated? Chizuru is literally implying her mom is the one who cheated. Chizuru is literally implying her mom is the one who cheated, not the other way around. And she gave birth to me at 19 years old and her partner ran off. In the past, Chizuru has always referred to her dad as her dad. This is one of the few times where she refers to her dad as her partner, as if to imply she doesn't even know if her dad is actually her dad, or if it's someone else. She wants her dad to be her dad, but she doesn't know. What does this tell you? In reality, what Chizuru is actually afraid of with the rejection thing is that she's afraid what she's feeling is just desire. Just like her mom. Her mom gave in to her desires and had a whole bunch of lovers. Now look at what Chizuru's doing. She has a lot of lovers because she's a rental girlfriend. And she feels a certain desire sometimes around these people, but she's never felt love. And so Chizuru is terrified that she's making the same mistake as her mom. But not the mistake you think she made in picking the wrong partner. Rather, the mistake that maybe she's just getting into this with lust. Because you shouldn't start a relationship with just lust. It's fun. There's no issue with it. But you should in some respect cherish the importance of sex. Because sex is you really intimately sharing yourself with someone. And that's the reason sometimes relationships start with sex. Because you open up to this person and you let them in and suddenly it starts becoming more. But the problem is Chizuru is scared. What she's feeling is just lust and not actually love. What she's not realizing is that Chizuru doesn't understand love. So she's not realizing the lust she's feeling is a byproduct of her love. Now, you're not getting context for this in this scene. But that's the thing. This entire talk has nothing to do with Chizuru's dad. Who inserts Chizuru's dad into the picture? Minnie. Minnie is the one who inserts Chizuru's dad into the picture. Chizuru wasn't even talking about him. And listen to what she says. I don't know what happened between the two of them, and it's possible my mom was the one at fault. Besides, feelings change all the time, as if your desire changes all the time. And if something changes all the time, it's inconsistent, then it's not love. Because the thing about love is that it's an active choice. It is a consistent choice you must keep making. And if it just changes all the time, then it's not love. So what Chizuru is actually doing here is disassociating from her mom and her dad. Because what they had to her was not love. To Chizuru, what her mom and dad had was not love. She's disassociating from that. Chizuru understands what love is to a degree because she sees it through her grandparents. In particular, Chizuru understands the importance of love, not necessarily what it is. She understands how important love is. So she's disassociating that from her parents, who clearly do not represent love. That's what's happening in this scene, and Minnie does not understand it, and you're getting Minnie's POV, so you don't understand it. Because seriously, go back throughout the series. What did Chizuru say to Mommy? Having worked this job as a rental girlfriend, I understand how important love is. And Minnie doesn't know this. Minnie doesn't know half of the shit we do. Why the fuck are we listening to her? Minnie doesn't know half the shit that I need to make a video on this. Minnie doesn't know half the shit that we do. Why the fuck are we listening to her? 2, is Reishi creating a similar situation by letting Kazuya and Ruka make out and eventually Chizuru finds out? Thank you, I didn't know it was lost in translation. Yeah, it's one of those things that's definitely lost in translation. Chizuru's mom had a lot of lovers, and this is the first time we hear about this, right? But the translation just frame it as if she was a popular girl. No. She literally saying, like, literally the kanji she uses is she was dating a lot of dudes. She had a lot of lovers. She's literally dating around. That's why Chizuru doesn't date around. That's literally that's a huge driving. Besides the fact that like her grandparents are her influence, you know, her grandparents are literally her influence. So that's why Chizuru is so strict with herself, and that's why if she's gonna date someone, she wants to be serious. She's like, if I'm dating you, we're fucking serious. I don't want to break up. If we're falling in love and if we're actually genuinely dating, I don't want to break up. Like I don't want that shit. Like we're sticking together forever. And that's Chizuru's whole thing. So she doesn't want to be anything like her mom. As for Reishi creating a similar scenario by letting Kazuya and Ruka make out and eventually Chizuru finds out. Well, that's the thing. Kazuya needs to tell Chizuru what's been going on with Ruka. She needs to know the truth because she doesn't know the full magnitude of their relationship. In that same way, Chizuru needs to tell Kazuya about Mami and Umi. In particular, Mami. Kazuya, she doesn't know about what Kazuya knows. So Umi is the unspoken thing between Kazuya and Chizuru. But Mami isn't. Kazuya should know about Mami and should ask about Mami. But Umi is something Kazuya has to tell her about. Minnie is something Chizuru has to ask about. And Ruka is something that Chizuru needs to know the truth about. Did Mitaka collect records too? That's hilarious. Did Mitaka really collect records too? Well, understand, I was talking about this earlier. I talked about this in the very, very beginning of the stream, so you probably weren't here. I was literally making a comparison to Maison Ikkoku, where if you remember the scene where Kyoko and Gude were trying to have sex for the first time, and Gude can't do it. And it's because he secretly doesn't trust Kyoko. Much like how Kazuya secretly doesn't trust Chizuru. And Umi is a huge part of this. Just as Mitaka was a huge part of, or not, well, I would say Mitaka, it wasn't Mitaka, it was mostly Soichiro. Soichiro, is it Soichiro or Soichiro? I don't remember. Her old husband who passed away was a big influence on Gude having these trust issues with Kyoko, because he's like, do you really love me, or do you love your husband still, your dead husband? Do you still love him still? You know? So yeah, it's that similarity between those two scenes where I think that's very relevant here. Kazuya clearly doesn't trust Chizuru, just as Gude secretly doesn't trust Kyoko. Mitaka collects vinyls, mostly operas. And that's the thing. Mitaka wasn't anything. Literally, Mitaka wasn't anything with Kyoko. He liked her, she did not like him. And they ended up just not working. I think, in my opinion, Umi is a subversion of Mitaka. In my opinion, Umi is a subversion of Mitaka. You think he's the Mitaka of the situation. You think he's the Mitaka of the situation. I don't think so. I think you're being lulled into a false sense of security and thinking that he is the Mitaka of the situation. He's not. You're literally being tricked into it. And what you just described literally adds to that. That Umi collected records just like Mitaka collected vinyls. You're being lured into a false sense of security and thinking they're the same thing when they're not. And there's a lot of stuff in the chapter that adds to this. So, for instance, I'm going to introduce you guys to some interesting details I learned. A reader or a watcher of the channel shared with me something interesting. The building that Chizuru is in is called Nakano Sun Plaza. Umi's last name is Nakano. When Kazuya was leaving the house, he took Nakano, he took the Nakano, what is it? He took the Nakano taxi. The park that Kazuya and Chizuru stopped at was called Nakano Park. It seems like Umi has a lot of connections around Chizuru. Isn't it crazy that Umi's last name is literally around everything that they're interacting with? Right? You're constantly being led into this belief. Everything connects to Umi. Every single thing connects to Umi. It always comes back to him. And Reiji's doing this on purpose to freak you out. You're seeing patterns he wants you to see. I'm sure of this. You're seeing patterns he wants you to see. And he wants you to be scared because you don't trust Chizuru. Just as Kazuya doesn't trust Chizuru. And he keeps doing this. Now, here's some interesting details about this place. This was a Japanese concert hall and a hotel complex located in Nakano, Tokyo. It opened in 1973 and closed in 2023. The future of the complex is uncertain, and further plans are likely coming in March 2026. So this place is closed. It's no longer open, and something might happen with it in March, like this year. But isn't that interesting? Chizuru is in a place that's closed. This place isn't open anymore. And that should literally mirror Umi. That relationship is over. They're going to renovate the building? We don't know. I don't know. All I know is that it was closed, and they were going to demolish it at one point. We don't know what's going on in March 2026, so let me look at that. Nakano Sun Plaza redevelopment back to square one as wards consider temporary use cases. Tokyo's Nakano ward is considered the future of Nakano Sun Plaza after a major development plan was abandoned due to soaring construction costs. Officials announced on August 27th that part of the landmarks complex may be reopened for temporary use while new redevelopment plans are drawn up. So it sounds like they might reopen the place temporarily. For like new plans while they're making new plans for the place, but they might reopen it for now. So this place that we see, Chizuru is there right now, but it's over, and it might have new plans for it. What did Kazuya just think right here? Chizuru told me this is for me, but maybe she lied. Maybe there's something there. Just as that place is closed, but maybe there's something there. We don't know. Its future is uncertain, just like Umi's future is seemingly uncertain to you, even though the building is closed. And yet, Chizuru is there. And who do we see around Chizuru? First, we see these two people who we saw in the play that Umi got Chizuru in the early part of the series, in chapter 52. That's where we first saw these people. Then we see these two people who we saw at the Tiger's Den, who are also connected to Umi. But that's the interesting thing. Does Chizuru interact with any of these people? Nope. She doesn't even talk to this person, and she doesn't talk to these people. It's like they're there by happenstance. Almost like Chizuru is at this place by happenstance, and that her feelings have nothing to do with Umi. Umi just happens to have the same name as this place, but there's no actual connection. It's really subtle. It's really subtle. You see all these people and all these things seemingly connected to Umi, and yet Umi is not actually there, and Chizuru is not interacting with any of these things related to him. She doesn't speak to these people. She just walks through this place. She happens to be at this place. She's not actually interacting with anything. The building proves the theory of Umi's direct involvement and crucial help for the role of her character in Venus Prime. So the play is not called Venus Prime. It's called First Venus. So I don't know where the fuck you got that name. Second, it doesn't prove anything. For a very simple reason, Umi's not there. Umi's not there. Chizuru is literally at her goddamn play, and Umi's not there. It's like he has no connection to this. It's like everything you're seeing is pure happenstance. It looks like he has a connection to this. You're being presented with the idea that he has a connection to this. In reality, what Umi is doing is bridging two particular things. You're the unknown and the known. He's bridging what you do not know and what you think you know. That's what Umi's actually doing. He is introducing the crucial conflict of your lack of understanding. And in reality, while it looks like everything around Chizuru is seemingly connected to Umi, She doesn't interact with any of these characters that Umi interacts with. She merely reacts to them. What they say triggers something from her, but she doesn't actually talk to them. She's not thinking about them. She's thinking about Kazuya. She's not thinking about any of these characters. None of them fucking matter. It's almost like this is all pure happenstance. Coincidence. None of it is actually directly connected to him. You just think it is. Okay, I just realized we didn't finish reading what Mute wrote. Fuck. Seems to be a running gag of mine. I do apologize. So there's a reason why Kazuya has erotic fantasies when looking at Ruka. By depicting him as a scumbag, it adjusts the sense of distance with the readers. Kazuya can't be a handsome guy. Visualizing the body and the heart are different, and that Kazuya has emotions he can't sort out. By empathizing guilt towards Chizuru, it reinforces Kazuya's feelings and his romantic position. I'm gonna simplify all that and just tell you Reiji's trying to make you think Kazuya is a cheater. And reinforces that to you as the audience because you're wrong. Your interpretation of events are wrong. If it's all happenstance, we should take a step back from analyzing. At this point, we're just making predictions. I don't follow your logic. I don't follow your logic. I don't get it. Literally, like, what I mean when I say this is all happenstance is very simple. Reiji's trying to make you think there's a connection. That's what I mean. The place is called Nakano Sun Plaza, Umi's last name. You see these people in the thing that Umi did. You see these people at the party that Umi was at. It seems like Umi is directly connected to everything. Reiji is trying to make you think all of this is connected to Umi. He's trying to make you think every single thing is connected to Umi. He is deeply rooted in every single aspect of Chizuru's career and life. What I'm saying is, he is playing you. You are being misdirected by the visuals because you're seeing these patterns that you think click together. You are seeing these patterns that click together because what are you thinking when you're seeing Umi? He knows something about Chizuru that we don't. We get scared. We get curious. We're tempted. We want to know. You think something between him and Chizuru are going on. And your doubts in your head is creeping in because you're like, well, Chizuru rejected him, but maybe something else is going on. Maybe there's something we're not realizing. Maybe there's some deep, dark secret. And why do you think there's some deep, dark secret? Because Kazuya has some deep, dark secret with Ruka. Something between Ruka and Kazuya happened, so naturally, because this is how the narrative should work, something with Chizuru, something similar with Chizuru should also be happening. You know, Umi must also be doing something with Chizuru in the background, just as Ruka is doing something with Chizuru, just as Ruka is doing something with Kazuya. Those two things have to align, so you get scared. You're like, oh no, what if something happened? So Reishi starts giving you signs. Hey, remember this? Remember this? And if you look into it, you start getting a little more worried. You're like, wait. All of these things connect to Umi. What the fuck? Why is there this weird connection to Umi? But what I'm telling you is that it looks like there's a connection to Umi, but then when you pay attention to the actual scene, there seemingly isn't. It looks like there's something there, but it also seems like there isn't. Sure, Chizuru is at Nakano Sun Plaza, but that just happens to be the popular... This happens to be the name of this place. It doesn't mean... Umi didn't fucking name this place. It just happens to have his goddamn name. He didn't name this place. Umi's name is just very fucking common. Right? He didn't pick this place. He's just a fucking actor. These people, sure, they seem like they're connected to Umi, but maybe they're connected to Chizuru. Maybe these people have like a connection to Chizuru rather than Umi, but they just happen to be at the play where Chizuru was in that time where she was at that play with Umi. Those two people, that maybe they're just here in relation, just randomly. That's what I'm saying when I say it's happenstance. It's supposed to look like there's a connection here. But maybe it's just happenstance. Maybe these people are more connected to Chizuru than they are to Umi. Maybe they were connected to Umi initially, and then they're now connected to Chizuru. Maybe Chizuru just sees these people regularly just because they're doing something similar. Not necessarily because it's actually directly connected to Umi. Is Nakano a really popular name in Japan? It's literally a fucking ward in Japan, and it's huge. It's literally a big ward in Japan, and it's huge. What is it? Quintessential quintuplets. All the characters, literally the five sisters, their last name is all Nakano. It's a pretty common name. Okay. It doesn't make sense for Umi to be in the play. You want to know why? He is interacting with Kazuya as we see Chizuru literally practicing for the goddamn play. Are you guys stupid? Use your head. If he was in her play, he would be there. She's literally rehearsing. If he was in the play, he would be there. He's not in her play. If Umi is somehow in Chizuru's play, I will be genuinely surprised. I will be completely thrown off guard. I'll be like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? He is not in her play. It makes no fucking sense. He is hanging out with Kazuya while she is practicing for her play. You think a director would be chill with that? If the dude who's supposed to have some sort of fucking kissing scene with the lead girl is not at the goddamn play, I would be livid as the director. I'd be like, the fuck are you doing? I don't want you in my goddamn play. You're gonna just go fuck off and have some romantic bullshit? Get the hell out of here. I don't want you in my play. Umi is not in her play. Umi is not in Chizuru's play. It doesn't make any fucking sense. If he is, I will be surprised. I'm telling you, I will genuinely be surprised if he is in her play. But the fact that you're seeing him here, and the fact that he's hanging out in this place and has all this time to do this, it doesn't make any sense. Could I know why you're so invested in this manga? You invest 8 hours on this every day. Every day? The fuck are you talking about? I stream twice a week. The fuck are you talking about? I stream twice a week. What do you mean I invest 8 hours of the day into this? No, I fucking don't. The fuck do you mean? I don't invest 8 hours of this in my fucking day. I have a whole bunch of other shit to do. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, why am I invested in this manga? It's literally my favorite fucking manga. There you go. You don't have a favorite series that you really fucking invested in and you want to talk about and you're really curious about? That doesn't happen for you? I don't invest 8 hours into this, though. I don't know where the fuck you're talking about. I have no idea where you're getting those. I don't know where you're getting that statistics. I have streamed for 8 hours, but I only stream twice or 3 times a week. So that number makes no fucking sense. You know? That number makes no fucking sense. Okay, let's continue reading what Mute wrote. The author depicted Umi-kun's singing talent to emphasize to the readers that not only in appearance, but also in substance, there's nothing Kazuya can beat him at. Well, that's okay. All right. Saying project instead of job is because a job is passive, whereas a project is active. It's not singing reluctant. He's not singing reluctantly. It expresses Umi's positive attitude. I think it expresses more so his diligence and that he's putting an effort into the thing that he cares for. Kazuya's sense of defeat intensifies, but Umi-kun doesn't take a superior attitude towards him at all. Instead, by complimenting Kazuya's hairstyle and treating him with politeness, it brings out Umi-kun's image as a fine young man. Right? Umi is coming off like a good dude. When Umi-kun brings up Chizuru, Kazuya panics and switches to serious mode at the same time. Kazuya, who had been thinking lightly a drive date or something, would that be a totally great? I think the reason Umi-kun was brought in this time was to turn July 11th, which could have been an ordinary date into Kazuya's decisive battle date. What? I kind of disagree. Umi's meant to scare you, rather than do any of the things Mute is talking about. Here too, Umi-kun is being considerate towards Kazuya, saying I might get in the way of your work, so let's talk later. You can tell that Umi-kun doesn't see Kazuya as an enemy. He's just curious about what exactly Kazuya's relationship with Chizuru is like. Since Umi-kun doesn't show up to at a face-to-face meeting venue for Chizuru's play, it looks like there won't be any co-starring on stage between Chizuru and Umi-kun. Even I've been disagreeing with Mew, and even he fucking says it. I have been disagreeing with Mew, and even he fucking says it. Come the fuck on. Even Japanese fans are saying what I'm saying. It doesn't seem like they're connected in the fucking play. Umi literally says he has another project. He literally says he has a project. The project has something to do with singing. He's probably not doing plays. The title of the performance is First Venus, which in Japanese means the first goddess. Huh. No, it just means first Venus. Because Venus is the goddess of love. It doesn't mean first goddess. Why the fuck would you think it means first goddess? That's weird. It's literally written in English. It doesn't mean first goddess, it means first Venus. Now, sure, Venus is a goddess, sure, but first Venus is not. Okay, I don't get it. And for Chizuru, it is her first major stage. It's also a title that suggests the culmination of Chizuru's career by having her play a rather good role. Okay, that I agree with. That it's a culmination of all her work. I've already said this too, like when we first heard about the play. Chizuru's appearance continues to be shaken by the word kiss, which expresses that Chizuru is strongly aware of Kazuya, and hints that there might be a kissing scene in the future dates. There's also the behind-the-scenes reason that featuring Chizuru serves as a countermeasure for reader surveys. I don't get it. There are two drawing errors on this page. Umi-kun pushed the door to come out from the private room, but on page 9, Kazuya is pushing the door to enter. Maybe it's a two-way door. Since he came out holding the receipt, I think it's the same room, but that doesn't add up consistency-wise. And the background new number is 16 is reversed. Wait, what? That doesn't read 16. Or wait, maybe it does? I thought that was like an A. I thought that was like an A. I'm pretty sure this is a two-way door, so it just goes back and forth. As for the 16, I guess. Like you can, this feels like a door you can push in or out. I don't know. It feels like a door you can push in or out. So I don't know about that one. That's just like a weird thing to notice. As for the 16, maybe. I thought that was an A. When I first looked at it, I thought that was an A, but that could be a 16. So I don't know if that's like actually a error. Umi-kun is looking at Ruka and Kazuya with a puzzled question mark, but his expression doesn't seem to suggest he's suspecting their romantic relationship. I think it's the usual, feels like something's up, but actually nothing is pattern. Even if he did think they were a couple, Chizuru knows about Ruka and Kazuya's relationship anyway, so I don't think it'd become any kind of trump card. Yeah, we'll see. too popular a guy. The casual phrasing of guy suggests it's from Kazuya's dialogue. I predict a development like this. After being hugged by Ruka, he thinks it's just like being too popular a guy, huh? Or upon seeing Umi-kun's cool side, he thinks something like too popular guys are something to be feared. So I don't always agree with this person's interpretations. I'm just going to see what Mute said in response. Umi-kun didn't come to get in the way of Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. He came to confirm Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru, right? Umi-kun isn't the type of character who would tell Chizuru about Ruka and Kazuya, and even if he did, I don't think anything would come of it. People who treat Umi-kun as just a mere nuisance probably don't understand the impact he has on the story. I disagree with Mute a lot, but he's making a whole lot of sense. Umi-kun is a character who throughout the story rarely appears outside of Kazuya's delusions, but his presence is always an indicator of progress for both Chizuru and Kazuya. Right now, he seems to me to be someone who is curious to see up close the person Chizuru is in love with and why the two of them haven't started a formal relationship. Umi-kun comes across as someone who seeks to be in control of situations, unlike Ruka, who acts impulsively. So the fact that he notices the relationship between Kazuya and Ruka and decides to tell Chizuru seems a bit far-fetched to me. In the past, we've seen Umi-kun ask Chizuru if she was in love with Kazuya, first getting an ambiguous answer and then a clear affirmative answer. But he has never asked Kazuya directly if he is in love with her, even though it's obvious to most people. I think this is where we are headed with the next conversation between them. Possibly, but I don't fully agree. Speaking of inversions, when Kazuya entered room 17, from Umi-kun to Kazuya, there's a door on the left side of the room, but midway it looks like the door is on the right side of the room. Also, in the panel where he was told, just leave it there, about the glass from the defeating drink bar, the position of the glass on Kazuya's jawline caught my attention. Okay. Oh. The door is reversed from how Umi exits the door. Oh, the door is literally placed in the wrong position. That's funny. The door is literally placed in the wrong position. That's funny. Okay. Kazuya puts the drink. Wait, Kazuya's position from the drink is different from his position here. That's funny. I didn't even notice that on first watch. And then the door is here. Yeah, that's a good catch. I didn't notice that. That is weird though. He comes out from this way, but then Kazuya comes in from a different way. Like the door seems reversed. Yeah, it looks like the door is like reversed. It doesn't make any sense. Probably something Reiji won't think about. I think the appearance of Umi-kun in the episode will definitely make Kazuya take things seriously. In the next episode and beyond, it seems like he'll probably say something like, when Chizuru tries to face Kazuya head on, you can't trample all over her feelings by messing with her, and that's not okay. Even if Umi-kun says that to Chizuru after seeing the scene with Kazuya and Ruka, Chizuru already knows. Yeah, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So there's what I wrote. We can get into that in like a little bit. We can also go to Reddit and see the serious discussion. It's similar, but it's not quite the same. They talked about a date here, but Chizuru calms down almost immediately. That's the difference. Chizuru, when she hears about the date, calms down like really quickly. She freaks initially, but she calms down. he or she can't calm down. That's what you're missing. That's what you're missing. There is a similarity, but it's not the same. When Chizuru hears about the date, she can still calm herself down. She freaks, yes, but she can calm down. She still had control. That's what you're missing. Chizuru doesn't have control. She's having a very hard time calming herself down. She can't calm down. Oh my god, this guy. This guy's so funny. Okay. Serious discussion. Okay, I'm gonna make some tea. Let me read some of the comments before I go and make my tea, and then we'll start reading some of the stuff in the serious discussion today. Does Umi know Kazuya loves Chizuru? He only knows Chizuru loves Kazuya, not the other way around. Oh no, he like looked on Kazuya's face and could tell. Remember, Umi could tell who likes who by just looking at their faces. And he could tell Kazuya likes Chizuru. It's so fucking obvious. Remember, Kazuya is a walking emoji. So he could just look at his face and be like, oh, he likes her. Okay, cool. Now, Kazuya hasn't verbally said it. And if you think about it, Chizuru hasn't verbally said it either. She just said she's serious about, like, falling in love. And she thinks she can do it. But Kazuya doesn't know. Maybe that's why he meets Kazuya to know if he loves her. No, I think he knows Kazuya loves Chizuru. I think he does. This is about Chizuru's feelings. This is where I kind of disagree with a lot of people. What Umi wants to talk about with Kazuya is about Chizuru's feelings. I said this at the very beginning of the video. That's literally what he did. When he went to talk to Kazuya for the first time in the Tiger's Den, it was after hearing Chizuru's feelings. And what did he talk to Kazuya about? Specifically what Chizuru said. This is the same thing. This is quite literally the same exact thing. It's about specifically what Chizuru said to Umi. Her words specifically. And Kazuya, and he's going to ask Kazuya about those words and talk to him. What Umi's trying to do is understand Chizuru better. I don't think he's trying to understand Kazuya better. I think Umi is surprised by Kazuya in this scene because he's going to learn something new about... Umi is here, in my opinion, to learn more about Chizuru. What he doesn't realize is he's going to end up learning more about Kazuya. Kazuya is the same way. Kazuya is like, Umi is here to reveal some deep secret that's going to freak me the fuck out. Not realizing what Umi is here for is to learn more about Chizuru. And that's what they're both literally misinterpreting. They're both like not ready for what's going to happen. Neither character is ready for what's going to happen. They're both going to learn something new about the situations that they're in that they did not know about or understand. That's how Umi is somewhat out of control. Umi is a character who consistently maintains a very solid control of himself. What he's not going to realize is the thing that's outside of his control is what's going on with Kazuya and Chizuru. He doesn't understand it nearly as well as he thinks he does. In that same way, Kazuya seemingly has no control of himself and the situations around him, only to probably realize he had more control of the situation around him when speaking to Umi. Kazuya is going to realize how much control he actually has. Or at the very least, just a little bit. He's going to start realizing a little bit more how much control he actually has. In particular, because if he hears what Chizuru said, he's like, holy shit, I had that much of an influence on her? Right? But that's the thing. Kazuya's biggest issue is powerlessness and control. Kazuya feels he's powerless and unable to make change. Whereas Umi is a character who feels like he's always under control and perfectly in control, when in reality, he might not have as much control as you think he does. And all Umi can control is himself. That's the difference between Kazuya and Umi. Kazuya has a lot of control, but he doesn't see it because he can't control himself. And he doesn't know how to control himself. Umi is the reverse. He doesn't really have all that much control of the world around him, but he has very solid control of himself. That's their difference. Kazuya controls the world around him, like hard, and he doesn't realize he does, but he doesn't have control of himself. That's the difference between these two characters. And I think Reiji is going to tackle and explore that dynamic a little bit. Do you know the chapter number in which Chizuru says she was glad that Kazuya broke up with Ruka? Yes, it's chapter 360 something. Yeah. There is a little bit of extra in the Japanese there, so I'll tell you that too. So, it is chapter 365. There it is. I'm gonna pull it up. So Chizuru in the Japanese, in the English, Chizuru says, "Thank you for showing me that you're serious." That's not actually what Chizuru says. Chizuru uses a euphemism in Japanese. She says, "Thank you for making me feel that you're serious." And this is really important. Why? When Chizuru is talking about cheating in this entire chapter, she connects cheating to feelings. Kazuya connects cheating to the physical act. Chizuru connects feelings to feelings to cheating. In reality, it's both. The mistake they're both making here is that it's both. It's literally both. It's the choice. It's not simply the feeling, it's the choice. It's the choice to physically interact with someone. That's cheating. The choice that you make, because cheating is not a single choice, it is multiple choices. Okay? That's when she said kissing in the movie set is fine. Yes, in a movie, she's speaking in hypotheticals. She also mentions sex workers. Remember, Chizuru also mentions sex workers and a whole bunch of other stuff. She's merely speaking in hypotheticals. She's just trying to understand this topic. What she doesn't realize is that it's both. It's layered. What you're being told with Chizuru is that she's both wrong and correct. Just because she happened to mention kissing in a movie, it doesn't mean it's going to happen now in her play. It doesn't mean it's going to happen now in her play. I'm just telling you. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen now. This could be something in the future, you know? But I don't think it's actually happening now in her play. It could. It could. I'm pretty sure that's probably why you want me to go back to this chapter to mention this scene. But like I said here, what Chizuru actually says is she uses a euphemism saying, thank you for making me feel that you're serious, because Chizuru didn't actually see it. Anyways. Even though Umi might not try to do anything with the Ruka Kazuya information, it will make Kazuya scared shitless and hopefully make him act and end it before it does damage, Kazuya thinking. Yeah, well, Kazuya is already in a weird position and his guilt is eating away at him. Umi has always been a support during the rehearsals and the theater play throughout the manga, and Chizuru feels gratitude towards him, but Umi, throughout the influence as a famous actor, would win her over. What the fuck are you talking about? Umi thought his influence... Okay, you clearly don't understand Umi, because that didn't work. He tried that and it didn't fucking work. Are you guys silly? Are you guys stupid as fuck? It literally didn't work. He tried it in the fucking movie arc and it did not work. The reason Chizuru feels guilty about Umi is different from simply gratitude. She probably feels guilty for Umi because she didn't give him an answer and she just kind of forgot him. And that guilt that she feels towards Umi ironically stems from her guilt for Kazuya. What Kazuya is experiencing right now is literally what Chizuru is experiencing. Chizuru feels guilt towards Kazuya and his family for not being able to give an answer and for lying to his family. She feels a lot of guilt about that. That guilt expands into other things she shouldn't need to feel super guilty about. Just like Kazuya does. Kazuya feels a lot of guilt, and that guilt is expanding into other aspects of his life he should not feel guilty about. Chizuru was the same way. She feels guilty about Umi when she shouldn't need to. And Umi probably doesn't know she feels that kind of guilt. Chizuru should not feel guilty about Umi, not even a little bit. He really didn't do much. And he wasn't crazy supporting her or anything. So, you know, that stuff doesn't fucking matter. But Chizuru felt guilt, and that guilt expanded into other aspects of her life. It's the same exact thing with Kazuya. Really? Because we feel like it's most likely going to happen. What? That there's a kiss in the play? If there is, okay. But I kind of don't think so at the moment. You know, I kind of don't think so at the moment. And if there is, it's gonna be this thing that's gonna not actually be a big deal, but it's gonna be about an important aspect of Kazi and Chizuru's relationship, which is them talking and trusting each other. Because if they establish trust, it's not a big deal at all. This is Bulver YouTube made here today. What the fuck is going on in Twitch chat? I mean, it's just two people talking, so. The play still might not happen due to circumstances. What does that even mean? Can we even understand Umi with the information we got? Not fully. We have a decent amount to kind of understand Umi, but not fully. I don't think there's going to be a thing where the play doesn't happen. It's happening. For me, even after 400 chapters, I'm still having a hard time getting a decent read on this character. And that's by design, though. That's by design, though. The only reason I can understand Umi a decent amount is because I'm digging into the fucking nuance of the writing. So I can piece shit together you're probably not looking at. Enter a new challenger, a man more handsome than Umi that kills Kazuya's confidence more than Umi. Yeah, that'd be funny. When Kazuya called Chizuru, if Kazuya hypothetically tells her how he felt about the kiss over the phone, would that make Chizuru feel more relaxed? There's a possibility, yes, but I kind of doubt he will. More handsome means more mysterious. Oh, no. Okay, give me a sec. I'm going to go make some tea, so give me guys a second. I need to... Watashi ga kita. Wait, are you gonna watch Max react to RE9 Showcase, or are you gonna watch it with no extra commentary? I was thinking of watching it. I was thinking of streaming it tomorrow. I was thinking of streaming it tomorrow, like myself. You know, I don't like watching with no extra commentary, so I thought I'd watch it with you guys. Cause like whenever there's like interesting gaming stuff that we like, I'm just like I might as well fucking watch it with you guys. Oh yeah, speaking of which, so I found my old cord. So let me zoom in. I found the old cord for this thing. It doesn't work. I need to buy a new one, unfortunately. Now these come with like special cords. Like you have an HDMI and then you have this like special USB-C with a USB 3 at the end of it. That you need to put into your computer, which will then process the software. Okay. Let's do the thing again. Let me just. Why is it making that noise? Okay. Stop making the noise. Good. Stop making the noise. Yeah, you put it into the system, which then processes, and it's like, okay, I recognize your software, and then it starts capturing your shit. So I have to get a new one. I should probably get it soon. I think I found a few on Amazon that were pretty cheap, so we'll go from there. Chizuru is emotionally innocent in love, right? The gratitude that Chizuru feels toward Kazuya wasn't enough for her to lower her heart's shield. I think you're kind of missing the point. So look, Chizuru has a bit of trust issues with Kazuya, and Kazuya has a bit of trust issues with Chizuru. The reason Chizuru was having a hard time opening up to Kazuya was because in many ways Kazuya wasn't really making her feel safe in the relationship. He wasn't talking to her, he wasn't opening up to her, he wasn't letting her in, and that made her feel scared. Why do you think when Chizuru fucks up in the rejection, and then Kazuya accepts her and tells her, I believe in you, and she starts thinking of her grandfather, that Chizuru then starts feeling safe and opening up to him? 408 chapters and still no kissing. The fuck you on about? Have you been reading the same fucking manga? The fuck you on about? The fuck, have you been reading the same exact manga as I have? Because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The main duo have literally kissed 4 fucking times. And then there's another girl in the story who's had a whole bunch of fucking scene. No, I heard it's trash. Okay, so please, in the future, when you interact with any form of media, when you show up to talk about it, make sure you're a little bit informed before you go and just spout a whole bunch of goddamn nonsense, eh? Maybe don't listen to the internet and just make your own assessments, buddy. Y'all are hilarious. You just come into my fucking chat and be like, hey, bro, it's just a whole bunch of, it's just trash. 408 chapters with no kissing. They literally kissed multiple fucking times. There's literally 4 different kissing scenes. The fuck you mean? Literally, the last 2 chapters literally depicted fucking, well, I'm not gonna get into that. But yeah, no, there's literally like 4 fucking different kissing scenes. The fuck you mean? I didn't feel like you needed to I don't feel like they've done anything yet for you to get rid of them. See, what I find weird about you, Lawless, and Bulver is that you guys go after the wrong people, in my opinion. I don't think this person in chat had done anything yet to warrant just outright banning them. I felt like this is a person I could have converted, but you guys just like instantly banned them before I even got a chance. If they were like unreasonable and getting annoying as fuck, yeah, sure, go ahead. We have a lot of people in chat who get annoying as fuck, and you guys don't ban them. So I'm starting to doubt your guys' abilities as my as my moderators, because I don't feel like they really didn't do much. They just said, I heard it's trash. So all that tells me is they're misinformed as fuck. They don't know anything. I don't feel like you needed to ban them. But that's just my opinion. It felt like he was going to escalate. If he was going to escalate, you could have banned the fuck out of them, you know? Although, granted, considering they're a Chainsaw Man fan and they have a Yoru PFP or PF, a little sus. Now, I'm not saying Chainsaw Man's bad. I like Chainsaw Man, but Chainsaw Man fans are weird as fuck. Chainsaw Man is great. Understand, Chainsaw Man is great. Chainsaw Man fans are weird as fuck. Like, consistently. I don't know what it is. I literally don't know what it is. They're so fucking weird. Granted, I am also generalizing. Anywho. Watch one of the kissing chapters. Which one of the kissing chapters was the longest? Probably Hawaiians. Probably Hawaiians. Granted, the kiss in the taxi was pretty damn long. Now, if you want to talk about Ruka's kissing scenes, oh boy. Those drag. Those drag. The Ruka kissing scenes, those are long. Those are extra duper fucking long. And what's fascinating about the Ruka kissing scenes is they're both sexy and very uncomfortable. Like Reiji almost leverages the eroticism of those Ruka scenes to almost makes you feel uncomfortable while at the same time recognizing that it's erotic. And it's such a weird balance of the two. Like almost every scene is like that with Ruka, where the kissing scenes are literally like quite erotic, like over the top. But at the same time, it almost makes you uncomfortable with that. I feel like the anime doesn't do a very good job with that, where especially in season 2, where it just leans super hard into the eroticism, and it feels like it completely misses the point. You know, Reiji does a great job of balancing like eroticism and this uncomfortable feeling that comes with it. In particular, like how social media like shows you very sexy and horny shit, but they kind of try to ignore the uncomfortable backdrop of what they're actually depicting to you. Reiji actually uses that in the writing, and that's what makes it so interesting. Reiji both makes the scenes like literally sexy and attractive to look at, while at the same time making you very uncomfortable. And he strikes that balance that I don't think the anime does very well. The anime clearly, like whenever those kinds of scenes happen in the anime, they always just lean towards one or the other, and usually the wrong one. Reiji is involved in the anime, yes, but not that much. He is involved, yes, and he does give feedback, but understand, there's a big reason why the anime is so weird. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the anime clearly doesn't have enough money or time. But it's just the people working on it are passionate enough that Reiji can sometimes ask for certain things to be added or involved, you know? Like there are certain things that Reiji requests, absolutely. But there are things they mess up without a fucking doubt. Like, the depiction of Kazuya's character is actually horrendous. The depiction of Kazuya's character is actually fucking horrendous in the anime, and it's so not intended. It's so not the intended version of what Reiji's trying to show. Hell no. It is absolutely not what he's trying to show. But Reiji is really lax and really chill with the anime, and he's like, you know, they care about it, and that's why I'm chill with that. I would like to formally apologize to your offend me and compare to our jump gun. Hey, you don't need to apologize. Bulver, you don't need to apologize to anyone. Don't feel bad for what you did. Just be mindful of it in the future. You don't need to apologize for them. It's not a big fucking deal. They probably weren't gonna stay or talk or anything. Like, Like, literally, we had two outcomes that could have happened. They could have either turned out to be a shithead who couldn't reason with me, or they might have tried to talk to me and, figure something out, but then they might just end up leaving anyway. It doesn't matter. Don't feel bad about it. I'll give you guys shit just because, like, you're my moderators, and I think it's funny sometimes, like, you're very on top of it, and sometimes, like, you guys let some weird-ass people fucking slide, and it's hilarious. Is this shoujo anime this season that I see so many similarities into, Rag? Care to share the name? But yeah, no, like the anime, I don't think the anime is like inherently bad for Rent a Girlfriend, okay? I just think it has issues where it really mischaracterizes the cast. That's just the issue I have. I just think there are times where it really mischaracterizes the cast and it hurts the story, but at the same time, it's like a decent adaptation. Tamon? Okay, let's look that up. Is it just Tamon? Tamon B-side, this one. This is a Japanese manga series written and illustrated by Yuki Shiwazawa. It was originally a one-shot published in blah, 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 before being serialized in the same plot. Yutaga Kinoshita, yes, Kazuya's last name, okay, is an excitable high school student who supports Tamon Fukuhara, a wildly popular member of the idol group Face. To Yutaji, Tamon is a flawless, radiant idol who gives her the motivation to get through daily life. Yutaga works as a part-time housekeeper and is assigned a new client when a coworker gets sick. To her surprise, the new client is Tamon, and she quickly discovers that behind his perfect public image, he is deeply insecure, pessimistic, and has no friends. As Yutaga becomes involved in Tamon's private life, she works to support him through his self-doubt and fear of failing his fans, while struggling to reconcile the contrast between his idol persona and his true self. That feels surface level to what Rent a Girlfriend is. On surface level, there's a similarity here, but I think deep down it's not quite the same. Sorry, I just saw Twitter memes about Rent a Girlfriend. Oh yeah, no, literally, if you absorb Rent a Girlfriend via mitosis, it is fucking garbage. Literally, I'm not even kidding with you. If you absorb Rent a Girlfriend through internet mitosis, it is the dumbest fucking garbage you will ever fucking interact with. It is actually trash. Like, literally, if that's how you see it, that's what it is. I have a lot of IRL friends who only know it via that stuff, and I'm like, yeah, no shit, you only see it that way. You don't actually know anything about it. Like, most of it is literally just how people talk about it on the internet. Like for instance, I bet you've seen the Reiji Kazuya haircut thing. I bet you've seen the Reiji Kazuya haircut thing, right? I'm pretty sure you have. And that's the thing. Reiji, from the start of the fucking story, just straight up said, every single character in the story is me, and they are a part of me that I am trying to explore. And he literally said, Kazuya changing his hair is a big thing in the story, and it actually reflects him literally losing his own identity, rather than Reiji self-inserting. And so a lot of people will tell you is, oh, Reiji self-inserted and Kazuya suddenly can do everything. And yet, I bet you, if you go and read from those chapter onwards, all it's been is Kazuya absolutely falling the fuck apart. His new look is better. I think it's worse. Literally, everything since that point, it's been Kazuya falling the fuck apart. Ever since he changed his hair. He doesn't even recognize himself. He like looks in the mirror and he's like, who are you? So yeah, I actually don't think the look is better. If you're comparing that look to his look in the anime, yeah, sure. But that's the thing. Manga Kazuya is handsome as fuck. Anime Kazuya kind of ugly. I don't like anime Kazuya very much. I'm not a huge fan of how Kana Hirayama draws Kazuya in the manga, or sorry, in the anime. But whenever she draws him like in an art piece, he looks handsome as fuck. Whenever she draws him in an art piece, he looks handsome as fuck. Whenever she draws him in the actual anime, I'm like, bruh. Truly, I only saw season 1. See, so what I recommend if you've only seen season 1, I recommend you give the manga a proper read through. And especially, this is how I want you to go through it. If you're willing to read it, since there are 408 chapters, you're probably not going to read it. If you're going to read it, read the fan translations up to chapter 280. 281, make sure what you're reading is like the official translations on K-manga. Don't read the official translations from the volumes. They're genuinely bad. Like, actually horrendously translated. Even the anime translates it better. And that should tell you a lot. Like, literally, the anime and the fan translations contradict the volume translations. So I don't recommend people read the volume translations first. They're really bad. Like, they fuck up the story a lot. That's how I'd recommend you reread it. The reason I'm telling you to read the manga is the anime, unfortunately, it's a good way to get into the series, but it removes a lot of subtlety. There's a lot of subtlety in the manga. So, for instance, the anime has a tendency to frame Mommy as this like horrendous, horrible fucking person. In the manga, there are a lot of scenes where you see the nuance of Mommy's character, and you're like, oh, she's kind of more lost than you realize. She's not just like this horrendous evil person. Like, she's actually quite lost in what she's doing, and she kind of doubts herself a lot. Like, there's a lot of scenes the anime cuts or changes or depicts her slightly differently. It's the same way with a lot of the characters. There's a lot of subtleties and nuances that the anime really fucks up and doesn't capture well. Like, here, I'll show you a scene from season 1. I think this is like one of the most important scenes in season 1, and the anime absolutely butchers it, in my opinion. Let me find it. Okay, season 1 should be episode 8. This scene we as fans have famously, or we, like my chat, have famously dubbed Chizuru feeding a homeless man, because of the way the anime depicts it. It does not do a good job. I think chat should know instantly what I'm talking about. So this is the scene in the anime. I want you to look how the manga depicts this scene. Like, bro. And by the way, in my opinion, this is like one of the most important scenes in the entire manga because it absolutely changes the entire narrative. Manga doesn't just have soul, it has people. The whole point, okay, so this is a famous scene that if you've seen people talk about, or infamous scene, if you've seen people talk about, basically Kazuya stalks Chizuru in the very early part of the series. And he ends up like really regretting it. Like, he fucked up hard. And the importance of this scene lies in that Chizuru has known him for a decent while at this point, and she doesn't judge him for what he just did. In fact, she recognizes her fault in part in what just happened. That she had a part in play in why this happened in the first place. Because prior to this scene, she told Kazuya he could keep renting her, they could keep interacting, there's no issues. And she tells him to go date Ruka and then doesn't talk to him for a whole month because they're busy and stuff. And she felt bad, so she got him a gift. Kazuya ended up following her, and he makes a big fucking mistake. And literally, this entire scene is pretty much, you're not your mistakes. I'm not judging you for the worst of your character. You made a mistake, you're not a bad person. And to me, this is easily because this becomes a massive shift in the narrative. After this point, Kazuya literally becomes an absolute fucking Chad for like a good 100-something chapters. Right? Like, he literally becomes an absolute fucking Chad for like nearly 200 fucking chapters. Because he transforms, dude. He is treated with love and respect at his goddamn lowest. It is such a powerful fucking scene. In my opinion, the anime does not do a very good job. They kind of hella fuck it up. It's not simply soul. The importance of this scene is that this takes place on Christmas. He got the gift of giving on Christmas. While other people are surrounded and together, he is being acknowledged out of every single person that is there. People are absolutely central to this scene. There needed to be a lot of people in this scene. That's what they fundamentally misunderstood. It's not that the characters don't look great. That's not the issue. It's the fact that there's not a lot of people in this scene. This should be a spot filled to the brim with fucking people. And they themselves are being highlighted. Out of everyone here, I see you. I don't see your mistakes. I see you. That is the point of this scene. And that's why this is one of the scenes in the series that like genuinely made me fucking cry the first time I read it. Because I'm like, holy shit, she fucking understands him. She's not judging him. She's actually just seeing him. Now, she calls him out. He still gets called out on his fucking horse shit. He's just like, oh no, you're not riding the same train today, and you fucking stalked me, bro. She literally still calls him out on his horse shit. But she doesn't judge him for the worst of his character. And that's why Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship is so beautiful. Is that they reach a point where they're willing to call each other out for their goddamn horse shit. But they will not judge each other for that horse shit. They will not see each other for the worst of their characters. They will see each other for them, for who they actually are. And that's why the theme of lying is such a powerful theme in this series. Because that's central to relationships. That every single person lies in a relationship. But just because you're lying in a relationship, it doesn't necessarily mean you're a bad person. It's why you lied. What are you trying to do? And then learning to be honest and opening up and connecting to people. It's the truth underneath the lies, and learning how to be honest with another human being. Wait, someone's rating? Who's rating me? Kaka TV. A party of 171. Who even is this? Hello? Hi there. Who is this? Oh no. Oh no. What is going on? But why? Who even is this? I've never even heard of this person. Hello? Welcome? I don't even know what's going on. Good Lord. And now, oh, he just saw Rent a Girlfriend. He just tagged me in that. Oh, great. Oh, God. Now I have to explain to a whole chat why I like this series, and none of them are going to believe me because everybody has absorbed this series via mitosis. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. All of you have probably absorbed this series via mitosis, and you probably have no fucking clue what this series is actually about. Oh, good. I have to explain to everybody. Woo! Yoru, you were like, oh, Yoru, you were literally like the fucking start of this. You brought a fucking, you fucking brought an avalanche, dude. Yoru out here bringing fucking avalanche. Bruh, what even is today? Oh, this is going to be a long stream. This is going to be a long fucking stream. Okay, you're all probably going to disagree with me almost immediately. Rent a Girlfriend is not what you think it is. It is actually a genuinely good story. I 100% believe this. You're welcome to disagree with me, but I'm just telling you, the way the series has been depicted to you via the internet, if you go on Twitch, if you go on Reddit, even if you go on YouTube, you're probably not going to find many YouTube channels that like actually genuinely try to give this series a modicum of thought, and a lot of them will contradict themselves. If you're somewhat interested, consider checking out my YouTube channel. I did a few videos, or streams, sorry. I did a few streams where I went through some of the popular YouTube videos that like criticize this series. And I literally showed, like, I literally broke it down as to how they're making shit the fuck up. Or they're literally misinterpreting the narrative. Like, I went through Mother's Basement. I went through, like, 2 other dudes that I don't remember off the top of my head. Anyways, that's my stance. I genuinely think this is a good series. You're welcome to see some earlier parts of this thing. Are you a cultist? Me? A cultist? I mean, I like this series. If you want to call me a cultist, sure. That's how you want to interpret me, bro. All right, man. Guess I'm a cultist for liking a normal ass series that everybody says is terrible. Welcome to the club. What else is new? God damn it! What's wrong with the mic? Okay, should be fine now. Everything's awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Oh, Lawless Bacon is here now too. So wait, how many people do we? Oh wow! Oh, they are dropping. Look at them go! Look at them go! They are dropping. Still waiting for part 2 of the new season. Oh, you mean like season? So weirdly, they're calling part 2 of season 4 just straight up season 5, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I watched the series, but it frustrates me. I recommend you read the manga. I've been suggesting this to a few people now. I recommend you read the manga. Don't read the volumes. The volume translations are genuinely horrendous. Go read the manga. The anime has a tendency to scandalize some of the aspects of the story, and it can feel frustrating. But this is like one of those stories where if you kind of learn how to look past some of this stuff and actually just like, interact with the series honestly, you'll start to see some very different things. But yeah, I'm not surprised. Like most of these people just kind of dipped. It happens. It's kind of cool though. I think this is the highest views we've ever gotten on the thing. But yeah. And then once you catch up, feel free to like check out my YouTube channel. I guess I should link it. Ooh. I keep talking about my YouTube channel, but I ain't linking this stuff. Well, give me a moment. Here, I'll just then how do you I can pin it. There we go. I pinned it. Wonderful. I don't use Twitch that often, unfortunately. I gotta figure Twitch out. But yeah, does Sumi get more screen time? Briefly, yes. Sumi does briefly get some screen time later in the manga. Sumi's character is written in a way where so I'm gonna describe to you how Reiji like based her character. He literally said, Sumi is the part of me that can do anything I want, but uses my personality as an excuse to not do it. Sumi is presented like this like perfect character who can do anything, when in reality, Sumi is actually this character that's presented as safe and comfortable to disguise some of the darkness of her character, which is that Sumi doesn't actually make real changes in her life. A huge aspect of Sumi's character is that she seemingly traps herself by her personality. Her personality is almost like an excuse. She has a lot of things she really wants to do. Her Girlfriend is probably one of the most hated romance series, but I mostly already dislike romance shows that have 3 to 4 seasons without any type of confession. Since we didn't even have progress in the manga, it killed all my interest. You might want to double check that confession thing, because Kazuya literally confesses non-fucking stop. Kazuya literally constantly fucking confesses. Like literally non-fucking stop. And that's this thing that Sori's like almost delving into right now, is like this trust issues that Kazuya and Chizuru kind of has, where they kind of struggle to communicate and talk. If you want a series that I think you'll genuinely enjoy, do you read manga or do you watch anime, or is it both? Do you even read novels? Like, do you care? There's 2 I would recommend for you. These are my 2 favorite series. Rent a Girlfriend's number 1, and these 2 are below it. Read Maison Ikkoku. Give Maison Ikkoku like a few chapters to kind of really hook you. It needs just like a little bit. And if you want something that'll hook you right away, read How Do We Relationship. How Do We Relationship is my second favorite manga, period. And I would really, really recommend you read that one. So that one is like, yeah, my second favorite one. So that one will probably hook you really quick. Maison Ikkoku, it's a bit older, so it needs a little bit to hook you. But Maison Ikkoku is pretty much the manga that like is the progenitor of modern romance manga, better than Dress Up Darling. So please understand, I'm not a big fan of Dress Up Darling. Please understand, I'm not a big fan of Dress Up Darling. I think Dress Up Darling starts solid and then drops hard as fuck. Like I understand, I got so goddamn bored of Dress Up Darling. It dropped so goddamn hard. Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity has an interesting premise. I like it. but I have this issue where the characters feel too safe. They're too innocent and pure and perfect. That's why Subaru is my favorite character. Subaru is literally my favorite character because she has flaws. She's layered. Everyone else just feels a little too safe, you know? What else? Dress Up Darling. Yeah, I mean, Dress Up Darling is just, it has good concepts. I like the idea behind Dress Up Darling, but it devolves very, very quickly because in reality, I think what Dress Up Darling wants to be is a cosplay manga. And that's why the characters literally don't feel like themselves. Like, okay, if you read Dress Up Darling, there is a point in Dress Up Darling where Gojo and Maureen do not feel like Gojo and Maureen anymore. They are completely different characters. And then suddenly, near the end of the manga, for some reason they feel like themselves again. And it is such a weird whiplash where they suddenly feel like actual characters again. And then they start doing a whole bunch of stuff, and then they confront their issues, and then suddenly everything is great and awesome, and you're like, oh my god, they're themselves again. It's so weird. What just fucking happened? What the shit? So that's just how I feel. But that's just my stance. Let's see. Probably my most favorite romance shows are the types where the main characters have to get together at about a halfway point. I don't really care for that. I don't care if the characters get together or don't get together. Like, that's cool and all. Okay, whatever. Because I think that is a false premise. You guys, your frustration probably stems from the fact that a lot of it is the main characters, like, you know, the author's just kind of not doing anything until they get together. So you get fucking frustrated and you're like, God damn it, I wanted more. What the fuck? And so you get really fucking frustrated with that kind of stuff. I like stories that are deconstructing and exploring these ideas, not just they get together. This is one of the reasons I enjoy Rent-A-Girlfriend so much. The story is like, why aren't they getting together? What are relationships? What even is love? And it is deconstructing that shit. It is exploring that shit. And that's what makes it so endearing to read and continue to read, even though it's doing things that people would think are stupid fucking tropes that they don't like, when in reality, nearly every single character of the story is a deconstruction of a trope. Kazuya is literally the deconstruction of the main character who is unlikable and, he's stupid and doesn't figure anything out. In reality, Kazuya is literally not an unlikable character. However, you're intentionally being presented his character in a way where if you fixate on all of the negatives of his character, you literally won't see him. You will not understand Kazuya's character in Rent-A-Girlfriend if you fixate on the negatives of who he is. One of the reasons I genuinely love Rent-A-Girlfriend as a story is because I got into it when I was depressed. And that's the thing. There was a lot of stories like about depression and all that kind of stuff. And, and none of them really clicked for me. Like, there's a lot of good stories about depression and shit. And none of them really vibed with me. Nothing ever worked. What made Rent-A-Girlfriend so effective for me was that Kazuya is a fuck up at the start of the series. He is falling the goddamn fuck apart. And he is not being seen for the worst of his character. He is still being told, you're not a shitty human being. You're not a horrible person. And this is where I'm going to read you something Reiji wrote. It's like one of the first things he wrote for the manga. People probably don't fucking know it. Let's see. This is probably something you'll never see when people are just fucking joking about the series and like saying stupid shit. So let me pull it up. And again, you'll get like a bit of Reiji's goofiness, because Reiji is goofy. And remember, these are the official scans, so they're not translated super well. Come on, view, large icons. Okay, it's already organized, good. Okay. So I thought I could reveal some secrets behind the production of this manga, but there's not much secrets to it. I heard about rental girlfriends. It sounded really neat, and I thought I could make a manga out of it, so I did. For Chizuru Mizuhara, all I'm doing is drawing my idea of the ideal woman. Sexy, strong, gentle, sexy, again, and trying to live with reality. Basically, I like sexy girls who have the idealist traits and let their emotions get the best of them. Also, girls who get angry. This is important. It'll show up in the test. As you all know, the main hero, me, is an indecisive piece of trash. trash, i.e. me. An example of how someone can be spoiled in every possible way, i.e. me, but seeing even trash, me, like that, be supported and not abandoned, isn't that wonderful? Really, with an oaf like me, you should just smile and say, oh, right, ha ha ha, and just leave and just leave. But look at Chizuru. She yells at you like, you're wrong, you can't do this. If that's not a natural kindness, then what is? Modern society has been diluted by social media and the internet, and here's hoping that Rent-A-Girlfriend can lend you a hand and show you all the courage and the importance behind building real human relationships. I'm almost out of space. Still, I think Kazuya will slowly go over this time as well. Hopefully he'll want to spend a bit more time with them too. This is pretty much like the idea behind Rent-A-Girlfriend. It's this idea that we're so disconnected and we don't talk to each other and we don't understand each other and we just want to be angry and mad and lash out. And he's literally saying like, dude, everybody fucks up. Everybody has fucking issues. But it's good to build real human relationships where we call each other out for stupid shit, but we don't just abandon a person and never fucking talk to them again. We need to help and connect to each other. And I think that's why society these days just has so much goddamn divide, is that we're just so fucking angry at each other. We're just lashing out at each other and just getting mad instead of just genuinely connecting. And that's genuinely what got me into this series. Is why I fucking love this series. It literally is like Kazuya is this fuck up and people are not abandoning him. They're like, yeah, you are a fuck up, but you're not a horrible person. You can improve. You're not a bad person and you're still loved for who you are. And that's pretty much the series, is like learning what real relationships is. Sounds like Mommy. Yeah, a big part of Mommy's character is, like, at least right now, narratively, where she is right now, is that she did something really, really fucking bad. And a big part of that is that if she wants to have real relationships, she has to admit to what she did. She has to admit to the horrendous shit she has done in order to actually have a real bond with people and actually connect and build relationships. And if she wants to get out of her, I'm trying not to spoil it, her bad family circumstances, she has to start working towards that. And that's pretty much where every character is right now. It's like literally learning how to live and make your own choices and escaping the illusions of comfort, where every character is kind of trapped in a sense of comfort. A lot of what Mommy does throughout the story was simply to disguise the fact that she's in love with Kazuya. And she was from the start. She didn't like that's little subtle details the anime doesn't capture very well. There are very subtle details that indicate to you Mommy liked Kazuya way before they broke up. And you don't know the reason she broke up with him. It's still not cleared up to you. But it's indicated very heavily she liked him from the start. And she just refused to confront herself about it. With Chizuru, she's a character right now that Reiji is directly dealing with both Kazuya and your own interpretation of her. And in so doing, your trust issues with her character. Because a lot of people, if you go on Twitter, they're like, she's a horrible person. She was leading Kazuya on, all these terrible things about her. And Reiji's literally leveraging that as a narrative point where it's like, you think you understand this character. You don't. You have conditioned yourself in your own interpretations and in your anger and your hatred that you understand these characters when you don't. You're blind by what you want to happen. And like there's so many stuff. There's so many layers. It's so fascinating. Like there's literally like this entire segment where he references Don Quixote. He references what is it? There was like two other things he referenced. He referenced this like real life place in Odaiba where it's called a trick art museum. And literally your perspective of the things that you're looking at shapes how those things appear. And he actively leverages these elements of your perspective is blinding you. You're not seeing things clearly. He even references things like kitsunes, where literally a kitsune is an illusionary fox. It makes illusions and it tricks you into thinking you understand what's happening when you don't. Like, I like Rent-A-Girlfriend, okay? I like Rent-A-Girlfriend, okay? Like, this is a 400 plus chapter series. I can't just get into all of that in just like a fucking minute. I tried my best right now, okay? Also, the lights are off. I gotta turn on the lights. Give me a sec. We've been streaming so long, it got dark. We've been streaming so long, it got dark. I genuinely think Reiji can write a good story. He shows some goodness, but it feels very inconsistent to me. So Rent a Girlfriend's beauty is that I think you're misinterpreting what is good and what is bad. What do I mean by this? The Hawaiians arc, or the Paradise arc, is considered one of the worst arcs in the entire series. Everybody hates it. Chapter 218 is one of the most infamous chapters in the entire fucking series. I think chapter 218 is actually a genuinely brilliant fucking chapter. It is a chapter that absolutely captures Kazuya's powerlessness. It makes you feel disgusted. It makes you feel uncomfortable. It leverages the eroticism of the scene to just genuinely get under your fucking skin. And it makes you almost hate Kazuya. And that hatred that you feel for his character, it reflects the very same hatred he feels for himself. That's the sadness of that scene. His mind betrays him, his body betrays him, and he literally has nothing left. And then the entire narrative after that point is literally Kazuya having severe trust issues. He literally has severe trust issues. And in particular, he can't even trust his own body. There's a scene later in the manga where Kazuya and Chizuru like end up in a shed together. And in some ways, the scene is like really cute. And in others, it highlights the real issue that's going on right now. I've shown this scene to my chat a few times, but you guys probably have never seen it. They're literally on top of each other, and the dude cannot move. He is terrified to make any moves on Chizuru because he is scared of his own body. Kazuya is literally scared of his own body and being judged for feeling his sexual desires that he does. To the point that it explodes out of him and then he just has a nosebleed. The series has never depicted a nosebleed. Literally never happened. And then here he is having a nosebleed and passing out. Because he bottled that shit in so goddamn hard. Now go to the internet, and what does the internet constantly say about Kazuya's character? He's too horny. He's too stupid. He should be more mature. He should control this shit. And they kind of completely missed the fucking point. That this character has this part of him. He feels horny and shit, but everybody tells him he's a horrible person for feeling this way. So he bottles it in constantly until he gets to the point where it turns against him, and now he can't even trust anybody. And he's literally this character that feels scared and doesn't want to be judged for feeling the things that he does. Like, that's literally Kazuya's character at this point in the story. And that's the thing, people don't realize how impactful that pool scene is, because it is not about Kazuya becoming this horrendous person. It is literally about everything Kazuya feels he trusted and felt powerful over or safe with turning against him. And he has nothing left. And there is a scene that takes place right after this where Kazuya tries to, right after the pool scene, there's a scene where Kazuya is trying to defend Chizuru around his family, and his family fucks him up so much. Like, his family literally turns on him so goddamn much that he literally says, "I wish I could disappear." And so Kazuya, after this point, the whole point of his character is that he lost who he is. His identity shattered. Who he is shattered. He fell apart. So when people tell you, like, after the Hawaiians arc, it feels like Kazuya's character regressed, he lost who he is, these aren't the same characters, they don't have the same chemistry anymore. Exactly. It is literally about rebuilding and overcoming trauma. It is literally about fixing yourself and finding who you are. Like, genuinely, this series has, even the Hawaiians arc. If you read the Hawaiians arc and you thought it was like poorly written, I recommend you read it in a binge. A lot of the issues with this series stem from the fact that if you read it weekly, it's pretty brutal. Reading this series weekly is brutal. Reading it on a binge, oh man, shit flows together. And it is fast. It flows really, really well. So that stuff I can really recommend to you guys. Like seriously, the Hawaiians arc, considered one of the worst arcs in the series. On a reread, on a binge, whew, smooth, dude. Literally flowing. I can't believe I trusted Twitter and Mother's Basement. Oh, don't even get me started on Mother's Basement. Don't even get me started on Mother's Basement, dude. Oh, I fucking hate that video. Oh, I fucking hate that video so fucking much. Oh, dude, he made up so much shit. I have a thing for it. Literally. It's on my fucking channel. It's on my fucking channel. I'm gonna pull it the fuck up. Bro, I gotta pull this up. Every time someone mentions the fucking Mother's Basement video, I lose my goddamn shit. I fucking hate that video so fucking much. Where is it? There it is. Okay. I have this playlist. Please go to this playlist. Here's the Mother's Basement video. I got so fucking frustrated going through this video. I needed to take a break and come back later because I was getting so goddamn mad. I was getting so fucking frustrated. I'm like, bro, stop. This is so fucking shit. Literally half the video is either him contradicting himself or making shit the fuck up. The part that always got me, this part, like when we were watching it, it still got me. There's a part where he does a little bit of analysis. He tries a little bit, he actually tries a little bit. He analyzes Mommy's character and he notices inconsistencies in how she's being depicted, because it's meant to tell you Mommy always liked Kazuya. In particular, it was the scene when they were at the beach. There's a scene at the beach where at that point in the story, Mommy had consistently just said she just wants them to break up. She just wants Kazuya and Chizuru to break up. And Kazuya, in front of Mommy, seemingly breaks up with Chizuru. Mommy still calls him after and wants to meet him. She has no reason to. He broke up with her. She has absolutely no reason to talk to him anymore. She got what she wanted. She can just move the fuck on. And she still calls him. Almost to indicate to you, wait, that doesn't make sense. Did she always like him? And then literally Mother's Basement notices this. And then he starts digging and he finds more information. And he's like, whoa, there's something there. And then he's like, oh no, it'll probably be shit. It doesn't matter. But that's the funny bit here. That's the funny bit. In the video, he admits he skimmed most of the manga. He didn't actually fucking read it, which, by the way, great way to analyze a fucking story and roast it, I'm just gonna fucking skim it because I know what the fuck is happening. And he ends up spoiling a whole bunch of shit. That's the funny thing. He talks about chapter 218. He talks about chapter 218, the infamous pool scene chapter. Mommy's backstory 3 chapters away from that. He didn't even read 3 chapters prior to the infamous pool scene to get any form of context. He just went and looked at it and just said it was shit. And I'm like, yeah, nice. Just literally leave it in plain view that you didn't give a modicum of a shit. And if you want any more proof that Mother's Basement's video is kind of shit, his opening statement. Okay, let me tell you something about Mother's Basement. The way he structures his videos is very traditional, English class writing. Literally, the way he structures his shit, I'm like, I've taken English courses, dude. The way he structured it is literally your thesis, your base, and then your conclusion, and the proof of all the stuff that you wrote, all that stuff. His literal thesis for the opening of his fucking video is to dissuade you from having fucking conversations about the topic. Because what does he do? He says, look at how amazing the romance genre is. Look at how it's full of all these interesting topics and ideas. And then he proceeds to remove all of that from Rent a Girlfriend and say, this story has none of these things. It's literally devoid of anything. So don't talk about it. Just believe what I say. Only to then use Wikipedia to back up his fucking claims. And Wikipedia is fucking wrong. It's not even like Wikipedia. It's like the, you know how they make wikis for the, what is it? You know, and they make wikis for like any big thing. Like, yeah, everything has its own like mini wiki. Literally, he goes to that, and the information he proceeds to list is literally factually wrong. The fuck? Literally, the video drove me fucking insane, and the fact that like everybody in the comment section is like, it's the greatest thing fucking ever. It just, I want to throw my goddamn glasses, but these are nice. I don't want to do that. So yeah, congrats. You guys felt like a modicum of my fucking insanity dealing with the anime community and how they talk about this series. It drives me up the fucking wall, especially with content creators like Gigok who like actually read it. Gigok actually fucking reads it, and somehow his interpretation is just as insane as Mother's Basement. And I'm like, how? It's like you're reading an alternate fucking manga. What the fuck? I'm losing my goddamn mind. Guys, if you're planning to read Rent a Girlfriend, you should definitely follow Johan. No one else on the internet gives such detailed and thoughtful analysis of the series. Oh, thanks. That's really nice. Thank you. Gigok wants Twitter likes. Gigok to me isn't about Twitter likes. Gigok is a content creator who knows what works and sticks to that. It bleeds into almost everything that he creates. It's literally in every single thing that he creates. He knows how to appeal to his audience, and he focuses on that. However, Gigok's, in my opinion, I'm not going to pretend like I understand this person. They're a real human being. I don't know them, but this is just my interpretation. I think, in my opinion, Gigok is a content creator that in some ways is a little too caught up in content creation and lets other people influence his understanding of certain things. You'll notice this a lot in the ways that he talks and stuff. His opinions, a lot of them are deeply rooted in what other people think of things, not necessarily what he himself thinks of things. And then when he you can tell the difference too. Like when he actually feels something about something, his tone, the way he speaks is very, very different. But even then, a lot of his opinions, and that's just kind of my issue with it, is like a lot of it is just rooted in what other people think, not necessarily what he himself thinks. In some ways, he's kind of like a tsundere. Ironic, considering how much he likes tsunderes. In some ways, he's kind of like a tsundere. And that's just kind of my personal issue with Gigok, is like I just think he roots a lot of his opinions in what other people think. And as someone who's edited a lot of videos for a lot of like I used to edit videos for other people, and it would be a lot of anime videos, and they would always come to me, and they would just tell me, make my videos like Gigok, and I'm like, fucking hell. And that's quite ironic to be inspired by someone like Gigok when creating your videos, because you're literally doing what he does, where you're basing your own work and how you want it based on how Gigok makes it instead of how you want to make it. Literally like how he does his own things. And that's just kind of some of my issues with like Trash Taste in general. I think out of Trash Taste, Connor's my favorite. I think he's the one with like the most like actual true sense of self. Joey's a little similar to Gaunt in his own ways, but at the same time he can also be a little pretentious and misinformed. And I'm not saying like he has terrible taste or anything. I just think like he's too dismissive of like things too quickly. Like I remember when they talked about the Shiunji family, and like I remember like what's his name, Joey was like, oh, I like the Shiunji family's Reiji's other manga. Joey was like rating Shiunji family, and he actually liked it. And the moment he finds out Reiji's the one who made it, he doesn't give a shit anymore. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's just so dismissive. And that's just the thing I hate. It's like I genuinely hate people who are just, or I hate when people are dismissive of stories. Like sure, there are insane fucking stories in anime and manga and shit. Of course, there are wild fucking shit in that stuff. But I just think people are too reactionary and too dismissive, and that's just a big issue I have. Like a lot of the biggest videos on this platform, like again, we were going through these. We went through like Mother's Basement. We went through. Oh yeah, I remember. Degenerosity. Degenerosity is like another content creator that like his videos was one of the first videos to blow up about Rent a Girlfriend. And that's the sad part is that video has like almost 4 million views. And a lot of it is literally him not understanding the story. A lot of it is literally him not fucking understanding the story. And he literally, there's a part where he literally admits to being fucking confused. And then it's like, when he does his other video on the recent events in the manga, he literally admits to skipping shit. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, that's probably why you're confused. You're skipping stuff. Okay, I'm not going to linger on this too much. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to linger super hard on this stuff. So where we are right now is we're talking about the current chapters. I don't know, Chibi Reviews 2. Oh, man, do not even get me started on Chibi Reviews. Bro, Chibi's so weird because sometimes he genuinely feels like a grifter. Like, he interacts with this manga and doesn't really know what he's talking about. And he's one of the reasons, like literally, Chibi Reviews is one of the reasons the manga, okay, how many of you have heard about the big rejection scene on Twitter or something, or like it blew up all over this stuff? I forgot, like it just blew up everywhere. The big rejection scene that happened in the manga, and everyone made a huge fucking deal about it. That was Chibi Reviews. So chapter 379, there's like a confession scene, or a confession-like scene. And Chibi Reviews starts spreading this news that the manga is ending. This wasn't announced anywhere. This wasn't said anywhere. He's just projecting onto the story his own perceptions. If anything, if you actually like paid attention very carefully to the scene, something is wrong. Like, I'll pull it up. There, like, when you pay attention to this scene, something is wrong. You know, like, it's you can feel something is not adding up. It's not gonna end well. Something about this was not going to end well. Chibi just kind of ignores all that and is just like, oh, no, the confession is going to happen, the manga's going to end, and then he gets mad and proceeds to say horrendous shit about Chizuru's character. And I mean like the kind of shit where it's like, oh, okay, we're just out here being incels. Like, we're just out here. He also made this Reiji self-insert thing. Yes, oh, bring me back to that, baby. Literally, Kazuya changing his hair is Kazuya losing his identity. That is literally the narrative point. But literally, here, I was going to pull up the thing. Just give me a sec. Fuck. Here's literally this scene where Chizuru tells Kazuya, I think I might be in love with you. And then you look at her. You look at her posture. You look at how she's presenting herself. You look at how she's in shadows. You look at the scenery, and something doesn't feel quite right. This doesn't feel like the happy confession where something is going okay. Something is wrong here. And that's the brilliance of this scene. Every stupid motherfucker wants to blame Chizuru for this entire sequence. And I'm going to pull it up. I want you guys to go fucking read this thread. I wrote this thread. Oh, wait. I gotta go to my Twitter, sorry. One sec. Facts. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna link this thread for you guys, for anyone who's interested. Consider reading it. This is about why the rejection happened. And Reiji literally left you all the fucking clues. He left you all the fucking clues. Everything was there. Also, Kazuya did not spend $250K on Chizuru. Someone calculated it. Over the span of 2 years, he may have spent $2,000. 2 years! Literally, your paycheck over like 2 months or 3 months is $2,000. Your paycheck could be $2,000 over the span of like 3 months. And this is the span of 2 years. Where did Chibi get $250K? Oh, literally just some dude made it up. Oh, I'm not even kidding. Some dude just made it the fuck up, and Chibi just like went with it. He didn't even fact check it. He just went with it. Reiji said that in an interview that all the characters are his personalities. Not quite. Every character is an aspect of his personality. So here, I'll lay it out for you. So for instance, he says Sumi is the part of me that knows what I need to do, but uses my personality, my temperament as a shy person as an excuse to not do it. So that's an example. He says, for example, Chizuru is the hardworking part of me that tries to live life stoically, but when things get really hard, I sometimes indulge. So like I'll indulge in sweets. I'll kind of like do things that like, play video games or something like that. I'll try to kind of escape a little bit. I want to indulge to escape some of my struggles because it's hard to just constantly live my life stoically. Kazuya, he says, is the part of me that does not value myself and lives vicariously through other people. I live by being valued. And he says he uses the word kuzo, which is, I think is like the word for trash, and it's supposed to sound like Kazuya. Because you say Kazuya, Kuzo, it's supposed to sound literally similar to how you say trash, and it's how Kazuya perceives himself. Kazuya, throughout the story, literally actively perceives himself as trash. So he literally, the word Kuzo matches Kazuya too. He says, Mami is the part of me that uses my past trauma to excuse my envy of others. Ruka is the part of me that tries to constantly get this thing that I believe I lack. And then I think Kibe was the last one. He doesn't have many on there. These were all like the base characters of the story. He doesn't have many on there, unfortunately. But he says Kibe is the part of me that tries to cope with reality by like, telling myself that's just how it is, like, the meme, it is what it is. That's pretty much Kibe's character. It's just, living with the, it is what it is. So it's not simply the characters are just his personalities. Each character is him trying to explore an aspect of himself. And that's something like literally any writer would do. Every writer would fucking do this shit, like they delve into this shit and they try to explore like aspects of themselves in the writing. Have you ever heard the term like an artist puts their soul into their work? Literally that. Like you're literally seeing aspects of Reiji's character, but they're not literally him. They're not literally him. They are just part of him that he's exploring. I would even say that $2,000 for a monthly salary is low. Yeah, like Kazuya. His money theoretically is a decent amount, like in Japanese currency, but it's not that crazy of a fucking spend, He's just and that's the thing. People are saying like Kazuya is just dropping his money to get into Chizuru's pants. If you read the manga for 2 fucking seconds, you'd realize that's not the case. For 2 fucking seconds, you'd realize that's not the fucking case. Like, his reasoning actively changes throughout the manga. Initially, he drops his money because he's trying to escape his trauma, his grief over his girlfriend breaking up with him. And he lashes out at Chizuru, and rightfully so, he gets fucking called out for it. Later in the manga, he starts spending his money to please his family. Because his grandparents wants Kazuya to have this amazing fucking girlfriend, and that's a huge part of the narrative where Kazuya lies to his grandparents, but they willfully accept the lie. They're pretty okay with accepting the lie, and you constantly see visuals of just like them literally ignoring clear signs in favor of the lie that they want to be real. And that's literally right now what the story's talking about. This idea of the characters living in illusions instead of literally building real connections. And then as the story continues, Kazuya wants to do it for himself. He feels like when he's around Chizuru, he's becoming a better person. It's one of my favorite scenes in the manga, and the anime, of course, Of course, the anime fucking butchers it. Because of course the anime fucking butchers it. Let's see, Rent a Girlfriend. I think it should be volume 5? Oh, no, okay, too far. Volume 4. God damn it. Okay, it's still too far. Volume 3. Volume 3. Okay, there it is. Oh, okay, so it's just misorganized. Gotta organize it, sort, name. Okay. I want to get to know the real Mizuhara. Hey, do we really need to say we broke up? I mean, I know. I know I'm total trash. I'm a terrible client. To you, I must have like no redeeming features. I'm just a pain in the neck. But it's kind of weird. It's like when I'm with you, I feel like I can change. Like maybe I can mature kind of. On the ferry, it's like I don't even feel like me. I'm a different person. I know we're lying to our grandmothers. I really do feel bad for entangling you in this. I'm ready to give her the news tomorrow, but if I could, I want to rent you. Just to borrow a little of who you are. All right. I'll let you rent me a little more. The fucking stars, dude. He's dreaming. He's choosing to fucking dream and believe in the possibility that he can maybe transform, that he can maybe become this thing he can imagine himself to be. Like, and they cut this. They cut this shit from the anime. They kept the line. They didn't make it as good. They kept the line, but they cut the fucking stars. And I'm just like, oh my God. Why would you cut the fucking stars? Why would you cut the stars? The whole idea is literally he's dreaming. He's imagining a future for himself. He's literally choosing to believe in something. He's trying to believe in himself for a minute. And they fucking cut this shit. And then after that point, when Kazuya finds out that Chizuru is an actress, he chooses to rent her to support her acting. Because she supported him throughout so much of the early part of the series. He's literally trying to pay her back for helping him. He's so inspired. He goes and sees her. He goes and sees her in the acting biz. He sees a play of hers, and he's so fucking inspired by it. He's like, bro, if you think you're talentless, like she tells him, like, I think I'm talentless. I think I'm a fucking failure. He's like, if you think you're fucking talentless, tell that to my goddamn money that I'm gonna drop on you. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna rent you every goddamn day if it means you fucking believe how talented you are. He's literally not doing it to get in her pants. He literally just wants to support her. He believes in her fucking dream. He makes a goddamn movie for her because he believes in her goddamn dream that much. That's how amazing she is to him. And then all people think is like, oh, Kazuya is just so stupid. He dropped all this money on a rental girlfriend who's never going to fucking love him. My goddamn, you guys are stupid as shit. Y'all are stupid as shit. Chizuru let Kazuya live free for a month, literally. I know! And then everybody just ignores that. It's like, oh no, Chizuru didn't fucking do that. But yeah, okay. So we're supposed to be focusing on the current chapter of the manga. I was going to read what Reddit wrote. So for anyone who's still here, I hope you enjoy. If you want me to talk about certain topics, feel free to. Consider following me on, Twitch. I feel like most of the people who interacted didn't really end up following me. Hurts my feelings. Anywho. I think it's difficult to consolidate those scenes within 22-minute episodes. The issue is they did not manage what they wanted to show very well. The anime, in my opinion, prioritizes the female characters infinitely more than Kazuya, and in so doing, Kazuya's character ends up being butchered quite a lot. Again, just my opinion. I feel like Kazuya's character is really not handled well in the anime. They sacrifice a lot of his scenes in favor of the female characters. And even then, there are times where they don't really depict the female characters very well. But yeah, literally, this manga is unfathomably mischaracterized, okay? This manga is unfathomably mischaracterized. Oh, can we focus on Room 17 too after what you read? Yeah, I'll just read it for you guys. Okay, I already talked about Room 17, so I'll just go to that really quick. I'll just tell you like some of the interpretations I've had for. Oh my god, no, I don't want to fucking pay Elon money. Go away. Jesus Christ, I don't fucking give Elon any fucking money. Okay. Where is it? There it is. Another thing, too, is Umi's room number is 17. If we go back to chapter 17, this is when Kazuya realized he loved Chizuru, which looked identical to Chizuru's heartbeat in chapter 398. So this is Chizuru's heartbeat in chapter 398. This is Kazuya in chapter 17. They're literally reversed. She's using her right hand, he's using his left hand. He's open in light, she's hidden in darkness. But there's more to this. The Odaiba date, which Kazuya and Chizuru went on, the big Odaiba date where the rejection happened, guess what day it was on? Oh, my friend, guess what day it was on? Don't worry, I'll show you. You'll find out. The Odaiba date, the big date that just happened in the story, took place on the 17th. And isn't it interesting how Umi was constantly on Kazuya's head during that date? Isn't it interesting that Kazuya thought of Umi just before leaving the house on the 18th? He thought of Umi. That's weird. That's weird. And then even more so, the Tiger's Den, which took place from chapters 175 through 179. Isn't that weird? Huh. This is a weird set of coincidences, as if we're discovering the truth of the date and what happened, as well as discovering what happened behind the scenes with Chizuru. Umi also has a connection to the number 7. He dated a girl named Nanaho and asked Chizuru out in July. So this event that happened in secret in the movie arc took place in July, and the final chapter of it was chapter 127, part 5. So he dated a girl named Nanaho. He asked Chizuru out in July. It was a week after he broke up with his girlfriend, and it ended at chapter 127. You want to know how it gets crazier? As I've said in the past, Ichi, 1, is in Chizuru's last name, Ichinose. Nana, 7, is in Mami's last name, Nanami, and in the name of the girl Umi dated, Nanaho. This scene is even reminiscent of Mami's 2 visits to Kazuya's work. 1 with Chizuru, 1 to see Kazuya. There's a connection here. I have a theory that what was happening with Chizuru in the movie arc was literally what Kazuya was going through at the very beginning of the series, which is that I think Umi's girlfriend broke up with him. Now, if you read it carefully, there are signs she's the one who broke up with him, and Chizuru in many ways was literally just a rebound. And literally, it's literally Umi trying to cope with the fact that he just got broken up with. And I think that connection to Mami is very much a real thing. Mami even makes Chizuru sing. She makes Chizuru sing at the karaoke place and compliments her singing voice. In contrast, we see Umi singing of his own volition. Umi even mentioned Chizuru's voice work being very impressive when talking to a producer. This seems akin to what was going on then. Our perspective of events being wrong. Right? Remember what happened? Kazuya was like, oh, so everything was a mistake. I was wrong about everything. Huh. There's also the title. The title of the chapter is Boyfriend and Boyfriend, but the specific word can also be read as him or he. So this is most likely a play on words. In particular, our perception of Umi as the boyfriend, or is he just some guy? Even the title is about appearances. I also found out the name of the building that Chizuru is shown in is called Nakano Sun Plaza. Yes, like Umi's last name. But interestingly, this place is closed. It is a hotel and a concert hall. Singing and performances are yet again connected here. Umi said he has a project singing. And this place is literally a fucking concert hall and a hotel. Weird. And the fact that it's closed also matches Umi. It's quite odd that the place closed 3 years ago, yet here the characters are being depicted in it. Its connection to Umi is also perfectly on brand. Umi is the reason Chizuru got the play we saw in Chapter 52, and the people we see now are connected to him as we saw in the Tiger's Den. And yet everything almost feels like it's happenstance. That's the thing, though. I talked about this here. Chizuru interacts. So these are people we saw in Chapter 52, which was the play where Chizuru was with. It was the play Chizuru got with Umi. Like Umi got her that play. These are people that we see in two different places. The kissing scene Chizuru saw on TV in Chapter 398. So I should have it right here. Just give me a sec. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Don't do this shit. Don't do this shit. Work with me, please. Work with me, please. Okay. Okay, so chapter 398. We actually see this girl. Because pay attention to what the dude is telling her. Here she is on TV having that kissing scene that dude was talking about. So this is that same girl from that kissing scene. And this girl and this guy, we saw them in the Tiger's Den, the party Umi threw in chapter 176 through 179. But that's the interesting thing about all of this. Chizuru doesn't interact with these people. Chizuru doesn't interact with these people. It's almost like Reiji wants you to think there's a connection here, some sort of connection between Chizuru and Umi here. But her not interacting with these people almost feels like she's there by happenstance. Like they just happen to be there. Rather than there actually is a connection. You're literally being led astray. He's literally reinforcing to you the narrative that Chizuru has some sort of connection to Umi. But like Umi, Chizuru is not really interacting with these people, and she just happens to be in a venue that happens to have his name. He feels like he's connected to all of this, and yet he's literally not there. Umi's literally not there. He's not connected to this. He's literally not there. He just looks like he's connected to this, quite literally as Kazuya thinks. You're meant to believe he's connected to this, but literally the visuals literally tell you otherwise, right? You're meant to think he's connected, and maybe he is. Maybe he has some sort of connection, but not the connection we think he does. He doesn't have the connection we think he does. So we're literally being led to believe certain aspects. It's literally kind of like a mind game. Yes. It's Reiji essentially telling you, like learn to know what to trust and what not to trust. You know, learn to know what to believe in and what not to believe in. There's a number 4 next to the people. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh my God, there is. Oh my God, there is. Nice catch. Nice catch. Number 4. Your kissing scene the other day was amazing. And Chizuru thinks about the kiss. It's like a flashback to that moment. That number 4 being present is interesting. It's literally her number. It's the number of death. Okay. Marcelo, why are you like just constantly throwing in like random shit? Why are you just like randomly throwing in shit? Like you're just constantly saying random stuff. Like it almost has nothing to do with what's going on. It's just random shit. You don't even know if it's true. Hey Johan, I think it won't be so strange. I think it won't seem strange to Umi that Ruka grabs Kazuya's arm, since if I'm not mistaken, he's used a physical contact as we saw during the soccer match. What do you think? So Umi doesn't really have enough to work with here. He has no idea what that could mean. That could mean anything. I could see Umi questioning it and being curious. He literally doesn't have enough to work with. Okay, she's holding his hand. What does that mean? He doesn't know. So it's not some big crazy thing. Umi literally just doesn't know what that means. And that's the thing. Everybody's treating Umi like he's literally like a ticking time bomb. And yet he's never shown himself to be hostile at any point. Umi's literally never shown himself to be hostile in any way, shape, or form. So it just doesn't make sense that people think he's so hostile. Like, that's just not true. Anyways. Umi's just chilling and reflecting in the karaoke room. Seems like a good place as any to kill time when you've arrived way too early. Looks like Kazuya and Ruka's shift overlap a bit. Ruka asks Kazuya who that dude was. She doesn't remember him from the crowdfunding until Kazuya mentions it. Good on Kazuya for not trying to lie about it. Any indication that Ruka remembers the date quid pro isn't shown to focus on how Kazuya is distracted by Ruka. He's going to keep crucifying himself for being physically attracted to her while in love with Chizuru. Yeah, I mean, yeah, literally. I know Umi he's the blonde guy. Is he cool? He has white hair, actually. Is he cool? So Umi is a big mystery box. We literally don't know enough about Umi's character. He's been presented in certain ways that, like, he's done, like, shitty things in the past, as most characters in the story do. But he's also, like, very ambiguous, and you don't really know what his dealio is. So he seems to know that Chizuru likes Kazuya. But he also seemingly confessed to her, which is weird, after Chizuru turned him down. So Chizuru turned him down, and he went and confessed to her. And she tries to turn him down later, and he doesn't let her. He steps away. He's just like, oh, yeah, I'm going to hold on to my feelings a little longer, And then later, she takes the initiative and, like, shuts him down, and she's like, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you, I don't see you that way. And he's like, did you and that guy get closer? Chizuru's like, yes. He's like, are you dating now? Chizuru's like, no. He's like, well, I don't want to be lame. And it's almost like he's doing it as a form of response to Chizuru. I have like a whole analysis in the earlier part of the segment, but it felt weird. It's almost like Umi's judging Chizuru, and if she's serious about Kazuya or something. And I feel like Umi, like, doesn't know enough, and maybe he's like trying to see how serious Chizuru actually is, because maybe he thinks she's not serious because, she's trying to turn him down, but she's not dating Kazuya. Why is she being wishy-washy? That's how Umi sees it, but I think he maybe doesn't understand the full picture. And Chizuru literally tells him, I think you're mischaracterizing me. Like, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. That's literally what she says to him. So there's a lot of layers to Umi. Umi's a very complicated character that we don't know enough about to understand. But if you go on raid chats, they'll all like have some crazy theory that he's like some crazy NTR guy. Looks like Kazuya and Ruka's shifts overlap a bit. Okay, we already read this. He clearly needs to cut ties, but he's needed to do that for months, if not years. I think Kazuya needs to end the relationship between Ruka and him, the romantic one. But cutting ties is not gonna work. I've said this since last stream. I think it's a fucking mistake to just kind of cut ties like this and like force a negative result, it's gonna make everything worse. You know, Kazuya doesn't want to hurt her. And even though he's been hurt, hurting her will only make him feel worse. It'll only add to his guilt. People seem to be ignoring that. Kazuya has a lot of guilt, and he'll feel even more guilty if he hurts Ruka, or if he feels like he's hurt Ruka, okay? So this idea of cutting ties with her is not going to work. There has to be some sort of different solution to the whole Ruka thing. And it's not continuing to date her. He has to break up with her. But they need to come to a form of understanding, and that requires talking. People just want Kazuya to cut ties. You've fundamentally misunderstood the series if you think it's just he's just going to cut ties. Kazuya doesn't want that. And like many people probably don't really want to cut ties with the people they really care about. What Kazuya needs is to actually just sit down and talk to Ruka. In particular, be kind of honest with her about how she's hurt him and what she's made him feel. Because if Ruka understands how she's been hurting him, and what her actions have done and how her actions are contradictory to the things she seems to say she desires, Ruka might start getting a bit of introspection. But I don't think that's going to happen. That's not really going to happen. In particular, I think Ruka's going to have some sort of rude awakening that she's misinterpreted everything up until this point. And I think Umi might be a part of this. I think Umi might mention the living together and all that stuff, and Ruka might somehow overhear that. And her perception of how close Kazuya and Chizuru are might completely fucking shatter. She might completely misunderstand what's been going on between them. Umi may say this and Ruka could hear it, or Umi may trigger this to happen in some way, shape, or form between Kazuya and Ruka. So there's some layers, you know, there's some layers. I also think there could be a possibility of Umi thinking Kazuya is like, you know, not serious about Chizuru, which would be quite ironic. You know, Umi thinking Kazuya isn't serious about Chizuru. I think that'd be quite fucking ironic. If Ruka does something and it results in Kazuya appearing like a cheater. And I think that is going to be a fascinating element to explore. I'm not really sure how it's play out, but I do think a connection to what that driver said in chapter 385 might be relevant to this. You know, that interpretation is wrong, but it's probably connected to what's going on. You know, it's an interpretation that does not align with the narrative, but that's kind of the point. It's like what the person is saying versus what we're seeing. So I've described this for a bit. What we're seeing does not match what we're hearing. Okay? And that is something you literally see right here. And so my girlfriend at the time got together with some guy she was working with at a bar, you know, on the weekend and stuff. Huh. That's weird. Ruka is like, let's make some plans this weekend. And Ruka works with Kazuya at the what is it? At the karaoke bar. That's weird. That's weird. So you could flip it as like Chizuru's the one in this position, not the guy. Right? So you could say my boyfriend seemingly did this. I ran into them near the apartment she was living at around here, and he started throwing fists, seriously. Huh. I was learning Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu back then, so he was no match for me. I already had another girl too, so I didn't really care. What if this is Ruka? What if this is Ruka? You know, Ruka trying to get into some sort of fight, but then you think it's like Umi. And then this could be Umi's interpretation of events. You know, maybe he like misinterprets what's going on. And Kazuya he thinks Kazuya was just some girl at the place he's working at. That's probably the setup, you know. Does Reddit like Rent a Girlfriend, or do they hate it like Twitter? So the Rent a Girlfriend subreddit is fine. It has some people who are like this. The subreddit is fine. But if you go to like the anime and manga Reddits, they hate it. Hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. You know, it's a whole widespread thing, dude. It's almost It's almost like a what's the word I want to look for here? It's almost like propaganda. It's like there's a lot of like, or not propaganda, like a narrative they're selling. Like there's a whole thing around hating this series. Literally, YouTube videos get Okay, here's an example. There's a channel that I saw once that like literally the only reason I saw it is because they made a Rent a Girlfriend video and it had like 200K views. I went to the actual channel just out of curiosity, and I scrolled through it just to see like what the other videos' views were like. And oh my god, all their other videos, their views were like maybe 10K. It is one of his only videos that blew up into the 200K. And it was literally just, I hate Rent a Girlfriend, the video. And I watched it, and it's literally all the same. Like, that's the thing, too, is like, all the hate videos, like, just regurgitate the same thing. Like, literally, it's just like, it's like an echo chamber. It's literally like an echo chamber. They're just fucking they're just saying the same thing, and everybody claps their, like, fucking seals. You know, the comment section just claps like their goddamn fucking seals. And YouTube, of course, spreads it because the hatred around this series is quite popular. Like, if I ever make a video around this series, it would and like I want to get people's attention, I would probably name it something along the lines of "Why You Hate Rent a Girlfriend," because literally, like, it would bait you in with the idea of hate, and I would start with that perception of like lead you in. Hey, you know, you hate this series because this and that and this and that, and then I would just proceed to flip the entire fucking script on you. The problem I see with you is that you think you're the smartest guy in the room, and anyone who dares talk shit about the manga is stupid, when in reality, ... Hey, Bacon. Hey, Bacon. You want to do your job? Bulver, Bacon. You want to do your fucking job? You're the smartest guy in the room. Like, bro, you want to learn how to be smart? Learn to be stupid. I'm not even kidding. Like, you have to admit you don't know jack shit in order to learn shit. I've actively admitted there are things in the story I don't fucking understand, but when I understand certain things, I want to point them out to you. I'm proud of myself. You know, I think it's really sad when people like get mad at other people for being proud of themselves, for like feeling like they discovered something or they realized something. Like, yeah, I've had this Umi theory for quite a while. And people think I'm fucking insane. People have thought I was fucking insane for the longest time. Like, what do you want from me? And like, what do you want me to do? Like, literally, most people talk mad shit about this manga. You want me to, come off as this like passive, oh, I like it, but I don't like it. You know, that like, it's my guilty pleasure. No, bitch, this shit ain't my guilty pleasure. I fucking love this series. It is, in my opinion, one of the best written romance manga I have ever read, period. It is fucking amazing. And I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Nor am I going to try to pretend I'm, nor am I going to try to pretend like I'm some stupid fucking idiot. Like, what do you want me to do? Oh, yeah, I'm a stupid fucking idiot. Yeah, man. No, I put in an effort to learn literature. I put in an effort constantly to try and better myself and get smarter. Why the fuck should I act like a stupid bitch? You know, and if someone says something stupid, I'm gonna call you out on being fucking stupid. You know, I'm gonna call you out on being fucking stupid. But I'm also kind of humble sometimes, you know? Like, for example, Yoro over here. I literally told my fucking chat to unblock you and talk to you because I felt like you were a reasonable person I could fucking talk to. I'm not a fucking dick who just ignores everybody. I'm just gonna ignore you when you say stupid shit, you know? I'll ignore you when I know you're blatantly saying stupid shit. And like, it is stupid. And I tell you it's stupid. I'm sorry, I like how I say stupid. Yeah, most of the people who talk bad about this manga do it in bad faith and piss poor understanding of the narrative, which is literally why I'm calling it stupid. It is quite literally in bad faith. Like for you, Andrew, for instance, like when I talk to you, I'm like, I disagree with some of your stances. Like, you've said some things I've just adamantly disagreed with, like Reishi isn't taking the sexual assault thing very seriously. I still disagree with you, but I'm not going to call you fucking stupid. Like, I disagree with you, and I show my evidence, and I point out to you why I disagree with you, but I'm not going to call you fucking stupid. Like, I don't think you're a stupid person. You seem smart enough. It's just, I think sometimes you get a little caught up in what people are saying, you know? You get caught up in the perception of the idea rather than the idea of itself. And that's kind of why, like, I try to talk and, like, understand with some people. But I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole about it. Like, you guys want to see me be an asshole? I can be an asshole. But I don't want to be. It's not fun. Being an asshole sucks. You know, it's just not fun. Fate to me, your channel's goated. Make this manga even more enjoyable. Oh, thank you. You know, and that kind of shit makes me fucking happy. Like, I love when people are like, "Holy shit, I didn't think of it like that. Oh my god, you caught some crazy fucking shit." Like, I love it when I do that, and like it makes people happy that like I'm giving them this new perspective about the manga they were not thinking about. I was genuinely happy when like I made Yoro over here understand, like, no, this actually is good. Like, holy shit, I've completely misunderstood this fucking manga just because of the few things that I pointed out to them, just because of I talked about some of the things I genuinely enjoyed about the series. Like, that stuff really makes my fucking day, that like there are people I can reach and talk to and they will understand. It makes me happy, you know? I think they just need someone to feel superior to, and they pick Reiji. Well, they need someone they perceive to be worse than themselves, and so naturally they cling on to that idea, because if that person isn't actually worse than me, then there's something wrong with this. You know, it's literally the thing from Evangelion. It's that poem Evangelion quotes. If God is not in heaven, something is wrong in the world, or something like that, or something like that. I don't remember the exact phrase, but it's literally that idea. It's like, if he's not bad, then there's something wrong. You know. And Twitter will be out here like a crazy fucking person framing Reiji like he's goddamn Hitler. I'm like, yeah, sure. Let's compare genocide to writing a fucking romance manga, you weirdos. Let's see. Not that you can't hate it, but you have never seen a person that absolutely hates it that actually gets what's going on or like it at all. Yeah, like most of the people who hate this manga, like, they don't seem to actually fucking understand it. You know, they didn't really give it a real effort. You know? So it's like, I can't really, like, I don't care if you hate the manga, dude. You want to hate Rent a Girlfriend? Sure, I don't give a shit. Just make sure your hatred is justified. You know, just make sure your hatred is stemming from, like, something real rather than something you made the fuck up. I still love that meme. What's your source, Mr. Senator? My source is that I made it the fuck up. It's so accurate to modern politics, bro. So fucking accurate to modern politics, bro. My source is that I made it the fuck up. But to be honest, just like you who analyze each chapter, take time and think about things I can't do. Well, it's okay. Like analyzing is not easy. Like literally the arc, I think I've mentioned this a few times. I don't know if you guys know it. The arc that absolutely flipped my entire understanding of this narrative was the Hawaiians arc. The Hawaiians arc made me realize I did not understand this story whatsoever. It made me realize how little I understood this story. Like it's literally like I was looking in a mirror and it fucking shattered it. It hit it with a goddamn hammer. It shattered that shit. That's when I realized, like, oh, I don't fucking get this story. And chapter 218 in particular was the chapter that, like, absolutely shattered my entire perspective. Because, like, this is going to sound weird for some of you guys. Chapter 218, the weird pool scene where Kazuya is imagining Chizuru having sex with someone else. I cried. Straight up. I tried recording a video for it, and I just fucking cried reading the chapter. That shit wrecked me. And you're probably like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why the fuck that make you cry, weirdo? That shit wrecked me. The self-hatred, the loss of autonomy, this idea that you feel so powerless in your own body. Like, god damn. That shit, like, fucking wrecked me. I was just like, dude, Kazuya does not fucking deserve this. Like, damn, dude. He tried so fucking hard. And that's the thing. That whole scene wasn't just happening because Chizuru rejected him. It's like a cascading set of events, you know? Like, it starts with Kazuya feeling powerless over the trip. and then he feels powerless over Ruka, and then he feels powerless to control like even anything. Like his grandmother will just literally fucking walk in and just do whatever the fuck she wants, and he can't make her stop, or at least he feels like he can't make her stop. He feels like he can't help Chizuru. He feels like he can't do anything. And then finally, when he feels like he has nothing left but to confess, and he goes to try and do that, that gets taken away from him too. I'm just like, dude, it's no wonder he feels so powerless. Like literally, he goes from this character who built a modicum of confidence over being able to do something crazy like make a film to every single thing he tries to do shattered piece by piece. Absolutely wrecked him. And he's literally left like he's a shell of a person, or a shell of his former self. He's lost his identity. That's why Kazuya is so powerless after that point, you know? Anyways, this thing seems connected, you know? And I think it's going to be Ruka. It would be interesting to think like, okay, maybe Umi like sees Kazuya with Ruka and, you know, thinks he got with her in the bar or something. You know, instead of the girlfriend, it's the boyfriend, you know? Like Kazuya thinks like, oh, Chizuru might be like dating Umi. Oh no. And in reality, it could be the issue is Ruka, where Umi perceives it this way. And Umi gets mad, and Umi is just like, you know, you're not serious about her. What the hell? And that could be what might happen. You know, I think Ruka is central to this somehow. So we'll have to see. This is going to connect somehow. I can kind of feel it, you know, but it doesn't match the reality of the situation. That's the whole point. Whatever conflict we're going to end up having is not going to match the reality of the situation. That's going to be the point. It's illusions versus reality. And that's, I think, where we are. Let's see. I'm optimistic that the trial is ending soon. I think the fact that she is in his face and clinging all over him like nothing happened immediately afterwards seems important. I'd be more pessimistic if a couple of days went by between seeing each other, as is a kind of like this isn't going to be swept under the rug as feared, and the sham will end sooner than later, relatively lol. But we'll see. Being called out on it by Umi may be what Kazuya needs to actually rip off the band-aid. I don't know. I think the issue is, I think Ruka, I've said this before, I think what needs to happen is Ruka needs to realize what's happening. Needs to realize how her actions are hurting him, even if she doesn't realize that it is. I think Ruka needs to realize how every little choice she's making, it's actually hurting him. Every little tiny choice that she thinks is not a big deal, literally her touch, like seriously, isn't it interesting that 407, chapter 407 ends with what? Ruka holding Kazuya's arm, and Umi almost sees it. Ruka is holding Kazuya's arm, and Umi walks in and happens not to see it. You get to the next chapter, and Umi sees the thing he didn't get to see last chapter. How does the chapter end? Umi sees the one thing he didn't get to see last chapter. Ruka holding Kazuya's arm. Like this secret that they're trying to keep is not going to stay secret for long. Literally, their secret is not going to stay secret. And the thing is, Ruka is literally telling Kazuya, I don't want to get in the way of your relationship. And I think she's going to start realizing how every little choice that she makes ultimately gets in the way of the relationship. Whether she realizes it or not, I think Ruka and Kazuya's relationship is absolutely central to the current conflict in the narrative. This issue that Kazuya wants to hide and not talk about. And not that he needs to rip off the band-aid with Ruka, but rather it's something that needs to be discussed and understood and know what the fuck is happening. So the fact that last chapter Umi just happened to not catch it, and then now Umi catches it, and it's weird. You know, I think next chapter will continue to connect the dots like that. I feel like I have a feeling Umi might punch Kazuya to make him wake up and say like Chizuru is suffering because you haven't done anything or even serious about her like I am, is what I think might happen. No, I don't think so. Now fists might start flying, but that would just make things worse. Umi punching Kazuya and like saying wake up and you're not serious about her and all that. He doesn't know Chizuru is suffering. Chizuru seems fine. Chizuru isn't suffering. Chizuru seems fine. She's not struggling. There's no issues here. So I don't get it. Now that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make sense. Umi has not seen Chizuru suffering in any way. Chizuru doesn't seem like she's suffering. Umi hasn't seen that. He doesn't fucking know. Now, Umi could be like, well, Chizuru is serious about you. You don't seem serious about her. You know, I could totally see that. That could be an element at play here. But Umi, like literally what you're describing would not wake Kazuya up. It would just make him feel more guilty. It would just make him feel worse. What Kazuya really needs is someone to confide and talk to. And I don't think that's going to be Umi, but I do think like there's going to be a lot of complicated situations going on with Umi. Again, we still don't know what the talk is, but I do think the Ruka relationship is central to the Umi relationship, you know? In particular, I think Umi understands what his and Chizuru's relationship would be because what Umi and Chizuru's relationship would have been had you know, Chizuru chosen to date him out of sympathy or some shit. It would have been something like Ruka. It would have been something like Ruka. I'm so tired of cliffhangers. Don't read a weekly manga. Sorry, get fucked. Don't read a weekly manga. You're gonna keep getting cliffhangers. They're not going away. Don't read a weekly manga, bro. You picked the wrong fucking manga to read if you don't like cliffhangers. But if you think about it, what Umi and Chizuru's relationship is, or what it would have been kind of like Kazuya and Ruka. So Umi seeing Kazuya and Ruka's relationship could possibly give some advice to deal with that situation, you know? Because that's kind of what it is. Like Ruka is clinging on to him. And it's literally, that's what you're seeing here. Is like literally Ruka is clinging on to him and he doesn't want her to. According to your hero's journey theory, no one is coming to save Kazuya, right? Correct. I think, in my opinion, Kazuya is at the part of the hero's journey where he's lost his mentor or helper, and he is in the thick of it. No one is coming to help. And he needs to confront his issues. But at the same time, there's that part in the hero's journey or the coming of age. Like literally, there's basically the coming of age narrative coincides with the hero's journey. And in the coming of age narrative, there is a part where the character has to have like some self-introspection and a realization of who they are. And in so doing, they realize what really mattered to them, and what they truly valued. And I think Umi could be that because Minnie is essentially the false mentor. That's literally what Minnie is. Minnie is the false mentor. Whereas Umi is presented as the rival or adversary, but in reality, his actions result in what the mentor's actions should be. So theoretically, Umi could be like the true mentor, but we don't know. You know, we don't really know. Like literally, Minnie is presented as a mentor or a helper or a friend when in reality she's the rival. In contrast, Umi is presented as the rival when in reality he may be the mentor, the necessary mentor, the necessary conflict, the person who could probably give some good fucking advice. So we'll see. Like it's really unclear where we are right now. It's 5:34. God, it feels like 8 o'clock. It's already dark out. That's so weird. Okay. Chizuru is at work, and every time she hears someone say kiss, she gets embarrassed and flustered. She remembers the kiss and can't focus. It's adorable, and I still do think waiting until after the play is going to both hurt her and her performance. A couple of texts here and there would do wonders. Yes, we're both too busy at the moment to dedicate as much time as you'd like to each other, but the reassurance through the phone would be huge. But that's the thing. Why is Chizuru not talking to Kazuya? We don't know. You guys are like not picking up on that information. Why is Chizuru choosing not to talk to Kazuya? That's weird. Back at Karaka Village, Ruka is Rukaing and Kazuya is Kazuyaing. Umi sees it. They may just be giving too much credit, but I do really like that I'm still not sure what's up with Umi. I think it's possible that he doesn't even know 100% what he wants to say to Kazuya, and what he says at the end of the chapter might change things. I still really like the idea that Umi might not be able to completely heal, might not be the complete heal that we cast him as, and he is reaching out to Kazuya out of a genuine concern for Chizuru. He's more or less known that she was into Kazuya since the crowdfunding, and they still aren't together. What's up with that? Hell, even if he is an asshole and looking to break them up, he's got to be curious why they aren't together yet. Right? It's so clear. I'm curious if Umi and Ruka will chat. She seemed completely unbothered by him and didn't see a reaction from her to Kazuya's explanation. Still not being 100% sure what's going to come up with the future that's really exciting. I think one thing that's definitely needs to happen is Ruka's perceptions of events need to shatter. And I think Ruka being dismissive of Umi, but then being surprised by Umi is something that's definitely going to happen. You know, so I wrote a thing on Twitter, we'll read it in a bit, but I said in that thing that this chapter, I came to the realization that this chapter roots itself in appearances, how things appear versus what they really are. And you see that in the chapter with Ruka. Ruka literally says what a lot of the audiences want to believe about Umi. She says it right here. She says, I don't care for boy idols or even actors. Those guys are all shallow, don't you think? My friends follow many, though. She just calls Umi shallow without even knowing anything about him. She doesn't even know him. And she just assumes he's shallow. The fact that Reiji had Ruka say this line indicates to me Umi is not shallow. I already believe Umi is not a shallow character. I already believe Umi is not a shallow character. You just think he is. You're being led to believe Umi is a shallow character. He's not a shallow character. The fact that he could pick up Chizuru was in love with Kazuya as early as the movie arc tells me he's not a shallow character. He's very sensible. He's very aware of his surroundings. He's not shallow. Ruka says it with closed eyes too. Yes, dismissive. She's not actually looking at him. Yes, so closed eyes usually in the manga can be interpreted as someone lying. Here, it's actually coming off as dismissive. She's choosing not to look at Umi. She's closing her eyes and choosing not to look at him. She's choosing not to see him honestly. She's just assuming that he's like all these other people just because he looks a certain way. She's literally judging him by his appearance. Here, the focus is Ruka's appearance, the temptation of the little strings that she has on, and Kazuya turning and trying not to look at Ruka. What is Kazuya's struggle in this sequence? Looking at Ruka, right? Her appearance is attractive to him, and he's struggling. He can't let it go. Umi's appearance to Kazuya, Kazuya's appearance to Umi, right? And then finally, Chizuru's appearance to us, right? What we're seeing with Chizuru. Everything is deceptive and leading you on, and you're not sure. Where Chizuru appears, the name of this place, the people here, all of this is about appearances, and our appearances are misleading us. It's literally, I wanted to make the thumbnail for this video deceptive appearances, but unfortunately that did not happen. Sorry, one sec, I had to adjust something. Right, so every appearance in this chapter is deceptive, even the very final appearance that Umi sees. Even this could be deceptive, right? Because to us, we know what this is, but to Umi, he may not know what this is. Isn't that interesting? Just as Ruka is assuming about Umi, we're now seeing Umi be put in a position where he could theoretically assume about Kazuya, but maybe he won't. I'm just fascinated how Reiji makes this manga and how he calls out IRL stuff like the AI bullshit and how people are just on their phones. Yeah, that's a big thing for sure. That's what draws me back to these mangas in the beginning. Though Rent a Girlfriend is just a great manga in my opinion. Yeah. So let's continue reading. I'm curious if Umi and Ruka will chat. She seemed completely unbothered by him. And okay, we already read this. The impression I got from Ruka's reaction to Umi is that she was trying to really play up the mature adult persona she's been marketing to Kazuya in this recent stretch of chapters. True. She's acting like she's mature and adult and she knows what the fuck she's talking about, when in reality, what she herself is saying is shallow and dismissive, which makes it seem childish. So literally her words at the start of the chapter come off as like mature and she knows what she's talking about and you totally agree with her. In reality, Ruka actually comes off as more dismissive and childish because she's literally generalizing everybody who happens to work in this industry like this. But she literally looks like an idol herself. Kazuya actively compares Ruka to an idol. She's literally attractive like an idol. And yet here she is calling Umi a shallow actor. What about Chizuru? So is Chizuru just a shallow actor too? Right? It's very dismissive and childish of her to say. She's literally trying to act like an adult by looking down on those shallow actors. Yeah. In reality, she's being childish. And this is how a lot of adults act. There's a lot of adults who try to act like this. They're like, "Oh, I'm so mature and adult and I'm I understand better than these people. They're all just shallow actors." When they're not all shallow actors. That's just fucking dismissive. That's just childish. I don't think she's lying about her opinion or anything, but when she says, I don't care for boy idols or even actors, she's definitely adding an implicit, unlike most girls my age. To that end, I feel like Ruka would probably brush Umi off if he were to try to talk with her with Kazuya present. But I'd definitely be interested in seeing what the two would discuss if they were alone. My mind jumps back to the Mommy Ruka conversation from way back to Paradise. That doesn't feel like Umi. That doesn't feel like Umi. Oh, already there to Varicus. That didn't take long. Okay, I'm actually going to go make tea. I didn't make tea earlier. I just drank some water, but now I feel like I need some tea. I also think I need to, like, blow my nose. So give me a little bit, fellas. I'll be right back. BRB. Watashi ga kita. I have returned. I have returned. Also need to eat something. I'm sorry. Just push that over here. God, my hair looks so weird. My hair looks so weird. So, okay. While we're chilling here, few updates. Tomorrow, I'll be streaming at 2. Because they're gonna. Is it tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? I gotta check. Gotta make sure it's tomorrow and I'm not talking to my ass. Yeah. So tomorrow, I'm gonna be streaming at 2:00 because there's gonna be the Resident Evil reveal. They have like a special showcase. So I fucking love Resident Evil. So we're gonna sit down and watch that. That's gonna be the thing I'm gonna do tomorrow. We might talk a little more about Rent a Girlfriend stuff, but tomorrow the focus will just be Resident Evil. So just thought I'd share that. I stopped playing Expedition 33 just because I was getting a little tired of the grind. Like, it was fun for a bit, but now I'm just kind of getting a little burned out. I feel like I did most of the story stuff. I didn't do a New Game Plus, but I feel like I did most of the stuff. I might come back later, but I kind of want to do something new. I want to play something new, so I'm thinking of starting Silent Hill F. Oh God, here I am fucking up. Drop. This is the nice Ruka shirt, and I'm fucking it up. Oh, no, I feel terrible now. Fuck. Well, that was a fucking mistake. Changed to something a little comfier. Definitely gotta clean that shirt later. Well, I already cleaned it. Like, I got rid of most of it, thank God. Yeah, did most of the chat go away? Oh, okay. So, tea. Let's get back to business. Let's just get back to business. It would really shake things up if Rika reacted to Umi with an elevated heart rate. No, of course not. It was a silly thought. Rika didn't even interact with Umi. No, silly thought. Well, I do think Umi might like subvert our expectations in certain ways, but not like that. But Umi is already shaking things up a little bit, you know? Like, just his presence alone is already shaking things up a little bit. Like, the dude is just there, and you already feel like a sense of tension. I don't feel like doing a long analysis. I don't feel like doing a long analysis. Bro, this is not long to you, but the fuck? But I try that every week without much success. Oh, at least he's self-aware. At least he's self-aware. Umi was early, so he rented a karaoke room. He thinks about Chizur's rejection. Meanwhile, Ruka asks who Umi is. Kazuya tells her that he is popular, but Ruka doesn't particularly care for actors or idols. Ruka wonders how Kazuya knows him. He tells her that he met Umi through Chizuru. Ruka tried to ignore Chizuru as best as she could, so she didn't make a connection herself that Chizuru as an actress might have brought Kazuya in contact with an actor. Ruka doesn't dig deeper. Kazuya thinks she might be angry, but she might just not want to hear more about Chizuru. Yeah, that's definitely like, Ruka is like, it's fascinating what happens here. Ruka mentions this. She just says, I see. Interesting. But she kind of just goes quiet after. Did you notice that? She stops talking. Ruka kind of just shuts off after. She stops talking, you know. She's like, oh, the retweet. You know, Kazi is the one who continues the conversation. He says, you know, from the crowdfunding. That takes me back. I forgot about that. Oh, the retweet. ... She kind of just doesn't give a shit, you know? And then she just kind of stops talking. And then suddenly the only reason she talks is because he made an order. And Kazuya says, I'll take care of it. And she's like, sure, okay. So she kind of has a feeling something is going on with Chizuru, and Ruka wants to disassociate from that, you know? That's the thing, is like, people think what Ruka is doing here is like all planned and meticulous. No, she's literally trying to escape. That's why she does what she does here. She shows up suddenly saying, do you have plans next weekend? Because she wants to escape into her fantasy. That's the problem with Ruka right now. She keeps escaping into fantasy. In contrast, you have Chizuru, who keeps getting lost in fantasy and she doesn't want to be. Right? She's just like, I'm so stupid for getting lost in my fantasy constantly. Ruka, in contrast, literally wants to escape into fantasy. She's okay with it. So that's the issue with Ruka at the moment. We don't get to see Ruka's thoughts, but she probably wonders about Umi's connection to Chizuru. Again, Reiji did something brilliant here. He gave you context for Ruka's thoughts in chapter 407, so you can understand what she's thinking here. She has a curiosity in the back of her head, but like with Chizuru herself, what she's going to do is try to disassociate from that. But she ultimately can't. She's going to want to get to know more. And this is where something interesting is going to happen, I think. Kazuya, remember what Kazuya tells Umi? Umi asks him, when are you getting off? Right? When do you get off work? Kazuya says, maybe about 7 o'clock. Okay, I'll wait for you at the restaurant around then. Isn't that interesting? Umi, can you guys hear me? I'm just making sure. Okay. Kazuya tells Umi he's going to get off at 7 o'clock. Maybe. He doesn't know for sure. It's almost like he's maybe trying to get off work early because he's so curious. And if Kazuya gets off work early to go and talk to this guy, Ruka's going to be curious too. And she's going to want to get to know. Kazuya's probably going to think, well, she's the evening shift, so she can't leave. But she'll find a way. She'll probably do something akin to what Kazuya did in the past. She'll pretend to be sick. Or she'll try to do something to get off. And basically what I think is going to happen, Ruka's curiosity is going to get the better of her. Ruka is trying to ignore her curiosity. She's interested, but she's trying to ignore it. She's trying to escape it. But she can't help it. She wants to know. You know, it's that loss of control. Your desire is controlling you. It's becoming lust. Your desires are starting to control you. Just as Kazuya's desires are controlling him, so too are Ruka's desires starting to control her. And I think what's going to happen is Ruka's desires might get the better of her. She says she's not interested. She says she doesn't care about shallow actors. And yet she's going to be really interested in what he has to say suddenly now that he's connected to Chizuru. Suddenly he's not so shallow anymore. And I think that's might be what ends up happening. Or he wants to get out of the place Ruka is in. No. This is not about Ruka. This is not about Ruka. This is about Chizuru. It is about Kazuya's desires getting the better of him, just as Ruka's desires are probably going to get the better of her. Kazuya thinks she might be angry, but she might just not want to hear more about Chizuru. Kazuya tells her that Umi was the one who retweeted the crowdfunding campaign. We don't get to see Ruka's thoughts, but she probably wonders about Umi's connection to Chizuru. We won't know what Ruka will decide to do with this knowledge. She might ignore Umi like she ignores Chizuru, but I could also see her trying to see Umi to her advantage. Ruka didn't call Chizuru to tell her about what happened because she was afraid that Kazuya might hate her. But if Umi accidentally found out about yesterday and told Chizuru, then Ruka wouldn't be the one who told her. She would still benefit if that made Chizuru give up. But Kazuya might piece 2 and 2 together and still get mad. So I don't see it. I don't theoretically, you know, that could align with like what the that could align with what is it? The taxi driver was saying. But at the same time, I could see Ruka being put in that position and feeling like she can't do it. I could see Ruka being put in that position, feeling like she can't do it, because she would be just as shallow, as something else, or she could try to say it to Umi, and Umi could see past this, and be like, "What are you trying to do? What is your objective here?" Right? It would be so interesting if Umi like counsels Ruka. He'll call her out. He's like, what exactly are you trying to do? You don't have the guts to tell Chizuru yourself, so you want me to go and tell her? Like, I kind of, it would be so cool to have Umi call Ruka out, you know? It would be so interesting to have Umi call Ruka out. I don't think he would blame Kazuya. I don't think so. It would be interesting if Umi suddenly gets the idea that Kazuya is like a scumbag. Because that would be a reverse of the beginning of the series. You know, that would be a funny reverse of the beginning of the series where Kazuya thought Umi was a scumbag suddenly. So that would be a funny twist. But let's continue. But if Umi accidentally found out about yesterday and told Chizuru, then Ruka wouldn't be the one who told her. She would still benefit if that made Chizuru give up, but that might be too much of a mommy scheme for Ruka. On the other hand, I would be much more inclined to believe Ruka that Umi finding out was just an accident. Kazuya can't stop thinking about Ruka. Even though he has seen her in her work clothes quite often already, she suddenly seems a lot sexier to him. The incident yesterday made him more aware of Ruka, and it connected her to his suppressed sexual desires. Thank you! Finally, someone points that fuck out. The incident yesterday made him more aware of Ruka, and it connected her to his suppressed sexual desires. He can no longer disassociate from Ruka like he has before, right? Think of like the way Kazuya used to act around Ruka, similar to how like some people interact with pornography and stuff, where they can kind of disassociate it from reality. They can kind of just like you decompartmentalize your thoughts, and you're like, okay, this is horny shit, and this is the real thing, right? So what I'm feeling here doesn't necessarily connect to my real feelings, my love, my emotions. But the thing is, it was part of that, and Kazuya can't keep disassociating because what he has with Ruka is real, and he can't keep telling himself what he has with her isn't real, and it's something like a phone or an AI or like a computer. You can't just keep doing that. You have to solve that issue. So that's something that I think is a big issue, a big thing going on with Kazuya right now is that disassociation. He can't keep disassociating. Ruka is very real, and he has to become more aware of her. He can no longer disassociate from Ruka like he has before. The incident pulled his desires out into the open. It makes him feel guilty. But that's the thing. He already had those desires from the start. He's just more aware of them now. You know, I pointed out in chapter 402, you literally already see this shit. It's not like it's new. This isn't new, right? It's literally in the opening page. He's looking at her legs. In the opening page, he's looking at her legs, and he sure as fuck wasn't feeling guilty then. He sure as fuck wasn't feeling guilty then when he was doing that. So see how it's layered? See how it's layered? On one hand, what Ruka did was very heinous. On the other hand, like, she's still a kid who doesn't really fully understand the magnitude of her actions. Kazuya is very much the same way. On one hand, Kazuya is totally the victim here, and his guilt clearly stems from that, from being a victim. While on the other hand, his guilt also stems from the fact that he was already looking at her legs prior. He was already checking her out, and he just wasn't being honest about these feelings he already had. He was just telling himself, oh, that's not my love. That's not associated with my love. I can separate that from my love when it is a part of it, and you are already doing these things. So you have to address that fact that you are already doing this stuff, and you're not necessarily a bad person for feeling that desire, but you have to recognize to separate those things and have a better understanding of yourself and what you feel, and not pretend like what you weren't doing this prior. Like this is some magically new thing. You were already doing it prior. You just weren't being honest about it, and now you're being forced to be honest about it. Right? Kazuya now doesn't have a choice. He has to be honest about his desires because they are like out in the open and he can't control them anymore. He has to be honest about what he's feeling. And that also means acknowledging Ruka. So there's literally layers. Let's see. We already read this. The incident. Yep. He can only disassociate from Ruka. The incident pulled his desires out. He makes him feel guilty. Kazuya brings Umi his drink. Umi is actually singing. And he seems quite good at it. Kazuya once again feels inferior. Umi apologizes for coming to Kazuya's workplace. He says he wanted to practice a song for a project. He's probably also curious to see Kazuya at work. Kazuya is impressed by Umi's talking skills as well. He also feels outclassed by Umi mentioning working at a jazz club. Kazuya asks what Umi wanted to talk about later. Without further ado, Umi finally tells him he wants to talk about Chizuru-chan, the teaser. Unlike the Deck and Yama party, chapter 107, Umi seems to be looking for a direct confrontation this time. Yes, remember how in the Tiger's Den, he doesn't directly tell him this is about Chizuru. He doesn't directly tell him this is about Chizuru. No, here he does. It's very, very direct and poignant. It's like, oh, no. This is exactly about this, right? So that's why Umi's talking to him now. Like, it's clearly all about Chizuru. Whereas before, he didn't say it was about Chizuru. We still don't know what his motives are, but at least we know he won't pretend that this was about anything else. Now Kazuya is worried that Umi might declare victory. He doesn't know Umi was rejected. All he has is that Chizuru's promised to meet him on July 11th. He said she said she won't have a boyfriend until then, and Kazuya needs to have faith that she will choose him. Kazuya considers, though, that this could all be a lie. He doesn't know what to think anymore. He agrees to meet Umi at the restaurant around 7 o'clock. Damn, he didn't acknowledge it. That Kazuya saying that is Kazuya not having faith and not trusting Chizuru. He doesn't trust her. Kazuya, that's the truth. Kazuya doesn't trust Chizuru. We see Chizuru at the venue with a few fellow actors, probably for her play. No. You only see one actor. You only see a single actor. The other two behind her were not actors, and the one actress you see was not necessarily in Chizuru's play. Remember, this is a big venue with a lot of stuff going on, so that's not necessary. They're not all necessarily for the play. This is the first time we've seen anything connected to the play, but Chizuru still isn't focused. She hears the word kiss from random conversations around her and is instantly reminded of her kiss with Kazuya. She blushes and her heart beats faster. She can no longer disassociate from her feelings like she has before. The kiss pulled Chizuru's desires out in the open. I don't think she considers that a good thing. I mean, there you go. It's literally a mental. He even has, like, literally the way Varicus wrote it. His words literally parallel how he talked about Kazuya. It's the same thing. Chizuru accepted her desires when she kissed Kazuya, but then that didn't lead anywhere. Kazuya didn't contact her, and when he did, he didn't mention the kiss. And Minnie made her feel bad for the kiss. Now she can't forget it or block it out anymore. It keeps haunting her. demanding for the desire to be fulfilled. No matter what Chizuru tried, the kiss keeps coming back. As she is now, she can't focus on her play, but she also doesn't feel like she can face Kazuya when all she can think about is the kiss. Maybe that's one way to look at it. She can't face him because all she can think about is the kiss. All she wants to do is kiss him. Her desires might just take over if she met him again. I don't think she considers that a good thing. Kazuya gets more and more worried about Umi when Ruka suddenly grabs him and asks if he has plans for next weekend. He tells her not to cling on to him which she ignores. Umi witnesses this. What next? The teaser for next time is a too popular guy. I can't help but feel like Umi will say this about Kazuya because because of what he saw Ruka do. Kazuya must seem to be popular with the ladies. Not only did he manage to win Chizuru over, but he also has another cute girl clinging to him at work. Yeah, it could also be. Well, Mute said the way it's phrased sounds akin to how Kazuya might say it. So these could be Kazuya's words about Umi, but who knows? We didn't get Umi's talk with Kazuya this chapter. So then I expect to take a place. So I expect that to take place in next chapter. That was the end of the volume, so it's fitting that it sets up the next one. We can be curious what Umi will say about Chizuru, and we can also wonder what he will think about Ruka. We also don't know if Ruka has a plan. Things have been put in motion, and Kazuya will have to sail through the storm. I hope we all see more of what Chizuru has to deal with. We still don't actually know for certain what her goal even is. Oh my god, how did I miss the last few panels? Oh, crap, damn it, Ruka, damn it, Umi. There's no accident if Ruka tells Umi what happened. It is the same as saying directly to Chizuru. Kazuya will connect the dots. Of course, Ruka wouldn't tell it to Umi directly. She would just talk about it with Kazuya so that Umi can hear. Umi can either connect the dots himself or ask, Kazuya believes that Mami revealed their secret by accident. He would be the last person to think that Ruka did this deliberately so that Chizuru must learn about it. True, but I think there's a slight difference at this point. The reason I believe this is because Kazuya has severe trust issues now, and if Ruka so much as attempts it, that's the thing. The difference between Ruka and Mami is that Kazuya knows Ruka's schemes. Kazuya does not know Mami's schemes. He doesn't know Mami's schemes. He does know Ruka's schemes. That's kind of the difference. So that's why Kazuya would totally connect the dots and like know Ruka is doing it on purpose. That's the difference. Kazuya doesn't know the real Mami and how she schemes and how she's meticulous and planning and does all this shit. He doesn't know any of that stuff. Hey, I agree that Chizuru wouldn't change her mind. She knows about Ruka, and she knows that Ruka has already tried to trick her once. If Umi learned something from Ruka, he wouldn't just believe it. She would probably rather ask Kazuya than just believe Ruka. Oh, you mean Chizuru? But how would Umi know that? I also can't say what Umi's going to do. I still think he might not be as bad of a guy as people make him out to be, but we don't really have to read on him. As for Ruka, she did cling to Kazuya despite Umi's presence. I can't say if that was deliberate or not, but I felt it more like it was when I first read the chapter. She doesn't have a mention of what happened yesterday specifically. If she acts as Kazuya's girlfriend in front of Umi, he might ask Kazuya about her. I don't think any of that will happen. Ruka certainly won't intentionally tell Kazuya about the situation in his presence, because that would contradict the development in the first 3 pages of chapter 4 and 7, in my opinion. If she does, it will likely be a slip of the tongue, but she knows exactly what's at stake, and that's essentially the world. Stop, don't do it, not another step. This Japanese sign is visible down on the street. Yes. So what he's referring to is in chapter 407, Ruka. So right here in this scene, when Ruka is about to call Chizuru, she says, "Oh sheesh, what am I supposed to do?" This sign literally says on the floor, "Stop, don't take another step." Literally, don't do it. And this is a play on words. because on one hand it's a stop to Ruka, on the other it's a stop to this guy. That's the funny part about this. The sign reads stop. It's stop to Ruka, essentially telling her, don't take another step. Don't fucking do this. You can't do this. And the other side, it's literally this dude being told to shut the fuck up and don't do anything else. Don't take another step, dude. It's a double joke. And it's a layered joke because this guy doesn't know the context of what Ruka is screaming about. So he doesn't know what she's talking about, and at the same time, the world is literally telling him to stop. Don't say something stupid. Don't hit on her, you fucking weird pickup artist. So there's an interesting layer here, right? Ruka has to stop, and she can't take a step forward. So I definitely agree with that. It doesn't feel like Ruka can do it. Even if Chizuru were to get wind of the situation, theoretically, her control would kick in again. She would ask Kazuya what happened, and if he tells her, if he tells her it was my situation with Ruka, it would probably play out similarly to the situation in Hawaiians. And after a few nasty comments and glares, it would be over quickly. The point here is more that Ruka needs to learn to let go. Overall, she has a lot to learn, including what does it mean to be an adult? Love is more than a heartbeat indicator on a phone. You have to find it within yourself, not a tech Tamagotchi. Don't cling to things you can't hold on to. And like all the characters, learn to talk about your feelings. Well, that's mostly for Kazuya. Ruka doesn't know how to talk about her feelings. And neither does Kazuya. So learn to talk about your feelings is important. It's just they don't know how to verbalize them. So, you're correct in that you're saying learn how to do it. But how do you learn? Ruka is almost certainly no longer Kazuya's final boss. And what makes this situation ambiguous is that you can't say which thought bubble belongs to Ruka right now. We'll probably find out in the next chapter. Oh, you mean like which thoughts are actually truly her own? This was a nice analysis. I like that. I agreed with most of this. What does it mean to be an adult? That's something Reiji's starting to very much spell out for you. What is adulthood actually? Love is more than a heartbeat indicator on a phone. Ruka does not know that, and she's going to have to learn that the hard way. Don't cling to things you can't hold on to. I don't think that's... I think that's like yes and no. Because she can't have Kazuya the way she wants to have him, right? She's going to have to let go. She's going to... The world keeps forcing cruel choices on you. And that's very much where Ruka is right now. She's being forced into a cruel choice where she has to make the choice she wants. Like, she has to make a fucking choice. And she may not like this choice. But she's going to have to make a fucking choice, Trying to get them to break up would only make Kazuya hate her. And Kazuya probably won't hate her, but he'll be upset. And it won't go anywhere. Kazuya and Chizuru will somehow fix it. They'll somehow get through it. So literally, Ruka is just in a lose-lose situation. She's not winning anything. She's just stuck and trapped. I think I've seen enough to call it. It feels pretty locked in the narrative, isn't giving chapter 404 the kind of weight I've been hoping for. No, because the situation hasn't been resolved, and it's not. You haven't seen enough to call it, so I don't like this. With the way Kazuya's internal monologues continue to discuss Ruka, I feel like the story is doubling down on portraying 404 as a breezy mishap whose primary consequences are mostly just embarrassment. Though that's not to say it's been completely brushed off either. It's clear that the dynamic between Kazuya and Ruka in these past couple of chapters is different than it was beforehand. First, the inescapable point. Kazuya has been forced to view Ruka as a sexual being, and that's muscling its way into his psyche at every opportunity. Also, as someone noted last week's serious thread, has become a lot more proactive about repelling her attempts to cling on to him, a behavior that Kazuya has historically just borne with a kind of resigned acquiescence. I've never heard this word. Search Google for acquiescence. How do you say it? I have never heard this word. Oh, acquiescence. Never mind. I have heard this word. I've just never seen it spelled. Oh, okay. The acceptance of something without protest. Oh, yeah. Acquiescence. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I know acquiescence. I've just never seen it spelled. Yeah, I've heard acquiescence many times. I did not see it spelled. Okay, let's read the sentence again. As someone noted last week's series thread, he's become a lot more proactive about repelling her attempts to cling on to him, a behavior that Kazuya has historically just borne with a kind of resigned acquiescence. He's accepting the situation. It's literally been a day since the sexual assault. What the fuck is it? What the fuck? It hasn't kicked in yet. Yeah, you know, right? Like, Kazuya doesn't even process it as sexual assault. He doesn't even know if what he just experienced is sexual assault. He doesn't know how to understand it. You can't say for a fact what he's feeling. You literally can't say. He doesn't know what the fuck just happened to him. Overall, I think the picture is clear that Kazuya once again sees Ruka as a threat. He's been viewing her as mostly harmless annoyance for ages, but the assault in 404 and its aftermath have got Kazuya panicked around her in a way that he hasn't since the earliest days of the series. So your first statement is incorrect. Your first statement is literally incorrect. It feels pretty locked into the narrative, isn't giving chapter 404 the kind of weight I've been hoping for. And then here you are proceeding to describe the build-up to the weight that you're hoping for. You're literally describing the build-up to the weight you're hoping for. There's clear signs that the thing you're hoping for is starting to happen. The fuck, dude? Come on. Despite this, though, it's interesting to see Kazuya make a point of name-dropping Chizuru when Ruka asked how he came to know Umi. He didn't necessarily have to emphasize that aspect. He could have just said something like, Umi helped us crowdfund the movie, and he wouldn't even be lying. But he nevertheless made sure to include her name. In particular, he made sure to tell Ruka the truth about Chizuru, because it stems from his guilt. The flashback panel on page 4 indicates that he's stress testing Ruka's assertion that she's okay with being second. Is he? I think there's a truth to this. I think there's a slight truth to this. It's fine to tell her, right? She said it's fine. Well, we've met through Mizuhara. I knew it. Is she angry with me? Oh, I see. Interesting. God, this is awkward. Just because she said what she said doesn't mean she's happy about it. About me and Mizuhara. But man, Ruka-chan, yeah, so he's not just, he's not just stress testing. In particular, Kazuya doesn't want her to be angry with him. Oh my god, he wants to open up. It's getting late. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm going to hop off and settle down for bed. Have a good night, everyone. Great stream is always fate. Take care, Bacon. Take care. Have a good day. Good night. He's not just stress testing. He wants to open up and not be judged. He wants to open up and not be judged by Ruka. Why? Because he wants to open up about what happened to him and not be judged. That's what he's doing. Oh my god, Kazuya wants to talk to someone. And he's taking Ruka at her word that she's okay with being second, so he can talk about this, right? And he's scared. He's not just stress testing. He wants to talk to her about something. He wants to feel safe and comfortable. But he's literally doing it with a person who's not his equal. That's the problem. He's doing it with someone who's not his equal. He's doing it with the person who just hurt him. And neither of them realize she just hurt him. So naturally, he's afraid of her. He's afraid of how Ruka is going to react. She scares him. Right? I knew it. Is she angry with me? He's scared of her. He's literally scared. He's literally terrified of her. It's not just Ruka's not the one you want to talk to right now. Kazuya is scared of her. She's a person of authority now. She's a person of control now. She has leverage and power, and that scares him. He's clearly scared of her. Okay, But I wouldn't pose it that but I would pose it that Kazuya is also mentioning it in a way to reinforce his own position. He's reminding Ruka that Chizuru is number one for him and that he doesn't intend to diverge from that no matter what stunts she pulls. Okay, yeah, there's some truth to this. I think that entire sequence is a little layered. You know, on one hand it's a stress test, on the other he's indicating Chizuru is number one for him. On the third, he's also uh, trying to he's also stress testing for himself and if he can talk to Ruka and be honest with her. Um, and on top of that, it's also making sure he can even talk about Chizuru and be like open about Chizuru because he couldn't be before. You know, he was scared how Ruka's going to react. Kazi's being put in a position where he has to get scared. You know, he's being put in a position where he has to learn to get scared. And that's what I mean about like he's in that part of the hero's journey where the tests are really starting to arise. I don't have enough of a read on Umi's current goal to have a full cemented opinion on how to interpret his actions throughout the chapter. It's possible he's getting up to some kind of power play. It's possible that he was just innocently curious about seeing Kazuya in his natural state, but I don't know enough to be confident in any interpretation yet. I'm intrigued to see the fallout from him noticing Ruka cling onto Kazuya, though, even from his distant position. I think it's visible to Umi that Kazuya is pulling away from her on the last page, so it feels unlikely that Umi would sincerely think anything is happening between the two of them. A villainous Umi's interpretation might suggest that he tried to use the scene as a blackmail material against Kazuya, but stubborn optimist that I am, I choose to instead see it as a potential grist for my Kazuya tells Umi everything theory from last week. Oh yeah, you were the one who said that. Finally, the Chizuru section in this chapter is also interesting to see. Taken alone, you don't see anything really new from this passage. Her mind gets pulled back to the taxi kiss at the slightest provocation, but we all could have guessed that. Why it intrigues me is that the clear parallels of Haruka has constantly interluded into Kazuya's psyche over the course of the same chapter. Both of our leads are hung up on memories, but crucially, not the same memories. Trouble is sure to ensue if these trains of thoughts collide. It's not necessarily just the memories, it's desire. It's desire. I'm surprised only Verkes mentioned the desire element. It's desire. Desire is the crucial connecting factor here. Both Chizuru and Kazuya feel a desire they cannot let go of, and it's bothering them. It's bothering them that they keep feeling this desire and they cannot think straight. It's scaring them because their body is taking control and they cannot control their body with their minds. They're literally out of sync with their own bodies, and that scares them. That is a crucial factor to the narrative of literally losing control. Losing control is a huge, massive factor within the narrative. For Kazuya, losing control over himself, losing control over the surroundings. It also plays directly into trust. Losing control over your body means you can't trust your body anymore. You're scared of it. And I've mentioned before, there's this inherent fear of sex for both Kazuya and Chizuru. They're terrified of their desires. They're terrified of their bodies and what they want to do. So, and that's something that's been going on since Hawaiians. So this theme of desire is the central factor here. It's not the memories. It's not necessarily the same memories. It's the idea of desire. And yes, the memories not inherently connecting is crucial here, as Kazuya will definitely like feel a sense of guilt, and he might not be able to perform because of that guilt. You know, if the Ruka plotline hasn't been decisively resolved whenever Kazuya and Chizuru first get physical, there's a high risk that the encounter ends in disaster. Correct. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. Umi accepted defeat and perhaps only wants to talk to Kazuya to find out why he lost, blah, 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 blah. And Kazuya is still immersed in what experience with Ruka. He sees her differently. It's as if an insane amount of eroticism has been added to the beautiful girl he's always known. And although Ruka is acting more maturely, she looked beautiful without the ribbon, she seems to have returned to normal at the end of the chapter, which may make her somewhat unpleasant to Kazuya again, if this could be good. No. Ruka at the end seems to return to normal because Ruka wants to go back to normal. She wants to escape. That is why she goes back to normal at the end of the chapter. She is trying to escape. Umi saw the two of them together, and as I wrote, I don't think he'll use that for some scheme, but I certainly see him questioning Kazuya at some point in their future conversation. It's possible that he might somehow get involved with Ruka, even if she wasn't charmed by him. It's not my favorite ship for... Oh, you mean Umi and Ruka? Yeah, whatever. Okay. One thing I want to say again is that I really, really appreciate Kazuya being straight up annoyed with Umi. Is he annoyed with Umi? Was Kazuya annoyed? He feels more frustrated. I don't know if he's annoyed with Umi. Damn it, now I'm super curious. Besides, what could he have to say to me? He's not annoyed with Umi. I don't know why he got that interpretation. He's not annoyed with Umi. He's annoyed with not knowing. What Kazuya is annoyed and frustrated by is not knowing. He's scared of not knowing the truth. Obviously, seriously, what could it be? God, I can't help but think negatively about it. I don't think I want to hear what he has to say anymore. Maybe I should just go home. No. It's not annoyed with Umi. It's annoyed with not knowing. It's annoyed with not knowing the reality of the situation, the truth. Sure, he was still nervous because he can't help to imagine how he compares to Umi. So it's a huge step in the right direction for Kazuya, I think, not just rationally thinking things through, but Chizuru, but him getting annoyed with a guy. I think this is an absolute misinterpretation of the narrative. Well, this is the guy who wrote that interesting thing earlier. The previous arc showed Ruka stubbornly giving in to her own desires once again, attempting to force Kazuya to join her through this physical act of sexual assault. In Chapter 407 suggests that Ruka was trying to mask her childlike and defiant nature with a more mature appearance, while still not fully understanding what she had actually done. Oh my god! Thank you! Oh my god! Thank you! Someone who gets it! In Chapter 408, this person rejected by Kazuya is contrasted with Umi, who is rejected by Chizuru. The chapter is titled He and He, which in Japanese can express the double meaning of he, the person, and he or her boyfriend. On the other hand, it also hints at a split personality he experiences after the situation with Ruka. The he and he. There, he actually argued to Ruka, referring to saying what the man sometimes thinks with his penis, that his penis has a life of its own. This to a reference to the fact that in this chapter, Kazuya as an intellectual is in a way fighting against his instinctual nature. The cover image expresses this because on one hand, we see Ruka in her bikini, recognizable by the bottoms, and on the other hand, her upper body is covered up by his shirt, which could ultimately represent her covering up, which could ultimately represent his cover up of this temptation by thinking about Chizuru, whom he loves intellectually. So the cover might not even necessarily be about Umi, but Kazuya's internal clash of himself. And that duality spreads throughout the entire chapter. You have this constant duality of Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru and Kazuya's feelings for Ruka. You have this other duality where he wants to have faith in Chizuru and what Chizuru told him, but then he has this deep fear that Chizuru might be lying to him. You have this duality of how Umi appears and what Umi says, and the duality between Kazuya and you have this duality between how you think Umi is versus who Umi actually is. And of course, you have the duality of Ruka herself, where Ruka acts mature, but in reality, on the inside, she's quite childish. You have the duality of Kazuya himself, where he has these... He has this need for approval from Ruka, while at the same time, Chizuru is his number one. So it's all contradictory. So he and he, or boyfriend and boyfriend, might very well refer to Kazuya and not Umi. It plays perfectly into what I was describing, that the chapter cover is a complete misdirect. That in reality, it might actually all just be about Kazuya is a special interpretation I didn't even think of. That's really good. That this is just about Kazuya and not even about Umi. Whereas the title's also meant to lead you into a false sense of security because you think, oh, Umi is the boyfriend. When in reality, it could be referring to he, or it could even be referring to Kazuya himself. Maybe this is all about Kazuya, the boyfriend and the boyfriend, right? So the Kazuya, the boyfriend, and his interpretation of being the boyfriend, or his other half, the other boyfriend inside of him, his body, or how he interprets Umi as a possible kind of boyfriend. There's so many layers to the way you could interpret this, right? But the fact that it's Ruka on the cover, and you have that duality present as well, where on one hand you have the temptation of Ruka, but then you have Kazuya covering her up with his shirt as if it's like he described like an intellectual. So that's really cool. That duality perfectly plays into the theme that I noticed about appearances, where appearances is a key factor here. How things look versus how they actually are. Just as how you see things versus what's actually happening. So this man is a cookin'. This dude is a cookin'. Ruka continues the charade on the very first page, still presenting herself as an adult. The chapter is characterized by the fact that as a child, she portrays everything as if she were handling the situation like an adult, when in reality, she's just playing second fiddle and has essentially been rejected. Umi, on the other hand, represents that much more mature type of person who, judging by his reasons for wanting to talk, seems to be the only one in this group who actually seeks to talk to his peers. Why he does this, however, remains a mystery. He hasn't appeared enough in the series so far for us to know his inner thoughts, but he is currently the only one who has a problem and is actively seeking to talk about it. In this case, with Kazuya, against whom he seems to have lost in terms of a romantic relationship. What remains unclear is, why does he want to talk to him after Chizuru dumped him? He hasn't actually told Kazuya this, so Kazuya continues to act uncertain around Umi. What does this guy want from me? Kazuya doesn't talk to Ruka about the fact that her Luka, that's a different character, that her time as the rental test girlfriend is actually long over, out of a misplaced consideration. He also doesn't address her misbehavior, confront her, or demand that she change. Ruka remains unable to process her feelings. She doesn't talk about the situation and the fact that it doesn't really fit that she's only the second choice. Well, Kazuya is the same way. You're saying this thing about Kazuya, but the truth is Kazuya is exactly the same way. He doesn't know how to process any of his feelings because he doesn't know how to. Chizuru remains completely out of Kazuya's sight, and the two haven't communicated directly with each other other since the course. While she's at least passed on a message about the relationship to him directly through Minnie, she could expect Minnie to take it. She could expect Minnie to take it seriously as soon as the phone call on July 11th. There has been virtually no communication between them so far. Neither of them says to the other, "I miss you." Even in the call he made about Umi, neither of them is able to simply say, "I miss you." Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder, why aren't they communicating? Kazuya himself is confronted with his own conflicting situation in this chapter. Yes, he won the perpetually horny type, was tempted by the situation with Ruka, but on the other, he too didn't give in, and his mind remained convinced that he wouldn't do it for Chizuru's sake, expressed by the top panel on the second table of contents. Wait, what? Nani? I'm confused what he's referring to. Oh, here's a cool detail I bet many of you didn't notice. Seriously, what's wrong with my body? Everything about her looks so attractive to me now. And there's a camera. It's as if he's being watched. It's as if he is being watched and he's scared of being watched and judged. Literally, he's on tape. He's scared. The guilt I feel towards Mizuhara is going to make me lose my mind. It's like Chizuru is watching him and judging him. That's how he feels. Okay, I didn't understand this one too well, so I'll continue. Ultimately, he told her that he met Umi via Chizuru, which prompts a multifaceted reaction from Ruka. Literally, she remarks, "Oh, so that's how it is." However, the image with the sentence and the subsequent full screen image with the speech bubble, actually, I am, reveal that she's using her reaction to put herself in the spotlight. Wait, what? So he interprets it as her trying to put herself in the spotlight? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't want him to think about Chizuru. She wants him to think about her, so I could see that. Ultimately, he told her that he meant Umi via Chizuru, prompting him... Okay, so we already read this. While the sentence... Okay, well... Wait. Oh, he said the same thing. I was wondering. I was confused. He said the same thing. He told her that he met Umi via Chizuru, prompting a multifaceted reaction from Ruka. Well, the statement is shown without eyes in a faded out state, a sign that these are not Ruka's thoughts. This reveals her true feelings. Actually not right, but she's playing the adult who accepts it, playing the part of the adult, and once again, she doesn't talk about her real feelings. Okay, I do agree with that. So he says here, "Oh, I see, you don't see her feelings," and she seems scary. She's not shadowed out here. Kazuya is, because these aren't this isn't actually what Kazuya wants to say. It's actually the reverse. Ruka is not being shown here because you don't know what she's going to react like. You're meant to be scared. It's literally a framing method, and then it zooms in on her. In contrast, Kazuya is the one in shadow because Kazuya is the one who's not sharing his actual feelings. So this is actually Ruka's real feelings. And the reason I can say this is because Ruka does want to know. She's happy he told her. She actually does want to know deep down, but she's disassociating and telling herself she doesn't want to know. So when she says, she's interested, it's because she actually deep down does want to know. She's happy he's telling her. She's happy he's letting her know, but at the same time, she's bothered that Umi is connected to Chizuru. So there's a bit of a disassociation here where on one hand, she's bothered and she's pretending to act like an adult. On the other, she did want to know. There's a duality again. Yeah, she doesn't talk about her real feelings. Correct. This I somewhat agree with. Kazuya, who is now 100% focused on her appearance in this image, and this continues in the following images, thinking back to the attractive woman in his apartment. And he almost loses it. He escapes the situation by having Umi, who has meanwhile settled into his room 17, take over. Room 17, question mark. The cover image refers to Ruka in a seductive clothing. In chapter 17, however, it happens to be Chizuru, who at the time was still delivered partially prettily packed in a box as a rental girlfriend. Yeah, so what he's referring to is in chapter 17, we pulled this up as well. Let me go find it. Yes, I showed this as well. I agree. In chapter 17, right? So Kazuya is thinking about Ruka in a very horny way, but in chapter 17, what do you see is the cover page? Chizuru wrapped up in a box that Kazuya can pull. The string is right there. He can just pull it and he can see everything. And what does Chizuru have on top? A ribbon. Chizuru literally has a ribbon. And how do we see Ruka in this cover? It's quite similar. The strings are right there. You can just pull them. The temptation is right there. So there's a similarity here between these two scenes, right? Chizuru's wrapped up perfectly in a box. Ruka is right there, tempting you. These two images parallel one another. So that's a good catch. I like that. In chapter 17, however, it happens to be Chizuru who at the time was delivered a prettily packaged box as a rental girlfriend. The room number itself is therefore cross-referenced to a different positions of the two women. This was the chapter where the grandmother lured the two of them into a trap on the internet. Wait, what? No, this is the chapter when Kazuya figures out his feelings for Chizuru. You missed a key detail here. Do I really feel that way towards Mizuhara? And then their grandparents got them to go on a health retreat. And Nagomi and Sayuri planned it together, right? And they got them to both go together. And then guess what happens? They run into each other. The grandparents were literally playing Cupid. The grandparents were literally playing Cupid. Just as in some sense, Umi may also be playing Cupid. The chapter also involved a 2-1 relationship, similar to Kazuya's relationship with Ruka, and the relationship between him and Umi regarding Chizuru, who is initially absent. Here, too, she's just out of it and only appears later. I don't understand the 2-1 description thing, but all right. Furthermore, in many manga, 17 is a symbol of great distance, and this is precisely why what he bridges when he brings Umi to the cup for the drink bar across the hall. What? It's the first I've heard of this. 17 meaning in manga. This is the first I've ever heard of this. Okay. Yeah, it would have been nice to get some sort of a reference to that. So I don't get it. We might break this record for the longest stream since I joined the community. My longest stream is 9 hours. We've only been streaming for almost 6 hours. My longest stream is 9 hours. So no, we're nowhere near it. We're nowhere near it, buddy. It might feel long, but it isn't. Yeah, I don't know about this is a first. I've never heard this before, so I'm not gonna. This emphasizes the obvious him and him situation of this chapter, and here's the framing narrative shifts again. Kazuya is presented with the outwardly perfect Umi, who is enjoying himself singing karaoke alone. When he enters, and he immediately admires the singing in his mind. Interestingly, the lyrics could fit what Umi wants from Kazuya. Wait, what are the lyrics? Did we hear the lyrics? Wait, did we? I don't recall us hearing the lyrics. Wait, what the fuck? There's no lyrics. What? I was wondering, like, there's no fucking lyrics. What the fuck is he talking about? Similar to his display of superiority after Shizuru's rejection, Umi boasts to Kazuya about his talents. Okay, so this dude has some really interesting stuff and then some weird fucking analysis that I do not understand. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about half of the time. There are times where I'm like, oh, this is genuinely very impressive. And I'm like, oh, this is a cool assessment of the situation. There are other times where I'm like, what the fuck's he talking about? Like, I'm genuinely fucking confused. And like, he's not doing a very good job of like explaining it to me like I'm two. Because unfortunately you kind of have to sometimes, you know, like you can't assume everyone is at your level and understands exactly what the fuck you're saying. And that's why I try when I'm explaining to people or I'm writing stuff on Twitter, or I'm making these videos and stuff where I'm talking about things, I try to dumb it down as much as possible so that you guys understand what the fuck I'm thinking. I try not to use as super big words when I'm communicating to you. I talk to you like you know, like I'm just talking to a normal person. It's an infinitely more effective way to communicate and treat your audience like you know, not like they're as smart as you are. And I'm not saying you're stupid. What I'm saying is not everybody is at your level. And if you can talk about complex subject matters, but if you simplify it and make it more accessible, in your language, it makes it far more effective to read and understand. This is one of the issues I see a lot with literature, where they want you to write bigger and bigger and bigger things, to the point that, like, sometimes when you read some of, like, the big crazy research papers, like, yeah, it's written for intellectuals, so you don't know what the fuck they're saying. You're just like, this is a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo bullshit. So it's important that when you're trying to communicate to a general audience, to simplify it a little bit, because I do think this guy has some interesting stuff. Sometimes I don't know what he's talking about. Like, he referenced Umi's lyrics and some shit, and I'm like, there's no fucking lyrics. Like, unless I'm crazy, like, there's no lyrics here. Yeah, there's still no lyrics. There's absolutely no lyrics here. So I don't know what he's talking about. So there are things that just, he's pulling out of his ass, I guess, or maybe he sees something that I don't. Or, and then there's times where I'm like, oh, this is actually genuinely really interesting. Anyways, let's continue. Umi explains to him directly, as Kazuya puts down his cup, that he wants to talk to him about Chizuru. This triggers Kazuya's familiar mental imagery. He imagines Umi telling him that he and Chizuru have finally made it. He doesn't know that Chizuru seems to be completely focused on the performance. We neither see nor hear anything from them, which brings us back to the lack of conversation, and that she just rejected Umi. Umi still doesn't reveal his intentions, so the two arrange to meet at the family restaurant at 7 p.m. to emphasize Kazuya's fantasy and his mental imagery, which once again veers towards the negative rather than the positive. We see the scene with Chizuru, who is clearly still thinking about the kiss. To elaborate on this further would require an entire book. Okay. After this brief interlude, the chapter ends with a scene in which Ruka is once again the focus, and her clinging to the hope for love is almost suffocating her as she clings to Kazuya. They are both observed by Umi, who appears in the final panel with a large question mark. It's not that big. It's just a normal size question mark. Do you have plans for next weekend? Ruka-chan, I told you not to cling on to me. What if Umi sees us? Stand 2 feet back. Oh, come on, it's fine. Don't be like that. Damn, he tells her stand 2 feet back. That's fucked up. That's how you know the nature of their relationship is fucked up. That Kazuya feels the need to tell her stand 2 feet away from me. That almost seems like, reinforcing like misogynistic standards in a fucked up way. And I think that shows the issue in their relationship, that Kazuya is almost reinforcing like these misogynistic things to Ruka and trying to just get her to stop fucking interacting with him. That's how toxic their relationship has seemingly become. Okay. He clearly wonders what he sees. He's clearly wondering what he sees. Yeah, he's a little curious. The one on the right outlines the next chapter. What did Umi just see? It suggests the central question is whether Kasu might actually become even more masculine, but the second one is just a fake teaser. Who the fuck is Kasu? I'm wondering if this person is an English speaker. Because there are aspects I don't understand. It feels like there are some things he's like getting out of nowhere. I'll pull up the teaser and like how Crumpy translated it for us. So Crumpy said the teaser was, Umi saw it, the clinging to one's arm suspicious relationship. It may sound weird, lol, sorry. Next time, a way too popular man. Yeah, it doesn't, okay. That was interesting, but there were just parts I didn't understand. I think the biggest takeaway that I liked from this is the beginning. Literally just kind of the beginning. Which is where he says like this possible duality between he and he. I thought that was cool. Like, I'll read it for you guys one more time. Where is it? The chapter is titled He and He, which is Japanese and can express the double meaning of he, the person, and he, her boyfriend. On the other hand, it also hints at the split personality he experiences after the situation with Ruka. Again, I like this part, so I'm just going to read it. There, he actually argued to Ruka, referring to saying that the man sometimes thinks with his penis, that his penis actually has a life of its own. That, too, is a reference to the fact that, a reference to that fact in this chapter. Kazuya as an intellectual is in a way fighting against his instinctual nature. The cover image expresses this because on the one hand, we see Ruka in her bikini, recognizable by the bottoms, and on the other, her body is covered by his shirt, which could ultimately represent his covering up of his temptation by thinking about Chizuru, whom he actually loves intellectually. So, in a sense, what he's saying is that the cover page is actually Kazuya's image of Ruka. This isn't actually Ruka. This is how Kazuya views her. Much like how in chapter 17, what we're seeing is this is how Kazuya views Chizuru in this scene. Like this box he can't open, but he wishes to. You know, she's tied up in a ribbon. He wishes to open it, and he can't. And that's kind of the opening page of the chapter. Is like Kazuya wants to be with Chizuru, and he literally can't. That literally she's a perfect parental girlfriend. He can't open it up as he wishes, and Chizuru knows he's acting weird, and she confronts him about it, and they kind of somewhat remove that confrontation, you know. And then Kazuya freaks, and he realizes he loves her. He feels like he can't unpackage his feelings for Chizuru. And he has this sense of fear because prior to this chapter, how does Kazuya find out he's in love with Chizuru? He beats his meat. Remember, how does Kazuya find out his feelings for Chizuru? He beats his meat. He literally masturbates. That's how Kazuya finds it out. So this connection coming full circle now to Ruka, where Ruka essentially beats his meat for him, is put him in this position where Kazuya has to understand his feelings outside of his lust and his instinctual nature and find out who he actually is, you know? This is something I also talked about where it's about like understanding who you are, like in particular coming to terms with who you are, you know, who you are. Kazuya and Ruka are both walking paradoxes right now. When pressure is applied to a character, you can see who they really are. Kazuya does three things: run, freeze, and push. Ruka pleads, pulls, and holds. In challenging who they are, you can see what they are: reactionary, not active. I think there was one other thing where I was talking about this. Have you ever looked in the mirror and asked, who are you? Have you ever stopped recognizing yourself, your actions, your clothing, even your face? What if suddenly you weren't yourself anymore? What if you started changing? Let's see. The current story presents us with many side quests. This distracts from the truth of this arc, a conflict of both who and what you are. Kazuya and Ruka return to and are haunted by the choices of the past, trapped in the present, unable to touch the future. Damn, I was kind of cooking. As if looking in a mirror and asking, who are you and what do you want? Kazuya wants to repair his relationship with Mami, but to what end? He doesn't ask about her reasoning. He forgets the call, and he doesn't even want to look into what happened with Mami and Chizuru. It's easy to say, well, be who you are. But think about it. You dress up in the ways to be liked, so does that mean you like them? But if you dress up as you, do you not care about what they think? It's a balance. How you dress does matter. Chizuru even realizes it's not that simple. Where is it? I wrote like a whole thing about this. Okay, I think this is it. Oh, look, it's that one. Ruka isn't simply about indecision, as Kazuya clearly turned her down in the past and rejected her advances. He did decide. No, this is about an unfair, selfish, and cruel choice Kazuya must make to unilaterally end the relationship so they will understand. Okay. I don't fully agree with that, but there is some truth here. Kazuya's journey right now is about taking steps into adulthood. The cohabitation presented that in a positive and clean ways. Now the story is presenting it in completely dirty and gross ways because that is adulthood. It is not just clean. It is an uncomfortable and sobering reality. I think Kazuya may find a side of himself he never knew existed. A side he may have looked away from. That happened at the start in positive ways to when he jumped off the ferry to save Chizuru. But what happens when he is pushed to the brink, when everything he knows fails? And the side Kazuya ends up finding is this horny, disgusting side of himself he's chosen to look away from this whole time. Reiji references two different stories recently with Minnie. First and foremost, obviously, Steins Gate, which has a similar situation where Okuba had to mature and grow. The second and more subtle is Dragon Ball, but in particular, Goku's iconic line to Frieza, "You mean Krillin." Why is this relevant? Goku and Frieza had to contend. Goku with Frieza had to contend with his morality and was pushed to the edge, transforming not just to breaking his limits, which he already broke, but with sadness, anger. Despite all the chances he gave Frieza, he had to take the life because he wouldn't change. Okay. There are similarities present here with Kazuya, as he, like Goku, has pushed past all his limits and never given up, not compromising on the ideal that he won't let anyone get hurt, thinking if he works hard enough, he can do anything. But that is not life, it's a dream. You should, of course, try to remain true to who you are in life, but there will be times where that is just not possible. This is one such case with Kazuya. He can't reason with Ruka. Okay. Kazuya has clearly had pent-up anger and sadness at his mistreatment, frustration at the world around him, which actively seeks to rob him of autonomy, and now Ruka actively touches him and steals away his control while degrading herself to do it. Okay. This is a conflict of Kazuya as well, contending with his gender as a man, and how men abuse their strength and rage in relationships, but also how the fact that he's lustful as a man. Kazuya has not faced and accepted this side of himself. He pushes his strength away. Yep, so one aspect is Kazuya pushes his strength away. This is in part why he struggles to take action with Chizuru, not because he can't, but because he does not wish to rob her of autonomy. He fears becoming a bad man. Much like Goku didn't want to be like other Saiyans, but had to embrace primal transformation in Super Saiyan. You can see this as early back as the Cheer update. Kazuya feared hugging Chizuru because he thought she might break in his arms. When they are in the shed, he resists his urges to the point of passing out. Yet his size is emphasized to show how physically large he actually is. Kazuya also has a conflict of frustration with gender equality. Heck, privilege in general is something he struggles with, not seeing his own, fearing and addressing his own strength and privilege as a man because he hates what it represents. This is what it means to grow up, to accept yourself and who you are, your heritage, your ancestry, that they don't have to define you, but they are a part of you. Kazuya has not faced his urges, his anger, his sadness, his strength, and Ruka is challenging that right now. Kazuya having a physical reaction to Ruka is part of his desires as a straight dude. That doesn't mean he likes it. Ruka being on top of him would make most dudes happy, but he doesn't want to do it with Ruka. It bothers him. He does not want to be touched by her like this. This is Ruka abusing her privilege as a girl, something Kazuya deeply fears in himself as a man, hurting women with his strength. Ruka is doing this very thing he fears in himself to him, using her hands to get what she wants despite what he says, like men who lust for control. With Ruka, Kazuya might need to use... Okay, well, that didn't happen. Kazuya's journey is of growing up, becoming an adult, and making hard choices. This starts with Ruka, a possible harsh ending, as it happened to him in the past. He may understand Mommy better for those reasons. Maybe he'll also find a different path to be friends in the future. This doesn't make Ruka a bad character, rather just one who's naively lost in her deep lust, controlled by her desires and unable to make a rational decision anymore, a decision Kazuya might need to make. Another aspect is Kazuya seeing and accepting his own desires that he denies. Turns out that's actually more of the focus of the situation. Kazuya looks at other women. He is very horny, but he naively tells himself that his heart belongs to Chizuru. His love for Chizuru does not negate the lust he feels, and he must accept both coexist. This isn't to say he should act on it, but accept that this bad side of himself, that his heart truly does belong to Chizuru, but he clearly feels sexual desires and looks at other women. In accepting it, he can start controlling it. In denying it, he loses control just like Ruka does. What do you know? What do you know? I was already calling this shit way back then, bro. What do you know? I was calling this shit all the way back then, dude. Bruh. I'm crazy. I was calling that shit all the way back then. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. Okay, I kind of like this person's analysis too, so let's read that real quick. And now Umi, the would-be boyfriend, joins the girlfriend gauntlet. He's still an unknown, but one thing is for sure: when Umi shows up, the story starts moving. And with Ruka and their whole fake relationship added to the mix, this conversation could really change the status quo. Oh, good, I still have some tea. Which is good because the status quo is untenable. Let's define that word for you guys. I think I know what that means, but I just gotta double check. A special of position or view not able to maintain or defend against attack or objection. Oh, really? Okay, maybe I don't know this word actually. Untenable. Oh, so like undefendable. Not able to be maintained or defended against attack or objection. Okay, yeah, so it's undefendable. There's nothing left of it. Okay. So, I actually did not know this word. Ruka has crossed several lines, and if Kazuya is serious about being with Chizuru, he really needs to end this whole trial of girlfriend thing. It was bad before, but now it's worse. And with Ruka considering blackmail, the drama could get pretty dark. Well, she's not actually going to do it. She doesn't want to. She literally says she's not going to. So I feel like people are like viewing Ruka in a very dark light when she's not really like this. But I think what's most interesting to me is the whole drink of defeat thing. Kazuya still uses Umi as the embodiment. Kazuya still sees Umi as the embodiment of everything he thinks he's not: handsome, suave, talented. The cool factor that he was seeking when he paid for things during the Joy Polis date? ? Yeah, kinda. Umi has it all in spades, and he knows that Umi is competing for Chizuru's feelings. What he doesn't know is that Chizuru has fully rejected Umi, not only told Umi no, but made it very clear that she loves Kazuya and intends to face that situation. And immediately after that, again, because of Umi's phone call, she happily agrees to a date with Kazuya, and since then, since the kiss really, she hasn't been able to get Kazuya out of her mind. Way beyond the simple imagine him as a carrot kind of way, a whole truckload of carrots. Kazuya has one, but he doesn't have any idea. And I just don't like this wording of he won. I don't like this idea of love isn't a competition. Love is not a competition. It is not some war. It is not any of these things. It is a connection that you share. It is not about who won. It is about who you want to be with and share time with. So it's not that Kazuya won. The fundamental mistake here is treating it like winning and losing. The fundamental mistake here is that you're treating it like winning and losing. So that's why I kind of don't like this dialogue. Of he won and he wanted to declare victory, because Kazuya is looking at love the wrong way. He's literally saying there are some people who win in life and some people who don't. You know, he won just because he's a better guy than me. Like Kazuya is literally fucking saying that shit, and that's stupid because that's not love. Love has nothing to do with being cool, suave, or any of these things. It's about sharing you want to share something with someone. You want to connect with someone. And to say it's about winning and losing demeans love. That's not what it's about. It's about sharing a connection, and you don't share it just because someone's attractive, cool, or suave, or has power and money and any of that shit. You do it because that person matters to you. You have something with them that you don't have with other people, and you want to share that with them. You know, so I just don't like that idea. It's very childish. I know that's maybe not their intent, but I just wanted to highlight that. Which means that this time apart is mostly dangerous period for him. He's left to struggle with his own insecurities. Other girls have an opening to make their own moves, and the changes that come from all of this will probably blindside Chizuru when they finally reunite on July 11th. They've certainly traumatized Kazuya and will still have weeks to go. Okay. Okay. We're almost done. I'm gonna make this the last one. Rent-a-Girlfriend or the never-ending slide of Kazuya. Huh. Kazuya reminds me of those videos where you see people taking way too long just to fall, to the point where you wish they just hit the ground already so everyone can move on. Okay, maybe I don't want to read this. I like our boy and I really don't want it to end anytime soon, but it's pretty painful to watch him try to dodge every bullet thrown at him, knowing he's going to eat a rock no matter what. I don't know what this means. As for Umi, I don't think he'll assume that Kazuya is a cheater just from seeing the scene alone. He won't immediately jump to conclusions because, well, they're not dating, so they're not dating. So how would he be? That's the thing, though. I made that mistake too. They're not dating. So how would he be a cheater? You know, how would he be a cheater if they're not dating? That's weird. She never said they were officially dating. It can be interpreted as a platonic or romantic way, depending on the person. He himself is quite physical with women, without there necessarily being feelings on the other's end. That said, he might start to doubt if Ruka keeps up her schemes, and if he makes a comment to Kazuya about his supposed popularity with girls, it'll only feed Kazuya's guilt. I just don't get what he's referring to at the start. You know, like, what rock? What do you want Kazuya to be hit with, you know? I've seen some people in this sub theorize that Kazuya might ghost Chizuru, or at least try to distance himself from her because of the incident with Ruka. From their standpoint, it does make sense. I don't think so. If we go with this theory, there's a lot of potential for drama here. I don't like it. I think that's dumb. I could see Kazuya trying to run away and Chizuru tries to find him, but I'm not going to bother with this. Yeah, Kazuya is drowning in guilt precisely with his push Chizuru reject Kazuya away. Not without regret, though. Not only does he nurture this feeling himself, but Ruka is making it worse by inserting herself even more into his life and getting further into his head. That's what the last page of the chapter evokes for me. She has enough influence to confuse him emotionally, making him wonder where he starts to develop feelings for her behind Chizuru's back, and when he circled back to the discussion about cheating that they had during the date arc and what Minnie said to Chizuru after the kiss. It could also test Chizuru's level of trust in him, and it could echo Minnie's last words to her. Why is he doing this now? Did I make him wait too long? Did he decide to turn to Ruka? You get the idea. Well, Chizuru has faith in him, but it's actually more of a question of does Kazuya have faith in Chizuru? Will Chizuru repeat the same mistakes she made in Hawaii and follow her own assumptions instead of communicating with him, or will she chase after him to find out the reason for his change in behavior without another external push? Again, you don't know why Chizuru is acting so different. I think a lot of people want to assume, but I don't. The mini push wasn't actually a mini push. There was something wrong with that situation. So, I don't know. I don't know. It's not adding up. Kazuya needs to look in the mirror, look at his hair, and remember why he's doing what he's doing. Get it together. Get your mind straight. Man, the hair was just bullshit to begin with. That's the issue I have here. The hair was just bullshit to begin with. It's just fan service for himself to convince himself he's doing great. He's not. It's just bullshit. Might be too late now with Ruka if there was ever a time to draw a serious line with her. It was after she left the apartment. Since he didn't, now she's going to keep being relentless with him, and it's all going to blow up in his face. Still need to... I don't know. Okay, well, we read through most of these. So, yeah. Okay, I actually went through most of this. I read a decent amount of these. I didn't read every single one, but I read most of them. Let's read what I wrote here. Ambiguity is key to chapter 408. We do not see things clearly. That tempts us, makes us curious. The lust is the theme. Even with Chizuru's return, we are shown small pieces that connect to a greater whole, yet we lack definitive answers, lost as Kazuya is. One piece of information I want you to notice is Umi's flashback in particular, how he focuses on Chizuru saying, "That's where I'm at," in reference to love. None of it is directly about Kazuya, but literally Chizuru. Umi's conversation may be about Chizuru's feelings. Umi is the one who first heard Chizuru's feelings of, "I don't like him, but I don't not like him," which, much like Umi himself, was ambiguous. To me, this seems to be the answer to the question Umi asked Kazuya in the Tiger's Den, the meaning behind those words. The lack of definition of how Chizuru feels about Kazuya makes her appear wishy-washy and unserious, willing to pick a great guy. But that's not Chizuru, and this is what she tells Umi, that he has mischaracterized her. You can see she is in love, but Chizuru is struggling. We see a few more subtle connections. We see people from the Tiger's Den from we see people from the Tiger's Den. From Chizuru's play in chapter 52, and even the kiss Chizuru saw on TV in 398 gets brought up. All these people connect to Umi, yet it all feels like happenstance, as Chizuru does not speak to any of them. They are just there. There's a sense of isolation with Chizuru in these scenes. She is there in the venue, yet in her presence and mind, she is somewhere else. This mirrors Kazuya with Ruka. His body is taking control, and he cannot stop his thoughts from running wild. It's innocence versus adulthood, but in reverse. Chizuru is working what can be considered a big adult job while being lost in these innocent thoughts about a kiss. To her, it's probably childish. Like she's a stupid kid. Why the fuck is she getting lost in this stupid shit? She needs to focus. She needs to get her shit together. I think someone even said this in the chat. Let me find it. Whoops. No. Close. Okay, good. Where did someone say it? There it is. Chizuru feels kind of stupid here because now, just by hearing the word kiss from a coworker passing by is enough to trigger her the same overwhelming feeling she experienced when she kissed Kazuya. And for someone who has always managed to keep her emotions under control to some extent, this kind of reaction probably feels childish to her, especially when she's at work, where she's supposed to act in a more mature way. Now, this panel also made me reflect on why Chizuru herself said back in chapter 235, "I envy how passionate Ruka can get," referring to. So I was wondering whether she realized she already reached that very level of passion she once envied so much, or if she actually thinks it still isn't enough to convince Ruka. As for Umi, I think he'll want to talk things through with Kazuya about the feelings they both have for Chizuru. Well, moving on from that. So Kazuya moved on. Okay, so we talked about this. Chizuru thinks she's been a bit childish in the scene, but nothing too serious. Sure, she told Umi she was in the middle of being in love, but it's obvious it's been 2 weeks since then, and she's been thinking about the kiss nonstop. She even feels like something is wrong with her in chapter 398. So my question was, does she think she's reached that point yet or not? But I guess that was kind of a dumb question. If she was sure she had, she'd probably already be with Kazuya. Chizuru, I think, feels the desire, but not quite like Ruka. Remember, she envied that Ruka could scream it out loud, but she couldn't. Chizuru still hasn't done that. So yeah, she doesn't think she's reached that point. She just believes she can. She just believes she can now, but doesn't understand her desires, just as Kazuya doesn't. She lost control of her feelings, just as Kazuya did with Ruka. So here's an interesting point. They pointed out that Chizuru said there's something wrong with her. Chizuru literally said this in chapter 398. So let's pull that up. Right. In particular, Chizuru says, "I've become weird," and Kazuya actually says similar things. What is wrong with my body? Every character seemingly saying, "What's wrong with me? Why am I acting weird? I've become weird." In the previous chapter, Kazuya, I think, said something similar. Let's see what he says. It's compared to yesterday, it's as if she's a totally different person. Plus, this is super awkward. What is happening? What kind of phenomenon is this? You go back to Chizuru, and the words kind of connect. What Chizuru says about herself is quite similar. "Hey, Grandma, I think something is wrong with me." In particular, in Japanese, Chizuru says, "I think I've become weird. Something about me is weird." Every character is saying, "I'm doing something weird. I'm acting weird. Something is wrong with me." And that all just connects. It all nods together and connects. Don't worry, we're almost done. I'm almost done. It's getting a little late, so I'm going to have to call it soon. So let's just finish what I wrote, and then I'll call it for today. Chizuru is working what can be considered a big adult job while being lost in her innocent thoughts about a kiss, unable to focus. She's like a kid, like I just read earlier. Kazuya is working a small-time job with a young girl, but dealing with adult subject matter in his lust. The same meeting point of desire and guilt. Despite them being on different levels, quote unquote, they're actually more alike than ever, reflecting how their status quo does not define the nature of their relationship. Who they are does. Appearances are deceptive in that way, much like Ruka assumes Umi is shallow merely based on the fact that he's an actor and he's pretty. We too are caught up in appearances and unable to see the truth, much like Kazuya. Too many readers think Umi is trying to sabotage Kazuya. Kazuya looks like a cheater, which he isn't, and Ruka knows what she's doing when she does not. Even Chizuru is not clear. We don't know. The truth is, we do not have enough information to truly understand everything, and that invokes fear. Much like how Umi in the end of the chapter sees something that he does not have full context for. He does not know what it means, nor do we know how he will react. We don't know everything. The teaser for next time is a guy who is too popular. We think this is Umi, but what if this is Umi saying that to Kazuya? The visual for this is not too different from Umi seeing this. It's not too different from Mommy seeing things out of context. Now Umi is in that position, and how will he react may show us who he is. Right? I was explaining this before. Remember we were reading that thing I wrote earlier? It's like when you put characters in a stress situation, you can realize who they are. You can see in the past, there's a scene where Kazuya was with Sumi, and Mommy is like, "Oh wow, you're a pretty popular guy now, huh? You're dating a whole bunch of girls, Kazuya. I didn't realize you were that kind of person." And let's pull that up. Let's go pull that scene up. It's around chapter like 40 something. I think it's like 43. I was right. 43, baby. Right? So Sumi causes a misunderstanding. And, she's acting like his girlfriend. Huh. I wonder if this is going to happen with Umi too. Sorry, Sumi, could you leave me and Kazu-kun alone for a little while? Suddenly, Kazuya has to explain. Seriously, Mommy, what's going on in your head right now? A lot of things have happened to lead up to this point. Does Chizuru know about this? Huh? Oh, no. She really thinks I'm two-timing. It's like you're a different person. It's like you're a different person. What has been the reoccurring motif right now in the story? Characters being different. Kazuya literally said this about Ruka the last chapter. Right after we broke up, you brought along someone as pretty as Chizuru as your girlfriend, and now you're with another cute girl. You're really such a stud, Kazuya-kun. In Japanese, she tells him he's really popular. Let me pull up the official translation, see how they translated it. Well, look at how things are connecting. Look at how things are connecting. Okay. Kazu-kun, I'm starting to think you're a really popular guy after all. Huh. Umi is literally being placed in the same exact position as Mommy. What the fuck? What the fuck? You think? Fuck, all I can do now is tell her the truth. I need to go now. My friends are waiting for me. I didn't see anything. Your secret is safe with me. I'm your ex-girlfriend after all. I thought I was gonna die. Chizuru is on the other end. Huh. What are the odds? What are the odds? And then if you go to chapter 44, which is interesting that we're in the 40s right now, and then at this current chapter is the 400s. Mommy's walking off. She gets curious. She wants to know who this person is. Her name was Sumi Sakurasawa, kanji, who cares? She finds out about the rental girlfriend thing. Except, there's nothing to find out here. Right? What would Umi even possibly find out here? So maybe Umi looks up Ruka out of curiosity and finds out like Ruka is dating Kazuya or something. Or maybe Ruka looks up Umi. So we could reverse these events. Ruka looks up Umi. Appearances directly connect to ambiguity and lust. How something appears to us can be sexy or terrifying. It's all about perception. Umi appears scary from one lens and not in another. Kazuya finds Ruka attractive suddenly after his sexual assault, but he also thought she was, as we see in chapter 402. Maybe appearances is the real focus of this chapter, how everything looks and how that confuses us without context. Even Umi, for example, may ask Kazuya what he thinks of Chizuru since his perception of her seems shallow, challenging Kazuya's POV on how fair Chizuru has been to him. Flipping the script. This in turn connects to Kazuya's treatment throughout the story and how girls have treated him and who actually gave him respect. Chizuru. While others like Ruka and Mami have, in the most part, used him and ignored his feelings, this could deeply connect to Kazuya's pain. As Kazuya right now does not know who he is, how he has been hurt, or how he has been loved, or even everything in between, with Ruka being the gray area in between. I think Umi, as he has always been, will introduce the necessary conflict Kazuya must have with the people around him. We already got a little glimpse of this in the very first chapter, with Ruka asks about Umi. Kazuya tells her the truth. This is important. Ruka has to see the truth clearly. He cannot keep protecting her. At the same time, this comes from Kazuya's guilt for Chizuru. He feels in the wrong. This foreshadows Kazuya possibly opening up about his feelings to Ruka and Chizuru, telling them the truth, but also shows how his deep guilt that is controlling his feelings and how that guilt must be addressed. This could lead to Kazuya spiraling as he projects his pain onto others. In particular, I was talking about this scene, how he's opening up. This, of course, is all conjecture, but Umi introducing this big idea of conflict has always been his role, and Kazuya getting into fights with and feeling wronged, but not talking about how he made mistakes too, could be central to his spiral and the true change that must take place. I think I already talked about all these things, and the connection to Mami. The connection to Mami is the big thing here. Right, there's a very clear connection to Mami. Yeah, so that's roughly it. Okay, so we just realized the connection to Mami goes a whole lot deeper than we thought. The connection to Mami goes a whole lot deeper than we thought. Way deeper than we thought. I'm going to have to write about this. I'm definitely going to have to write about this on Twitter. Because I didn't realize how deep that connection went. I already saw that connection earlier. And I even wrote about it, but now there's even more. So, okay. I'm going to call it here. It's getting late. I'm tired. I need to get to bed and get some rest. I got to work tomorrow. I'll see you guys later. Remember, if you enjoyed this video, sub, all that fun stuff. Follow me on Twitch, Twitter, everything. I bet there's not many of you at this point, and we're all kind of tired. So thank you if you tuned in and you stayed this long. I bet this wasn't easy. I bet sticking with me this long wasn't easy, but I appreciate it. You know, I'm a little tired too. You can kind of feel it in my energy. I'm a little burned out, so I should get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll be streaming again around 2 o'clock PT Pacific Standard Time. We'll be streaming again Pacific Standard Time. I'm gonna watch that Resident Evil, baby, and then maybe after Resident Evil, we can talk about a few other things. In particular, that mommy connection. That shit got me really curious now. Really, like that shit really got me curious now. That crazy mommy connection. So yeah, I'm gonna call it here, and we'll come back tomorrow. So see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night or day or wherever the heck you are, and get some rest, get some sleep, drink some water. Take care of yourself. See you later, fellas. See you later.